Ladies, please settle down. We'll start now. We have Mrs. Naravne along with our chief guest, Mrs. Mukherjee, walking towards us now. Yes, all of you can please settle down, and we will have Mrs. Mukherjee up on stage also. A very good morning to Mrs. Naravne, Mrs. Mukherjee, our celebrity author for today, and all you distinguished guests who have joined us. My name is Neha Dwivedi, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all on this beautiful winter morning as your anchor, and I will try my best not to bore you with my banter. I'm a doctor by profession who took a bad habit of hiding books inside her course books a bit too far and eventually authored 2 of my own. Enough about me. We have all gathered here today for the last and the final day of this wonderful and really enjoyable festival, Abhivyakti, organized by Mrs. Naravne and her amazing team at AWWA. As they say, art is coming face to face with yourself. On that note, let's start the day with meeting someone who has mastered her art in various forms. Ma'am, you have made us laugh, made us cry, and also left us in complete awe of your acting skills. The very versatile Mrs. Sushmita Mukherjee. Can I please have a hand for her? She would be in conversation with Mrs. Savi Karnal, a journalist by profession. She has authored a stunning and much celebrated book for children named The Nameless God earlier this year.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Naravne and all ladies. Well, thank you, Ms. Mukherjee, for making a time here. She has been shooting in Bombay, and she has come all the way from Mumbai just for us today here. Yeah, she came just to attend the Lit Fest, and she'll be flying back today. Thank you for making time for us, Sushmita ji. Well, we all know her. She needs no introduction. And she's acted in over 100 films in Hindi, English, Bengali, and also in 2 Hollywood films. Sushmita ji has been in over 50 major TV shows and received various nominations and awards. She has worked in theatre with luminaries including Nasiruddin Shah, Nadira Babbar, Dinesh Thakur, Badal Sarkar, and she also runs her own theatre group, Natak Company, since 1988. Well, she travels extensively with her current solo play, Nari Bai, written and directed by her. Well, and these days she's busy with the web platform with Mind the Malhotras. We have all watched her. And in also Jar Pictures' Us and Them, where she plays a feisty canteen owner from Mizoram. Well, she's acted in several ad films, notably among them is Captain Cook, in which she has received awards in Pepsi with Imran Khan and the Scooty ad with Priyanka Chopra. Currently, she's working in Lakshman Uttekar's Vicky Kaushal Sara Ali Khan starrer, where she's playing Sara's Punjabi mother. And Sushmita ji has recently published her collection of stories, Banj, Incomplete Lives of Complete Women. The stories are based on the lives of women from different strata of society. Well, her first book was Me and Juhi Baby, and she has also published a coffee table book, The Brave Arts of Bundelkhand. The list goes on with her accomplishments. Well, let's know her more. Well, Sushmita ji, you are a university rank holder.
बस बस मुझे डर लग रहा है.
And well, and then you got into dramatics, films. And how did this all happen? Such an incredible journey. Please share this with us.
Ma'am, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, Aarti. See, actually, you know, it's a very interesting thing that I should have been on that side. It's just a quirk of fate, perhaps. Because the man I've been married to for the last 31 years wanted to be an army man. It's another thing he became an actor and subsequently a producer and a civil activist. But I would have been a AWWA member. Seriously. So the army means a lot to me. Not for this reason, of course, but because there's nothing to say. I mean, you are incredible lot of women. I mean, you know, if my husband doesn't come on time at a certain time, one panics. And in the earlier years, and what you people have been through, ours is child play. It's childish. It's. I mean, with due respect to my profession of make believe, you are real women, and I am so honored and proud to be here. I really thank you. I really, really do thank you. I admire you all incredibly from my heart. And so, before I get emotional, I'm an actor. I thank you, ma'am, for having me here.
Thank you, ma'am, for such kind words. And ma'am, we do remember you and the role of Kitty in Karamchand. And I think it went on for 2 decades. Well, tell us about it. It was perhaps your first role, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, you'll be surprised at a time when Saas Bahu stories go for 1,000 episodes. Smriti ji was here, and you would know that it went on for, I think, 7 years. Karamchand was 39 episodes over 3 years. So in those days, we had 13. I'm talking about the early 80s, 83, 84, 85 is when I started my career as a young person out of National School of Drama. So it was actually only 39 episodes over all this time, and still I'm known as Kitty. I'm an old lady now, and they call me Kitty still.
That shows how you immortalized the character. But how was it, you know, getting into acting?
Actually, I wandered into acting. I've always wanted to be a writer. And it took me years and years to become a writer. वो क्या था कि I was always a closet writer. So even in the early years when, you know, I was nursing my children, I would be writing. I would never, and my husband had a production house, and we know he used to make serials and films, and they never paid me. They never gave me a name. Seriously, but I used to just love writing. So मैं रात को लिखती थी. I would be nursing the children. I would be doing all my housework. I would be also a full-time actress. So it was like, you know how all of us, you can imagine when we are raising children as women, and when we're doing housework, and we have in-laws, and we have our own parents, and we have our own angst, and I still wanted to write. So I was very stubborn. So I used to do a lot of ghost writing. And I used to feel very pleased, you know, so-and-so has taken my idea. So I used to think, Acha, so maybe I can write. Because I didn't want to change my, Hindi में कहते हैं ना, मेरी दुकान चल रही थी acting की. So I didn't want to actually start writing and saying, "Arey Baba, इसमें कचरा हो गया तो वो भी जाएगा, ये भी जाएगा." You know, so as women we are so practical. We thought कि नहीं. So slowly, actually, Banj, you know, came over 40 years. So I would be scribbling in vanity vans, and I think I was just telling someone the other day, Kader Khan, I think people know him as an actor, बहुत पुराने. So I used to be somehow paired with him. He was like 20, 30 years senior to me, but I would be his wife. You know how cinema is. And I would be in some room, and he would say, "देखो लड़की फिर से room में जाके कुछ लिख रही है." Because even, you know, we have a lot of time as actors. We merely work for 1 hour the whole day, but we're waiting. So we have to be very patient. We keep waiting in the makeup room. In those days, we didn't have vanity vans. So he would say, "ये लड़की कुछ लिख रही है." It eventually turned into a play. And I've written 3 plays which are not published. I've been performing them. But I never got the sense that, you know, these things have to be published till I met my destiny, I can say. And, you know, my book started getting published. And then, of course, there is Dipankar. I don't know if he's here. Yeah, he's here. And I met him in COVID times for Banj. I mean, I met him before that. And I said, you know, I have this collection for the last 40 years I've been writing. So he said, there is no space for, you know, short stories. And I said, I understand, but pata nahi maine likha hai. So somehow they liked it and they published it, and there we have Banj. It's a collection of stories about us, basically. About my journey through all these years, you know, in films and television and as a producer, as an entrepreneur, whatever. We all wear many hats, all of us, each one of us. So in my hat was all this thing, and it just so happened that this came out. So,
And thank you for writing Banj, and thanks to Dipankar for bringing it out to us. Well, Banj, I read Banj, and it's a collection of stories of different women. So you said that you used to scribble in between. So how exactly did this happen? That you wrote the stories in entirety over a period of time, or you collected those scribblings and sat together and put them in the form of an anthology?
you know, it's so interesting because you say you're an eavesdropper, right?
Yes,
That's a lovely thing. All women are actually. We eavesdrop through our eyes, through our ears, through our noses. We can smell what is happening, who's doing what. You know, we know that. As women, we know that. So I think that's what happens. I just was, I think, observant. Because I used to always find funny things in people. So people had to say, oh my God, now she will come and she will immediately discover. कुछ तो मुझे मिल ही जाता था. As a comic, I think मुझे हर चीज़ funny भी लगती थी. So I would find a quirk in somebody. And I obviously wouldn't do cheap things like eavesdropping like that. But you know...
I'm guilty, I'm so sorry.
No. But that was a very charming thing. I meant in the sense that literally you wouldn't also be doing that. But you know, in terms of the vibe of a room or people, one would just get a sense of what the person is like. And I would just observe something unusual about that person. And I think that's how it started. So I would just start writing. I had a blue diary. So usme main likhti thi, and I would just, even till date, I have a very fancy laptop on which I watch Netflix only. I don't even know how to operate it. I still write on paper, and I'm writing my next novel. So I would just scribble. So when I go back and I'm going to see all your lovely, this sea of women, it's just very heartening for me. You know, when all women come together, the energy is so, excuse me, Dipankar, I don't mean you as an outsider. I just mean the energy is it's so vibrant. And I think it's as an actor also, I need to observe to do those various kinds. I never wanted to just one role. You know, wo heroine wala hota hai na ki no, you just have to look pretty and stand. And your shelf life is very little. And since I'm from the stage, I just always wanted to do all kinds of atrangi characters, like they would say.
And thank you, for doing such exceptional characters. Well, which was a character that you enjoyed, playing the most?
You know, I don't know, many of you might have been very young for that. There was a serial I produced in 1988 called Kab Tak Pukaru. Has anybody seen that? Yeah? Okay, so that was Rangi Raghav's very beautiful show, and I played a Natni. You know, she was like, Gadiya Lohar hote na, us zamane mein we would carry those. They were those performing artists. So I played that role, and Pankaj Kapoor ji was opposite me, and Pallavi Joshi. So with three of us, it was about two women and one man. And I get an STD, I get diseased with gonorrhea, and I give over this young woman to my husband. It was a very interesting story. It's set in the British independence time. So I enjoyed playing that character a lot. So main din bhar aise chotiyan, I used to keep my chotis, and since I was a producer, I was always in full dress, with all the, you had the gutna and all this black, I was a full tribal woman. And I would be doing my lines, acha Sukhram, sabko chai mili hai kya? As a producer, I had to play all those parts, but I really loved playing that role. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. And you also acted in some Hollywood films. Mm-hmm. And I think in Sold, which is, yes. And there, I think that was your first audition. Please tell us about that.
Oh no.
I did my homework.
So Soul was this Academy Award winner, Jeffrey D. Brown. And in our times, there were no auditions. Like I have a 40-year-old career. I started my career in 1981. तो हम लोग उस ज़माने में auditions नहीं होते थे. And now we have a lot of auditions, there's casting agencies, there are a lot of ways. Those days, like a Subhash Ghai ji would call up and say, you have to come on a certain date. It was like that. So I didn't have a concept of audition. So when this Hollywood people called me, I thought an audition meant full on, you know, so I fully became the part. I rehearsed it. I even had the part. I was playing this very mean madam of Shonagachi because it was about child trafficking. It was a very difficult, hard role, and you know, and with Gajras and all, I pahunch gayi audition dene. I did the whole audition like that, and I made my husband also, he's a director. I said, you know, please check me if I'm right. I did it so much. He said, yeah, leave something for the director. Don't do everything yourself. I did that, and I reached, and I kept saying, where is the camera? And I thought ki audition hota, you know. There was one girl with a little thing, and I'm like, where is the audition? Where is the audition? And all the biggies, you know, Shabana ji and even a lot of people had come and auditioned and gone. So I'm like, maybe it's in another room or something. So this young girl comes with the camera. She said, can we begin? I said, yeah, but where is the audition? She said, this is the audition. So I, like an idiot, I didn't even know what to do where, and I just did that thing, thinking, I don't know what this is, but I don't know. Then I got a Skype call from the director, and he said, you know, you did all of this? You know, you had a pan in your mouth. I said, I had a pan in my mouth, pan. Mujhe wo role mil gaya.
Oh, that shows the kind of dedication you put into your work. Well, just as on screen, you play different roles in real life too. You're a writer, a director, a producer, an entrepreneur, a mother, and a royal bahu. So how do you slip in and out of these roles?
You know, a little boy was asked by the question in his school, how did the British rule India? And his answer was badly. So to answer her question, how do you flip this role, I'll say badly. Seriously.
But I'll tell you, you are an inspiration to us. Well, you mentioned that, you know, you used to scribble between your shootings with Kader Khan, and it all turned out into a play. Yeah, so was it Nati?
Yes, that was Nati. So Nati, I mean, if they're Bengalis here, they would know Noti Binodini. Is anybody a Bengali here? So yeah, so Noti Binodini, you know, she was a very famous character. She was a prostitute singer of Bengal. And Girish Ghosh, the writer, had made Star Theatre for her those days in Kolkata. So I adapted that story of Noti Binodini about a real-time actress of the 60s. And I called it Nati because it was a Hindi play. And Surekha Sikri ji did the dialogues, and Garam Hawa, M.S. Satyu did the set. It was a very interesting, it was my first play that I wrote in 1990. Yeah, that was my first play, still unpublished.
Oh, but I guess it won many accolades.
Yes, yes.
And can we say that Nati is the promoted you to write, inspired you to write more?
Yes, actually, I also I wrote another that original Nari Bai. It's about women. It's about, I play 26 characters. I'm very cheeky. It's 70 minutes. I'm on stage, and I sing and I dance, and I keep thinking ab giri to tab giri, because I have to do this. I play a Bedni prostitute of Bundelkhand. My husband's from Bundelkhand. And these are these prostitute singers, you know, the men there, they only pimp for a living, they don't work. And the women, they dance and they are prostitutes. And so gaon mein jab shaadiyan hoti and all that, they come and do. So I play this character, and I play three main characters. Me, Sushmita, a very fine writer, a Delhi-based writer, a elitist writer, and a Bedni woman. So these three characters, and around this, say 26 characters, I play that. In fact, I performed in for the Times Lit Festival, and if ma'am will invite me sometime, it's a solo. I would love to come and perform for you, ladies. Thank
26 characters, ladies and gentlemen. If at all this was on screen, on the big screen, then just imagine the hullabaloo. Even with 10 characters, there's been so much of marketing. And 26 is exceptional. Let's give her a loud round of applause. Yeah, and what else are you working on? And we've seen you on the OTT platform. So is that something new coming up?
Yeah, the OTT is a fabulous platform nowadays, because here I was in Mizoram for 15 days. I haven't been to the Northeast, in the Lunglai, this one like a little place right up. It took us like 8 hours just to come down to Aizwal. 8 hours of mountainous ride. Many of you may have been posted there, so you would know Lunglai. So this place, I'm playing a Bengali, Mizoram, old, she's the owner of a tsoka. It's called a tsoka. So I speak bad Mizo language. I had to speak, and all that. I had to learn those lines and speak. OTT is a fabulous platform because when I'm playing, I'm ekdam old, maybe 70, 75 with a stick and all. So I'm playing that, and in Maddock film, I'm playing Sara Ali Khan's Punjabi mother. So so it's film, it's theatre, it's television. I'm just going to do a Sony TV. Yesterday only, I'm doing a thing with Rajendra Gupta ji and I are playing an old couple. So now the time has come when we all senior citizens are having a life on television. It's not just the younger people. So we have hope. And so yeah, very different things with the OTT, film, stage, television.
Yeah. So the OTT, I think, has provided a vast canvas for issues and topics which wouldn't be written before or, directed before. Is there something that you always wanted to do and can do now on the OTT, and you have anything in mind?
No, actually, there's so much stuff happening in OTT that it's the new television. Television, that the time of soaps and all that we were doing, it's all passe now. Nobody's interested in that because it's done to that. This is the new language. This is the new audience. This is the new India. This is the new youth. This is the new you. This is the new me. We are all new now. That old thing is going. That old Saran thing is going. And it's maybe problems aayenge. It's not that OTT is going to suddenly get up and start walking one day. It's going to go through its transition as it always does. But we are moving towards something new. Doesn't everybody feel that? I think we all are moving, ma'am. So I think whenever we move, it reflects that. So cinema or any art will reflect the movement, what people are feeling, because people decide ye chahiye ya nahi chahiye. So I think we are moving towards a better future through OTT and other things. Yeah.
And you experiment with different forms of writing. You've written plays, screenplays, a novel, and short stories. Which form of writing do you think is the easiest and which is the most difficult?
First let me tell you, I am a total writer by passion. I have no system. And even if you people might think it's a little, I'm being blasé about this, really I don't write. These are downloads which come. I am not a trained writer, though I am a master's from Miranda House. I'm a Delhi girl. So I studied here, but that was long back. It was really, really long back. I passed out like centuries ago. So, I'm not a professional writer. I don't have any form, aisa hi likhna, I like this, I like that. I really am amazed I'm talking to everyone because I can't even belong to a writers, like, people who read a lot, they discuss a lot. Mujhe kuch nahi aata. I just write mere dil se, and I write whatever comes. And if I have a nice nice publisher who will publish it, I'm very, very pleased. But I just love it. It's my passion. It's like, how we are passionate. You might be a passionate cook and might not be a great kodobla cook, but you are a cook. So it's like, to me, it's like that. I love writing. I'm not sure. But I did enjoy one work, which is a coffee table book. That was my last work. Bundelkhand is known for its brave hearts. Brave hearts like Shauryaveer and all that. Now, because I've been working a lot in that region over last 30 years, I've been working, in the little bit development work that I do with women there. So, wahan pe I found that the arts is very strong. There's very strong folk art, folk culture. Hamare north mein jaisa hota hai na, it's very strong. Every region has its own subculture, its culture. And I found that people are suffering there because of the digital age. So I made a coffee table book. Even in COVID times, I traveled all over Bundelkhand, trying to, elicit the kind of cultures that are just crumbling. They're just being swallowed by the digital world. So sab log apne chote cameras se they are watching movies, small phones. That culture of community, the culture of sitting together, talking, having conversations, moongfali kha rahe hain, ye acha nahi hai, wo acha hai, the chat. engaging with each other is going. Even what sari you're wearing and did you wear that the other day is also engaging in something rather than sitting in corners and watching movies alone, you know. That India which we are, which we're all together, हम लोग साथ रहते, लड़ते, भिड़ते, gossip करते, but that's the real us, you know. So I went there, because I speak Bundeli, I made a coffee table book. This was a 2-year fellowship from the CCRT, Culture for Resource Training. So I made it into Brave Arts of Bundelkhand, not Brave Hearts. You know, each I cut out and Brave Arts. And the Brave Arts are the arts which are struggling in a digital world, you know. So that was the coffee table book I've come out with. So that's a different kind of work. Because that's also anthropology in pictures. It's stories it's not in the written words, it's through pictures. So that was my latest work. Oh, thank you.
I think you also run an NGO to promote the arts of Bundelkhand. Could you tell us about the work you do?
I started this called Rudrani Kalagram Evam Shodh Sansthan in 2010. And I must say that I'm not very much, I figured out that that was not very much my work. So I kind of pivoted. I did a lot of work in Bundelkhand, but the women there, it was very difficult for them to come. बहुत घूंघट प्रथा है ना वहाँ पे. They have a lot of घूंघट. So to get them out, it was very difficult initially, but I did a lot of documentary work and I did some work to, you know, but I can't say that I'm a very, I'm not into development that much. I couldn't handle that very well, that aspect of my life. I regret to say that I couldn't do that part very well. But yes, it's on. But what we have done is we've made it into now an academy it's called BACPA, Bundelkhand Academy of Cinema, Culture and Performing Arts. So I have my own stage. It's a round stage which I made with my own hands. Mitti se banaya tha, you know, and now we had to cement it. So it's like we have these asthai theatres where we show movies, local people make it. But I'm sort of handing it over now to other people to do because I felt that I couldn't handle both Bombay and my work and Bundelkhand. So it wasn't my best. It was my best effort, but it wasn't a best result, if you can say.
So can I say that theatre is your passion?
Yes, yes. Theatre is where I grew up. Theatre is my passion. And I'm telling you, I'm very cheeky because actually I do this 20 chakkars and 15 days before my play, I'm known to nobody because I'm so terrified if I lose my concentration because I'm alone for 70 minutes. Matlab, I don't know what will happen. So that is like sadhana for me. That is like a spiritual practice for me. You know, I have to focus and I have to really feel that whatever I'm saying, every person gets it. You know, everyone I can connect to because it's really about women. It's about us. So I'm very happy to be amongst women. I feel very charged. And I'm sure when I go back, I'm really going to be really happy to have the opportunity for this time with you. And this is not a dialogue. Huh? I'm saying it from my heart.
Thank you. And the other thing, I've seen that in most of your writings, women play a central role. So what do you think make women such interesting characters to write about?
I think it's our wombs. I think we have the secrets in our womb. Whether it's a young girl or it's an old, whether somebody's had children or not. The issue is that we are the keeper of secrets, I feel, as women. We know so many things that nobody else can know. Right from who's the father of our children to every other thing. Only we know. We are so incredibly powerful. And somehow we need men to tell us we are powerful. And that's strange. And that is why something like AWWA is so incredible. Because you know who you are. You know your power. And that's the power I wish every woman in India would know, especially in the place where I come from in Bundelkhand. You have to tell them, do you know you pray to Durga every day, but do you really know that you are Durga? Does that strike you? You think she's just an idol that you pray to. So I feel that, you know, we are so incredibly powerful, and only thing is that only we have to tell ourselves, and we have to believe in ourselves, and we have to just move forward. My children keep telling me, my sons, I have two boys, 28 and 27, the older one keeps saying, Mama, please behave your age. And I said, no, I won't. I won't. I'm just like, so how much of a love anybody can tell you to constrict you. I refuse to be constricted. You know, I refuse, and I think we all have to just know our place in the sun and be happy and be content and know that we are power. We are everything. We are Lakshmi, we are Saraswati, we are Durga, we are Kali. In fact, my branch, it is dedicated to Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati and Mahakali. It's dedicated to the women who want to know her.
And we admire your free spirit, and I say it's infectious.
Well, I'm seeing a close-up of my son. He said, you didn't behave yourself again.
Well, speaking about Banj, I think the title is Banj, Incomplete Lives of Complete Women. Well, what do you think makes the lives of these complete women incomplete?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because this tagline is not mine. This is from the publisher and the editor. And I just love that line. It's called Banj, Incomplete Lives of Complete Women. Now, Banj doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have children. Banj is in your thought, your infertility, in your mind. When we are raised to be constricted, tum ladki ho. Today things are changing, thank God for that. But in the times that I grew up, it was always like, you know, behave yourself. You know, and just be in a border. Do nice, be good, do everything, but don't go out of your box. So when you come out of your box, you're considered an outsider, a stranger, and it doesn't fit. So incomplete lives of complete women is even when women are complete themselves, they have you know, everything on their side. They have families, they have husbands, they have children, they have in-laws, they have everything going for them, career, yet they feel incomplete at the end of it. Why? Because of the downloads from a young age, there is a download which have been told that you're not complete unless. So we keep looking for that completion, not knowing we are complete. We were always complete. We've always been complete, but we believe other people. So that is why it is incomplete lives of complete women. Even when we are complete, we are still looking for completion outside of ourselves. And that's where I think the stories come from, this angst of not being enough, not knowing enough, not feeling good enough when we have everything. And imagine those people who don't have everything. In fact, Naribai, the story of this Bundelkhand prostitute, she says that, the writer, can I just give one line on this?
Oh yeah, I mean, it would be nice if you could, maybe speak out few parts, a little part from Naribai.
Okay, so Sushmita is meeting this friend of hers from Aurangzeb Road. She's a very fancy woman, and she's a writer. And the fancy woman's husband tells her that, aajkal ye Sangeet Natak Academy and all, they have to write a novel on these folk form artists. So there is this woman called Naribai. She's a Birni, write about her. And she says, are you mad? And it's terrible, and our daughter is getting married, and this is certainly not what I should do. She says like that. And Sushmita speaks Hindi like the way I'm speaking. And somehow she goes and she meets Naribai, and Naribai is this absolute open 70-year-old woman. Sit down. She's a completely different Bundelkhandi woman. No. And she ultimately, this fancy woman, this writer, says, she's a prostitute, you want me to write about her? And the end of 70 minutes, she realizes that, oh my God, this Naribai is all this, she's this, she's a mother, she does this, so many things. I am the prostitute. Because, we're all prostitutes, we're only selling different parts of ourselves. That's the line. We're all prostitutes, we're only selling different parts of ourselves. So, she realizes that where she has gone wrong in her very beautiful, pristine life, that she's missed out on all the things on trying to be someone else. While this woman was true and she was everything that any woman could be. So the line is, we are all prostitutes, we're only selling different parts of ourselves.
Well, how deep. Well, well, ma'am, I guess today the papers are full of a contract that you've signed. So tell us about that. We haven't read the papers. We've come here early morning.
No, there is this. I think I just mentioned I'm just doing a show for television. After a long time, I'm doing television with Rajendra Gupta ji. So we play this central character is old, my age character, We are playing, we are the central role, not the young people. Yes.
Wonderful. And tell me about Banch. Which is your favorite story?
How can you tell your favorite child? You can?
Yeah. That's why I just won. But I know it's so difficult. All your books are your babies.
Yeah,
but
babies.
Somehow you have a soft corner. What you enjoyed writing the most. Which story?
Seriously, I can't say. Don't make me say it. I hope you ladies will read it if you can. And
Would you mind please reading any short part from Banch aloud for us?
I think we're running out of time. You think you
have 10 moments.
You would want to hear something? Actually, that won't be such a great idea because, unless I read the whole thing, it just won't make sense. Because it's like...
So, we'll all read it and we'll enjoy the stories and see you narrating them to us. That'd be lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But tell me one more thing. Is there any tips that you would like to share with aspiring writers?
Just write. Seriously, just write. Just write few pages every single day. You must. If I can do it with all my ups and downs in crazy life, I work 12 hours a day when we go for shooting, and that's Bombay travel. Abhi 10 hours kar diye, as we became older in seniority. And, looking after your children and your husband and your home and your staff, they're not going to say, they don't say that you're working, so, you'll be exempt from this. We have to do everything. Otherwise everything will go out of control. Then we won't know where our bartans are and where our clothes are, and, our lives will be a mess. Of course, you ladies have a lot of orderlies and all, I know. Army people have a lot of...
No.
ऐसे ही होता है. It's the same everywhere. And then they'll complain that, you're not a good homemaker. And that also upsets us. So we want to be everything. So despite all that, I would just write. So, अच्छा है, बुरा है, we should not judge. If it's coming out of us, it must be good. And we have to believe that. Till someone tells us it's not, and you still have to believe it's good. Because it's coming out of you. It's something, then the professional will tweak it, they will edit it, they will discuss with you, they will tell you this works, doesn't work. But it has to come out. We cannot make an excuse. So please, ladies, and there's so much I found, so many writers. There's so many of you, I was reading this, it's so fascinating. So much talent.
And we're grateful to Mrs. Naravne for bringing us all here and getting you here with us.
Yeah, Mrs. Naravne, this is absolutely fabulous. I mean, you are doing this work, and not only just literature in every aspect. And this art that we women have, and we have been, because we are creators, doing my theatre in between. So you cannot actually even encapsulate it in words, because it's like our lives. Can you imagine what our lives has been? हमारे बच्चे बड़े हो गए. Our in-laws died, our parents died, or whatever stage anyone else is, we are part of this. The entire world, look what is happening, where we've come. Last 40 years, there's been so much change, including climate change. So we are in process of this life, what we call life, and uska maza lete hain. We stop sometimes to smell the roses. Sometimes we're so busy, we don't know how our kids grew up. So it's all, as women, we have to wear so many hats. And we still do our best. We still try to be the best wife, best mother, best worker. We exhaust ourselves trying to be the best. I don't even know if I've answered his question. Where am I going?
But your answer has inspired us. But I mean, there are many of us, many women who take a break from career, and then they want to fulfill their dreams. Do you have any tips for them? Any advice?
I think whoever you are at your best, we don't have to at all compare with anybody else. If I had a daughter, I would have said that. I've got 2 sons. But I would just say that wherever we are, whatever we are, we have to put blinkers about who's doing what. That competition is okay in a corporate world. But as women, we just have to do our own work gently because we are born women. We are born so fabulous. We have got Lakshmi, Saraswati, Kali, everything in us. We don't have to compare with anyone. And what am I giving lecture to you all? You all are army wives, ma'am. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not crossing the line. But I just feel that with the kind of lives you all have led, with your husbands and sons and people in the war and what you people have done for our country, I salute you. I salute the women in you. I salute you all. I mean that. हम लोग तो नाटक वाले हैं. We just perform. But you are the real people. And that's why when I was invited to this, I was really happy to come because I really admire all of you. I admire you all. With your husbands and your sons and your brothers at war, you all are doing this for us, for the civilians, for us. You know, you take so many things. So, my salute to you all.
Ma'am, my second question is still pending.
Sorry, my publisher is not going to leave me, it seems.
My second question.
जी बोलिए.
What advice would you give to your younger self if you had a chance to go and meet her 40 years ago?
You know, I keep meeting her every day. I do, because I don't think my younger one and me are separated. My children tell me, behave yourself. I say, why should I? So I don't know. I think we should not, in that sense, grow up. Why should we? Agreed? Yes or no?
I think,
Yeah, we should be. Mr. Mukherjee, I still think that, you know, we are women and... Sorry, somebody was saying?
Mrs. Naravne has a question for you.
Okay, just one question out of curiosity. If you were to play an army wife ever, what is the one trait you would pick up?
Yes.
Or would...
In fact, ma'am, that would be such an honor if I could do that. If I could even get to play what you are in real life. I think the stoicism that you display. If my husband comes late, I like my younger self, I would just start panicking. And you people have surrendered your husbands, your brothers, your sons, so that we may be safe. I mean, what would you be made of? I don't know. We are play actors, we are acting. You are the real people, and I mean it, ma'am. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. So
Thank you.
You are there so that we are safe. Our children are safe. So I would just say that, yeah, I'm sorry.
So I would assume that actors are very good observers.
Yeah.
So what is it today that you would observe in all of us that you would pick up to play the role of an army wife? I'm putting you in a bind, I can see that.
No, ma'am. You know, I just find the discipline, the stoicism, the ability to be so elegant at all fronts. You know, I just feel that I see, I don't actually see a group of people. Normally you see like if you're on stage, it'll be dark, so you don't see. But I actually see a group of people, of women, young, my age, you know, all kind of women who, at the face of so much adversity, I mean, if my husband comes late one night, I panic. And you have been sending your husbands to war, your sons, your brothers, you know. I mean, what you're made of? I'm a play actor. I act. But what are you made of? It is for you all.
Thank you.
Very kind of you, ma'am.
Seriously.
And ma'am, tell us about your writing projects.
I think haven't we gone over
But
time?
we are, and I'll tell you, you know, they say when you enjoy something, you just don't realize it. And we've been enjoying conversing with you. Right, is there any question from the audience?
Wait. Supposed to progress into writing, one doesn't really need a formal training, you know, just write. But to become an actor...
Can you put the mic close?
Sure. To become an actor, how pertinent would you say that one really needs to go through, like you said, your stint at the National School of Drama is what groomed you to be a good actor. So do you think one really, anybody to be an accomplished actor or to even go into that field would require formal training? How important is that?
You know, I think it would help to be a formally trained. It would always help. You know, even if you're just a natural cook, but if you get trained, I'm not saying you have to train for 6 years. As women, we are naturally inclined to take care, so it's nurturing. But always, if you are trained in a certain way, it's the technology which helps you. So I think the technology helps you, and not everybody trained at the NSD are fabulous actors. So it's just a tool and a technology, I would say, which will hone your natural skills. And if you are not trained, it's like, I'll give you my own example of dance. I love to dance, okay? But I'm not trained. So I get so worried because I keep thinking people have 2 legs, I have 5 legs. I would keep thinking I'm going all the way. Andar se, I think I'm a very good dancer, I think. But outside, I'm just all over the place, or I'm not good enough. So that's when training would help. Because it's like, then you know it's very easy. But otherwise, I think have I answered your question?
Thank you so much for this fabulous conversation.
Thank you so much for having me. Ma'am, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to my bug.
And ma'am's book, Banch, is available in the stores. And Sushmita ji will also be signing copies. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mukherjee and Mrs. Karnal. I'm sure the discussion was really insightful. Ma'am, I would really like to say my favorite part was through all of this, all of the different roles that you are playing. When you said, "Mere ko to lagta hai mujhe kuch nahi aata," and I think there's a lot to learn from that humility, ma'am. So what is a winter morning if not, enjoyed with coffee and tea and steaming cups of a favorite beverage? So can I please request our dignitaries to proceed for coffee now? I'll request the others to be seated. It is time for everyone to enjoy your cups of coffee in the sun, soaking with your favorite companion some books. But before you go, I would like to let you know that we will reassemble here by 11 o'clock for a panel discussion. I will see you all back at 11 here in venue 1 for the panel discussion. एक्सक्यूज मी एवरीबडी, पीछे की तरफ एनबीटी की बस लगी हुई है, नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट की बस है। आप लोग उसमें जाके देख सकते हैं एक बार। पीछे की तरफ एक नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट की बस लगी हुई है। if you're done with your coffees, can I please request you to come back? अगर आप लोग सबकी चाय और कॉफ़ी हो गई हो तो प्लीज़ आइए, वी आर अबाउट टू स्टार्ट, हम शुरू करने वाले हैं. I please request everyone to proceed back to their seats. आप सब वापस आ जाइए. हम शुरू करने वाले हैं अगले 5 मिनट में. Can I request all of you to proceed back to your seats? We have to begin the next segment now. अगर आप लोगों की चाय और कॉफ़ी हो गई हो तो प्लीज़ वापस आ जाइए, हम लोग शुरू करने वाले हैं. हम अगले 2 मिनट में शुरू करने वाले हैं, तो प्लीज़ अपनी अपनी जगह ले आ जाइए, ले लीजिए. Can I request everybody to head back to their seats? We have to begin the next segment. आप लोग प्लीज़ अपनी अपनी सीट्स पे वापस आ जाइए, हमें दूसरा सेगमेंट शुरू करना है. अपनी अपनी सीट्स पे आ जाइए, प्लीज़ हमें दूसरा सेगमेंट शुरू करना है. कैन आई प्लीज़ रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू कम बैक टू योर सीट्स, वी हैव टू बिगिन द नेक्स्ट सेगमेंट.
Hi, good morning everyone. I have a small announcement to make here, and it's been 2 very inspirational days for all of us, And taking inspiration from you all, I have come up with an idea, and I want you all to support that idea. The idea is to initiate a book club, Army Wife Book Club, and it will be a first time that we will have something like this, and I'm sure a lot of us want to have this kind of a circle where we can discuss books and talk more about books and bring ourselves closer to the world of fantasy and fiction and non-fiction. So book club will have a very simple rule. We'll pick up a theme for the month, discuss a book, shortlist a book, and then we all get time to read that book, come back at a place decided collectively, discuss the characters of the book, what part you liked the most, what you did not like the most, what is something that you will carry forward from that part of the book, and also if you have something to add on to the book, like basically if you think that maybe this character could have done something better, and what is your impression about it. So we will have discussion on these ideas, and those who want to sign up can keep checking the AWWA website for further details. We have just initiated the process, so giving out details at the moment will be difficult, but please continue to check the website for the details. Thank you.
ये कॉफ़ी ब्रेक था, लंच नहीं. प्लीज़ आ जाइए, लंच के लिए टाइम मिलेगा सबको.
बोल दिया ना, आफ्टर नेक्स्ट स्लॉट आई कॉल, बता बीच में जब भी टाइम होगा.
Good morning, ladies. May I request everyone who's there in the food court, that is lawn number 2, to move to the main lawn, please. I request, we are about to start with a panel discussion. Can I request all of you to be seated in the main lawn? Thank you.
I support Mrs. Kakkar's request. Okay. So, are you sure I should start announcing the panel's name? Okay. Okay. While everyone else is trickling in, I am hopeful that all of you have shaken your coziness, the winter morning coziness off by the coffees. मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आप लोग सब अभी alert और aware हैं. मैंने कर लिया है. So let's gear up for the next session of the day. So next session of the day will be for all you new budding or even established writers and authors. जिसने भी किताब लिखी है या लिखते हैं या आगे लिखनी है या पहले भी लिखी हुई है. Please welcome our esteemed panelists. Mrs. Aditi Mathur. Can I have you on stage, please, ma'am? Let's give them a hand. Mrs. Vaishali Mathur. Mrs. Trisha. Okay, Miss Trisha. Miss Maushami. Mrs. Maushami. Mr. Dipankar. From lawn 2, come to lawn 1, otherwise you will really miss this great discussion. I will introduce you to our panelists. Mrs. Aditi Mathur is a blogger and an author. Ms. Vaishali Mathur, she specializes in mind, body and soul books by Penguin for 13 years now. Ms. Trisha is from Niyogi Publishing Home. Mosmi is from Griffin Publication and also loves doing ghost writing. Mr. Dipankar Mukherjee is the founder and director of an independent publishing house called Readomania. They will discuss about blogging, writing, publishing, marketing, and so much more, while being moderated by Mrs. Ganeef Panjrath, who herself is a joint managing director of one of our fraternity's most favorite publishers, Creative Crows. Let's put a hand together for them. Over to you, Mrs. Ganeef.
Mrs. Veena Naravne, President AWWA, Mrs. Mamoon Mohanty, all our esteemed guests and dear colleagues, a very good morning. Over the last 2 days, we've covered various topics on authors and their writings. We've covered various topics on their thought process, on diverse genres and subjects. We had a creative writing session yesterday. The sessions conducted during the last 2 days have been a mosaic of knowledge, thoughts, enriching ideas and concepts. In today's session, we intend to take this over to mostly aspirational, especially for the, the authors who've not been acknowledged so far, which I feel is present in most of us. We have a dream, we want to write, we want to publish, but we don't know how to go about it. What happens behind a book when it is published? What is the essence which is involved? Who are the team building factors who make a book come onto the social media? Who are the people who market the book? That is what we are going to hear from our panelists today. At Creative Crows, we feel that everyone has a story to share and it can be published. So we are going to concentrate on blogging, how to convert them into books, what makes a manuscript publishable, and later the work marketable, the role of social media, and what is in store for authors wanting to write in regional languages and publish other than English. To set the ball rolling, my first question is directed to Dipankar, who need no introduction. Dipankar, large number of stories are waiting to be told, and vast number face rejection. What elements do you look for in a manuscript when it comes to you?
I think it's on. Looks like, yeah, it's on. Good morning, all of you, and it's a pleasure to be on stage at अभिव्यक्ति. आप सबका धन्यवाद, and it's a very nice morning, a nice wintry morning. To start with the question, when we pick up a manuscript, there are multiple elements that go into evaluating the manuscript. Some are hard-coded, or rather very specific, and a lot of it is also gray based on our assessment of the manuscript in terms of what is it and how it will do. So it's a combination of hard-coded factors and certain other elements that go into which are softer parameters. In terms of hard-coded parameters, what we look at is obviously the language, the writing. Second, what is the USP of the book, unique selling proposition. What is the author trying to communicate? Is that something new, never done before, never told before? Or is it something which has been told before but is being now narrated differently? Or it's something which is a regular part of the stories that we hear but presented slightly differently? So what makes it different from existing content, existing books? And thirdly, has the author been able to present it in a very nice narrative format? These are the three most important hard-coded parameters for selecting a book. Coming to the softer parameters, a lot also depends on the genre, the person looking at it. We all have our own somewhat choices. They are mild, they are hard, and we have our own, I would not say baggage, but due to lack of a better term, our pre-conditioned way of looking at content. And those are the softer elements that influence decision while picking up a manuscript.
So Dipankar, that was very interesting, but I have a little question here. Suppose you get a manuscript, the idea and concept is very nice. I mean, you feel there is an USP and it will sell. But what if the language and the flow is not so good? would you still be interested in picking up the script and working on it? Will your editors take on the script?
If the idea is exceptionally good and something which is never done before, then language and flow can be corrected. So it's like, again, as I said, it's a combination of parameters. You look at it from an overall perspective and you put weightage to all of these parameters and then decide कि अगर ये किताब इतनी अच्छी है कि पहले कभी नहीं बनी है, language को हम editor को पूछ कर improve कर सकते हैं. But अगर concept is not that good, the whole thing falls apart.
Thank you, Dipankar. My next question is to Vaishali. Vaishali, do you publish in other regional languages other than English? And tell us the publications that you do. Do you have a sizable number of authors approaching you all the time? What is it? What is the market like for literature and non-fiction? And I'm mentioning about other than English.
Hi, good morning. I am from Penguin Random House, India. I'm a publisher for Hindi and other languages as well. But I also commission into the mass market and the mind, body, spirit list. So just to give you a sense, I just want to continue from where Dipankar left, is that as Penguin, we put out at least 150 books per year. Which is about, comes to 30 to 40 books a month. And that is just one publisher. So you can understand that your chances of getting published will be better if you work more on your books. And that's what I keep stressing on it. Don't be in a hurry to get published. Make sure your book is good before you even send out a proposal to your publisher. And it is always advisable to first write your book, take opinions, speak to people, interact with your readers as much as possible before you send it out. So that you're very sure, because once you've received a rejection on your manuscript, nobody is going to pick up in that particular house. I think one of the other things that really helps authors is that if you visit a bookstore, be a reader first. Visit a bookstore and also look at all the publishers that are there. A lot of publishers, like Dipankar said, have preferences, right? And you need to see where your book fits in. A lot of people write to me and say that this book has never been written before, and that is an absurd statement to make. A lot of people say, oh, this book will go on to win the Booker Prize. How is it possible for anybody to be so confident when you're just writing your first book? And I think the more unsure you are, the better your product is, because then you're ready to make the changes, you're ready to think about it in a very, in a deeper sense. So don't be cocky about what you write and think that just because you have written something means it is going to get published. You have to explore the market and see what works, what doesn't work yourself. And then you know where you fit in. Say suppose you're looking at mass market and then you go and you see, there is HarperCollins there. Okay, they have written a book which is similar to what I've written. Okay, let me approach this editor. So approach it in that way so that you have less and less frustration and you feel less and less uninformed. There are also literary agents who look at your books. There are editors who are freelancing and editing your book. Just make sure that your voice is not lost in editing. That's all you need to do. So that's there. I publish in English and I publish both in Hindi as well. And we sell and buy rights for Indian languages. So Ganeep, if you can, you asked me a lot of questions, but I was still in the zone for what Dipankar was saying. So if you can just...
The last part was that do you prefer publishing books other than in English?
I just love publishing in different languages because I have read a lot of translations. I began my career with a translation and I feel that languages have so much more to offer. So yes, we want to publish in different languages, but we publish currently in Hindi and English because we don't have the editorial capacity to handle other languages. But we try and include a bit of Marathi in our publishing.
So the audience is now aware that those of us who are planning to write in Hindi, आपके पास में एक platform और है. तो आप अपनी हिंदी में भी अगर कुछ लिखते हैं, अपनी छोटी कहानियाँ या अपने बचपन की कुछ यादें आपके पास हैं, या आप कुछ भी लिखते हैं, तो आपके पास एक प्लेटफॉर्म आपके सामने है। इसके बाद किताब तो बन गई, किताब बनने के बाद में उसको मार्केटिंग करनी है। अब मार्केटिंग के लिए मैं मौशमी के पास जाऊंगी। सो मौशमी, कैन यू टेल अस व्हाट हैपन्स आफ्टर द बुक इज़ पब्लिश्ड? व्हाट डज योर टीम डू? And what is it that is an essence in a book, so that you know that the book is going to sell? And I'm sure, being a publisher, the moment the book comes to us and it's ready to be launched, the first thing the author is after our life is, मेरी किताब कहाँ कहाँ पे जाएगी, कैसे जाएगी और कितनी बिकेगी? आप इसको कैसे हैंडल करते हो?
Right, I would begin with something like, here an author, there an author, everywhere, authoresses and authors, yet not a reader to be found.
Thank you for saying that.
Right, so this is the situation today. We have more writers than readers. So we have to reach people, right? So where I focus now, the traditional marketing strategies have been overshadowed by online presence. You have to make yourself present among the readers. You should know who are your target readers. आप किसके लिए लिख रहे हैं? And first and foremost, you have to write a good book. Your content should be good. कभी कभी हम ऐसे भी किताबें मार्केट में हमें मिल जाते हैं। आप when do we buy a book? We read the blurb first. जब blurb में ही language errors होंगे, ठीक है, आप अपने दोस्तों को बोलेंगे खरीदने के लिए, they will buy, but where is the end? Your friends will buy, and there is a limit when the people will read the blurb, and when you find language errors in the books and in the blurb, then there is an obstacle. So you need to edit your book. You have to approach a good editor. All right, make it flawless and then send across, because nowadays we know there are so many publication houses and self-publishing is on trend. So your book will be accepted by someone or the other today. But again, reach. कौन पढ़ेगा, कितना बिकेगा? And first of all, a newcomer, a budding author, publishes his or her book. Next question, royalty कितनी मिलेगी? Alright, यही सवाल होता है, royalty कब मिलेगी, कैसे मिलेगी? Royalty, how will we get? How many books are sold? Now, one publication house has innumerable books. It is not possible for the publisher to reply on WhatsApp or keep you, informing about your sales. There is a rule. Alright, we send sales report. So there is a rule. You should know. First of all, you should make your book reach, and for that, the strategies you have to, online presence nowadays is very, very important. You have to make yourself visible to the targeted audience. First of all, you should know who is your audience. Then you make yourself visible. Start blogging, start writing, so that people know that you are writing a book. If I have written a book and nobody knows that because nobody knows I am a writer, then who will buy my book? पहले आपको decide करना पड़ेगा who is your audience. Alright, then you make yourself present, visible. Then promote your books. A publisher will promote your book to a level, because there are so many books. For how long a publisher will keep promoting your book? Maybe for a month. After a month, you have to take the lead. You cannot sit silently that the publishers are working, the marketing teams are working. And everything today, nothing is hidden. There are PRs, there are organizations, there are companies coming up to market your book. All right? So do not just run after the royalty. First of all, you have to work on your marketing strategies. Secondly, what I do is when we publish a book, first of all, I do not publish anything and everything. I have drawn a line, because being an editor myself, I have worked for many publication houses as an editor. So I do not accept all the scripts. I have drawn a line. Only the content which I think should be published should be published. All right? Then we launch. Nowadays, after this pandemic, we are really avoiding, the launches. We are more welcoming virtual launch. So we are launching the book, and we are making the launch event. We are inviting personalities, laureates and all.
Most
and
of
we are
us have
launching.
gone actually virtual, during the COVID times, and that I agree with you, Moshmi. However, I feel is that, an author is equally involved in promoting his or her own book. And we all agree on that aspect, that it's a hand-in-glove process. I, as a publisher, cannot promote the book alone. The author has to be involved at every step of time. The author has to do it.
You make your page, Facebook page, or Insta page, or LinkedIn, all right, and promote your book and make it rich. Then you proceed. Then you ask the publisher.
Thanks, Moshmi. Trisha, you are looking after Niyogi Books, and we had a wonderful event yesterday also. I would like you to just highlight, taking it forward from Moshmi, how do you handle marketing at your end? And there is a little sensitive aspect that most of the authors come after me is influencers in the market. People who highlight, promote your book at cost. They charge services and they promote your books. And what is your take on it?
Thank you for that question. Am I audible? First of all, marketing begins as soon as we commission a book. It's the content which is most important for marketing any book. And I think my colleagues here have already spoken about the content in depth. So I'm not going to go there. But another very important aspect of marketing today is the cover. We always say, do not judge the book by its cover, but it is happening. And but still, it's important because covers are also aesthetically presenting your book. So pay attention to your covers as well. Whenever you design, whenever you work with your publishers, pay attention to the cover as well. And as Mausumi just said that, and ma'am also just said, that authors have to be equally involved. It's actually both publishers and authors need to work together to promote a book. Now we understand that all authors do not have the same ability to or the exposure to market a book. That is where a publisher can give direction as well. But at the end of the day, it is the initiative of the author which makes a huge difference to a book. I think I'm losing my voice.
No,
now let's come to social media, which is the new...
You can hold my mic.
Hello? Yeah, I think this is better. Let's come to social media. Now, marketing a book doesn't happen only on social media. It's a 360-degree process. It has to happen everywhere, on ground, offline, online, social media, other digital platforms, everything. But over the last couple of years, you have seen that social media has become an overarching avenue for promoting a book. But just let me tell you one story which happened a couple of days ago. I asked one of my fellow readers in a book club, "Kal kitab padhi kya?" So, to that the reply came, "Nahi yaar, kal Instagram mein 2 kilometer swipe ho gaya." Though 2 hours, and it's not a problem that they don't read. It's just that we are competing with social media for our reading time as well. But that's the irony. We also need social media to promote our books. But I haven't seen a direct impact on sales through social media, but it's a very important aspect as well, because as we say in marketing, a reader needs to see the book at least 7 times, to make a choice. And mind you, that's not a sale. That's just you're contemplating to even buy that book to read. So social media is very important, and collaborations and partnerships are the way forward. And I see a lot of bookstores, a lot of special platforms like the Indian Novels Collective and Purple Pencil Project. They work specifically on Indian literature, promoting Indian literature and translations as well. So similarly, there are a lot of platforms where publishers and authors can collaborate and go about promoting their books as well.
Thanks, Trisha. That was an insight, and we all agree. किताब तो publish हो गई, अब उसके बाद क्या करना है? Author ने क्या करना है और distributor ने क्या करना है? पूरी team ने क्या करना है? वो भी हमें पता चल गया. अब आपको एक नए interesting topic पे ले चलते हैं, blogging. This is the new state of art these days. People prefer their own, blogging forums. People like to voice their thoughts on different platforms. And we have Aditi with us, who is a prolific blogger. Besides being an author of published books and a writer, she blogs and she loves blogging. Is it a personal platform? How would you feel if I approach you and I ask you that, I would like to publish your blogs? Do you have that kind of an insight, or do you do that in your, have you ever done it?
Thank you for that question, and good morning, everyone. So I will just take a step back from there. Blogging मैंने शुरू की थी 2007 में. That time blogging was it wasn't very mainstream. So obviously people were writing a lot, and blogs were getting, like Moshmi said, we had readers. We were few of us who were writing and putting our lives out there, and we had readers. उसके बाद blogging became microblogging. Nobody with the kind of social media attention, space that social media is taking attention from all of us. इतना ज़्यादा blogging long form content is nobody's reading is what studies say. So when I say it, इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आप 1200 words का कुछ एक blogspot पे या medium पे जाके लिख रहे हो, nobody's reading the entire thing, because they're reading Twitter threads, or they're reading Instagram captions, or not even captions, they're reading reels or watching visual content. So in my time, in olden times, yes, blogging was very cool. When I published my first book, I would like to plug in the name here. It's called Soldier and Spice, An Army Wife's Life. I got the confidence to do that because I was blogging for years, and I thought because I had readers, I knew that ये 15 लोग तो पढ़ ही लेंगे. You know what? I knew that I had a reader base, and I knew that my fraternity, army wives who I was writing about, will definitely enjoy it. So yes, I agree with all the publishers here, that I knew my reader, I knew who I was writing for. Blogging gave me the confidence to do that. But then I moved on to other platforms like, microblogging or something else. So I would not say that blogging could get you there. And I know of authors जिनका blog से book publish हुआ है. So there are a few authors, but that is mostly in the US that happened, and in India I think there are just a couple of them. Jay Arjun Singh was one of them, who was writing about, Meenakshi Reddy Madhavan was one of them, who was writing amazing blogs, and her blog she got a book deal because of blog. This is what I've read. Right now, I think you need to create a brand, like she mentioned, like all of you guys mentioned, and you make sure you have a reader base somewhere. If it's Twitter, great. If it's your blog, if somebody's reading it, amazing. If it's Instagram, why not? Because visual content like book talk, TikTok's gotten banned, but book talk was a huge category. Instagram Reels has an entire hashtag Bookstagram right now. So, there are people putting on great content, which, like you said, 7 times if people have seen one book by 7 Bookstagrammers, I'm going to say that, let me try this book out. Let me at least go and check the cover out and blurb out and see what is this about. So, and the next part of your question, if somebody comes to me after my blog is dead now, I'm sorry, but it's still there. I've not been writing as much. But if somebody comes to me from Twitter or Instagram saying, hey, I like your point of view, would you want to do more? I would definitely be honored and would do it. But then, is there merit in publishing the same content that's out there in a book? I don't think so. So maybe you want to innovate and do something more because it's already out there. So that is what I think.
Thank you so much. I also happen to publish a blog by Major General Harsha Kakkar, who's got a fan following, and he came up to me and asked me, he said, would you like to publish my blogs? So when we went into it, we saw the blogs were not just 1, 2, 3, 4, they were in hundreds. So what we did was we tried to help him by compiling them, and they were mostly related to current affairs and military affairs. So for the common man to understand our point of view, that was an excellent work that we introduced, so that the people who are preparing for the civil services or their staff college exams, they can pick up those books, and they did very well. So we also experimented with it, but however, she is right. Not many of us can convert them into books.
This makes me think of how genres also are important, right? So for something like a military stat or something,
Yes.
it might be very, very cool. But if you're writing fiction, people have read it.
I totally agree. So Dipankar, coming to you back again, how do you grapple with the declining interest with the other medium coming into, we've got e-books, we've got Kindle, we've got other platforms to go through. How do you grapple with this? There is a decline in reading. I happen to, have a lot of school children visiting my stall yesterday, and I was so happy. Children were actually picking up books. So how do you grapple with that?
First of all, am I audible? Okay, now I'm audible. So, mic काफी close है वैसे. So, I don't believe reading is declining. I just feel reading is shifting platforms and patterns. पढ़ते तो हम हमेशा ही रहते हैं. कुछ नहीं तो सोशल मीडिया का फीड ही पढ़ते रहते हैं हम लोग. So, reading is not declining. If you are offering content that is relevant, which will interest readers, you will find readers. The problem that I feel right now is a problem of plenty, as she mentioned, Maushami mentioned this, that there are a lot of books available. So how does a reader make an informed decision or a choice? Now, I spoke about this a couple of days ago also on the same platform, that earlier the burden of choice would be with the publishing house, that they select the content and they present to it, and readers would typically have their favorite houses and they know, is house se yahi niklega, ye mera favorite hai, I will stick to that. But with the advent of self-publishing, it's become more democratic and anybody can publish. With that, the burden of choice is shifted from the publisher to the reader. So जब आपके पास बहुत options होते हैं, आप confuse हो जाते हो. Now that I think is a problem. How does a reader decide what to buy and what to invest their time in? And the more you help your reader make an informed and clear decision, the more you sell and the more you are the winner. So that is where all the mentioned points come in. Use these strategies to help your reader make an informed decision. आपका reader intelligent है, आपके reader में इतना sense है कि वो समझ जाए कि ये मेरे को पसंद आएगा, ये नहीं आएगा. So that's how you go. In marketing language, we call it segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So you find the segment, target your audience, and position it in their mind.
Thank you so much, Dipankar. A quick question: what is the kind of fear in the authors? When they approach you, you're the first-time authors. What is the fear in their mind?
Eat them up.
They must be, asking you some questions when they submit a manuscript, and they are in that waiting process which we called कि आज मुझे call आएगा, कल मुझे call आएगा. I'm sure they must be hounding you quite a lot कि मेरी manuscript का क्या हुआ? So what exactly happens?
You have to read a Twitter timeline for that.
Oh God, now I can't say anything which is nicer. Yes, yes. I mean, we do, and I think everyone who is in publishing, because the publishing world is very small, and most people are not very communicative. So what happens is that half the people don't know what's happening, and if there was a process to publish a book, what is the process to follow? So there are a lot of questions, there are a lot of queries that come in, there are a lot of submissions that happen, and it takes time. It takes time for editors to come back, and sometimes the wait can be as long as 6 months for you. And a lot of times people make multiple submissions and they don't get responses till 6 months, and it's very frustrating, I understand that. But I think it's always important to connect personally with an editor. That's what I've seen that grabs their attention. You can also go through an agent if you want, because agents are very close to publishers. We meet on regular basis and we have regular communication, and if an agent refers your book to us, we do take a look at it more than we look at unsolicited submissions. But there is a process in every publishing house to handle unsolicited manuscripts. And to be honest, I started my career publishing only first-time authors. And I have a huge repertoire of writers who wrote for the first time. I started this imprint called Penguin Metro Reads, which had to do with simple but very, very interesting stories. And we did publish an army story with Bhavna Chauhan called Where Girls Dare. And it did fairly well and people enjoyed it. But now there is one issue that any first-time author will face, is that there are just too many books. I remember that when we started, it was so much easier. We would put out a book and it would sell 10,000 copies. And now we struggle at times, with certain genres that have been overpublished. I was speaking to this editor at Penguin UK as well, and he said, okay, one genre starts working. Say, suppose an army story starts working. Every publisher will publish it. And there'll be so many books in the market, then people have this, readers will have a fatigue about it. For instance, writing relationship stories or romances, you don't see that book move as much. So I feel that we just keep moving from genre to genre, and then one time mythology was such a big interest. Now history is a big interest. One genre that keeps on working is current affairs. People do love to, and I think that is a genre that has been working for many years now, because people want to understand political and historical backgrounds. They want to know how it relates to present times and all those things. So I think it depends on which age you're living in. And we do get a lot of queries, and I do try and sort out a lot of queries, but it's very important that you know something before you go in for publishing, because sometimes you get very, very rudimentary queries. Very, very, hey, I have written a book, will you publish it? This is my job. If you have a book, please send it. So if you send me 3 queries like that on an email, for me it's very difficult to respond to that sort of a query, because I do not have that kind of time to sit and do it. I would rather, if you sent a manuscript, I'd rather spend time reading that manuscript instead of wasting my time looking at your small queries. So Google is not a bad idea. We Google everything. We go on to, it might be a good idea to, just connect with, there are lots of editors now on social media putting out a lot of things. They do give out a lot of information. I'm there on Instagram, and this is not to promote my social media, but I'm telling you that I do make an effort to reach out to the first-time writers or people who are looking to publish. And a lot of people will write about what they publish, what is the process you have to follow. So just read up all of that and don't make small queries or small inquiries, because it's exactly like any other business, that there is a lot of emails coming in, and now with the lockdown, everybody is just, there is so much fatigue that it is unbelievable. So don't come up with small queries. Make your mind on what you want to do, visit a bookstore, put it all together for yourself first before you start asking very, very small queries. But we do tend to answer questions from writers if we get, at least some of them we try to.
Thank you so much. Trisha would like to just add on to the ebooks that Dipankar was just discussing about.
Yeah, apart from self-publishing, what he's already mentioned, I believe that ebooks, audiobooks are not leading to decline of the print books, but in India, because we believe in touch and feel.
Touch and feel.
And it's not just India, I think globally that's the trend. The print
we love
book
the smell of the books.
Yes. A bibliophile will smell look at it in depth, then turn around, sleep with the book and things like that. So print books are not going to die. I think there is a certain resilience with the print books, but e-books have become necessary because there are a lot of people who now also read on platforms. So e-books are necessary, and audiobooks are actually doing, we can see through data that the desire to listen to audiobooks is also growing. And post-lockdown, we've seen podcasting also start up, and everything taking up a lot of our attention and time as well. So yeah, that's a necessary thing that we have to do for our books as well.
I want to give an army example. I was talking to somebody today morning itself, and she mentioned a very interesting point that her son is an avid reader, but in the academy you're not allowed to keep your lights on after a certain time.
That's true. That's
so
true.
what he used to do is, under the blanket
he would open the book.
Not the book, but on a certain device that she mentioned, and scroll on it. And a lot of them, when they keep moving, they can't carry the paperbacks all along. So now a lot of people who have a traveling job or keep moving around, Kindle is very effective.
For them to, read
so
on
we would have lost that market if we did not have ebooks. So that's not taking away from the print books, but adding another layer of market to it.
Actually, to all the writers, you need to be a reader first. If you do not read, how can you expect others to read you? So be a reader first. Pick up a book when you visit a bookstall or even in the fest. All right? Then you will realize the importance of readers,
So Maushmi, I would like to add to it that it's a vicious circle. मैं किताब प्रिंट करके क्या करूँगी जब कोई पढ़ने वाला ही नहीं होगा. आपको पढ़ना है, आप किताब पब्लिश कर रहे हैं, तो कोई पढ़ने वाला होना चाहिए. और कोई पढ़ने वाला होना चाहिए तो आगे से औरों को बताने वाला होना चाहिए. It's like a chain reaction. And a book cannot work on its own. It has to travel. That's what we say in our industry. It's called traveling. So आप किताब को छाप लेंगे पर उसके बाद क्या करेंगे अगर उसे पढ़ेगा नहीं कोई. So the current generation has to be sort of the current generation or the younger generation, as we say. We must encourage them. So I would like to throw open, the questions for our panelists from the audience, please. Do you need a mic?
Ma'am, you spoke about different genres coming and going in the market. Like at one point you said there was...
Not going, becoming a vogue.
Becoming a vogue.
Yeah.
So what is it that you would define today being in vogue in terms of publishing? What are you publishing and what are people reading as of now?
For the pandemic, I feel, and during these times, one of the genres that really works is self-help. I published Sadhguru's books, I published Gaur Gopal Das, and they have been constant bestsellers. We also publish a lot of books on politics and history, those do well. And then a little bit of fiction, a certain kind of fiction is working. Yeah.
I have a question for you as well. So I'm asking about the books which are academic in nature and reference books. When you approach a publishing house, they give you a concept form which you fill up to explain the concept of your book, the bibliography that you have used and the chapters and all of that. So I have been trying to approach many publishers for my own book, and I just want to know what is that one tip you would give me to ensure that my concept note that I write to the publisher is accepted and it's not just limited to explaining the, about the book in a very layman language. Thank you.
This would be for academic publishers, I believe. So I think that you need to really see where your book fits into that academic space. If you have found, say, suppose there are, I don't know what concept you are writing on, but if you look at the books in the same category, where is your book, which space is your book filling in? You have more chances of If there is a book based on a certain concept of weather, let's say we're talking about climate, if there are already books there on that particular topic, then the publisher is less likely to look at your book. But if you come up with a concept which is polemic, which talks differently about the same subject, or brings out an idea which catches the eye of the publisher, okay, this is what I don't have in climate change. For instance, I am publishing a book by a couple who owns a private forest in Kodagu district, Sai Sanctuary. And there are a lot of books on climate change, but when I am talking to my marketing person, what I'm telling them is that this is not just a concept about saving trees or growing more forest or things like that, but it's about looking at the whole thing as a biosphere. That you cannot just pick up a tree and you cannot plant it elsewhere and think that it will have the same results. It is created in a certain way. The whole nature has a cascading effect if you remove one piece from that puzzle. So that sort of thing. So, you have to think of a USP that your book has for the publisher to catch the eye. And it might be a good exercise for you to work out a title and a subtitle for the book before you send it across, so they know exactly what you're looking at. Excuse me. I hope that helps. I'm not an academic publisher. This is just an educated guess.
Another question, please. If you could explain what is self-publication. It came up during, this word came up during the discussion. So I'd just like to understand what is self-publication.
So self-publish, may I take that, or Dipankar? Go ahead. Both of us will take that question. Dipankar can take it after me. So self-publishing is a concept where you publish your books yourself. So there are different packages that every publishing house has. We all have an imprint dedicated just to self-publishing, and there are publishing houses that are only self-publishers. So where you pay a certain amount of money and you get the services that you pay for. So you can get editorial services, you can get marketing, you can take the whole package depending on what you are looking at doing.
Another question, please.
I just want to add one point there. Publishing is a commercial venture. If publishers don't earn money, they will not put money in any project. When you are taking a book to a publisher, it will either make money for them or it will not make money for them. If it makes money for them, it goes in the traditional route, जिसमें publisher पैसा लगाकर पैसा earn करेगा. But if it doesn't make money, if the commercial sense is not existing, किताबें नहीं बिकने वाली हैं, they will come back and tell you it is not going to work and it's a rejection. In which case, you may choose to use your own money to invest in the book. Risk आपका हो जाता है, publisher का नहीं. So the basic difference in traditional versus self is who takes the risk of publishing that book.
I would just like to differ from you, Dipankar, because I'm not sure every publisher is just looking for a profit when they're publishing a book. For instance, I published a book on the Upar tragedy. I didn't expect, it was very small market that we are looking at. We knew that only people in Delhi know about the tragedy, but it was a cause that I wanted to talk about. So not every book is a commercial venture in that sense. Another thing, I think self-publishing, when you were talking about that, I think I wanted to make a point which I have forgotten. So when it comes to me, I will come back on that. But yeah, if you are self-publishing, make sure that you know who you are speaking to. Only go for people who are credible. A lot of people have ended up with very bad production quality or don't have, they never supply the books on time.
I would agree to this.
And
I would agree.
You end up putting in a lot of money. A lot of people self-publish, yes, that's the point I wanted to make. A lot of people self-publish because they think if they make it big, then they can get into mainstream publishing also. I don't know what that is. If in my career of 13 years, I have literally never seen anybody who has self-published get that book published again by a publisher. So even if you end up with a small publisher, it's fine. I would not suggest going that route in case you're looking at publishing in the mainstream.
One thing is very important, self-publishing. You need to get your book edited. Many self-publishers, they won't edit your book, they will just publish. Please make sure that you are connected with the editorial team and get your book edited before it is printed. That is very important.
So we have another question here. Yeah, we just wanted to touch upon that topic. So Trisha, who would like to take? Okay, so Moshmi would like to just highlight on ghostwriting.
I'm sure many of us army wives have been approached for ghostwriting by many eminent writers and publishing houses. How does that work in our benefit as a published writer if we are looking at getting published later?
I have been a ghostwriter since 8 years. I'm writing books for many people, I cannot name them. Because there is an agreement, we cannot name them. Ghostwriters are generally, for example, I began my career as a journalist, then a columnist, all right, then an editor for various publication houses, an author of 8 books, and now my own Griffin publication. Now, as a ghostwriter, when people started reading my columns, so we have our own, email IDs there, and I'm also socially very active on social media platforms and all. And when I have written books or I'm writing books and I'm editing books, many such people approach you. For example, my first book, an entrepreneur from Bangalore, I won't name him, he approached, will you write my book? So there is an agreement, only 2 people will know, the writer and the client. All right, and there is a, that's it, and the fixed amount. You write, and publishing is not your headache. If you are a ghostwriter, you will just write his book, all right, and send him across with the agreement signed, and then publishing is his headache. You don't have to think about publishing, because your duty is to write and give it to him.
But to add to that, if you've done ghostwriting, you actually know what the publishers want, if they're okay with it, if they're happy with it. So you're actually working on your own writing skills. So that's an experience that you gain. It's not a complete loss for even doing a ghostwriting and not getting your name. Perhaps when you write your book later on, you actually know what is desirable in a manuscript.
Ghostwriting brings you money, that's it.
Yeah, but also you can't get fiction ghost written. Please don't do that.
Yeah, you can't.
I had this. You know why I was laughing? Because I had this hilarious incident to relate where I was at a party and a person kept on. He came to know that I was an editor, and he kept on circling me. And then after everyone had left, he came to me and he said, "Listen, I have got like these 3 great concepts. Will you write the book?"
Oh my God.
So it's, that was really hilarious because
I think we get these requests very often that it's like a 1 para idea. Please help me write the book.
Yeah. So the ghostwriting part has been tackled very well so far. We have just time for just one last question, please. Yes, please.
Am I audible? Good morning. My question for Vaishali. My question for Vaishali. Ma'am, the last 10 years or so have shown that writing is not the domain of only, say, well-known writers. And social media has thrown up many talented and yet unknown writers who are just looking for a platform to amplify their voices so that they are heard a little louder. Yet, Penguin Publishing House, which is a very renowned and a well-established one, it is seen that they publish only the well-known, well-established writers who are commercially viable. So how can we support and nurture the new writers? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting insight. I request you to answer that.
I'm waiting to ask a question.
Yeah. So I think I feel what you are saying is more of a perception because. How we judge anything. See, of course, you are in the business, right? So you are going to publish popular authors. You are going to publish people who have. But as I was mentioning, I started my career with relatively unknown writers. In fact, they weren't writers at all. The first 3 books that I did, the first 3 books that I published for Penguin were completely unknown people. So we do actually look at people who are not established. But one of the things that happens is that because there are so many, people are constantly being bombarded with so much information, the relatively unknown writers take a lot of time to build up. It takes a lot of time. You know that Rachna Bisht, when she started, it was a relatively small market, but now everybody knows her name. So it takes a while for everyone to grow. It doesn't happen overnight in every case. And as editors, it's our job to look for writers, right? But if I cannot champion a particular writer, then I don't pick them up. Or if I feel that it's too much hard work for me, or I might have any other personal thinking in terms of my profile that okay, I'm not able to take up this person. But most editors keep looking. Otherwise, how would you see so many writers grow? Otherwise, the pool of writers would not have grown, right? Now you can say so many people are getting published. And also, not only that, it's a great time to be a writer because there are just so many avenues to publish. And there are so many ways in which you can publish. You can do a Twitter thread, from a Twitter thread to a 500 or 1,000 page book. There is just so much in between for people to do. So they are not dependent on any publishing house for it. But the thing that worries me is the quality of writing. That is what I would worry about. So as an editor, I don't worry about whether it's grammatically correct. But if the content is not strong, then for me it's very difficult to take that up. As we also worry about how much strength our publishing house has to take a particular author from 0 to 100. If I cannot do it, then I will not pick it up, for sure. So that is particular editors and not just a publishing house.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would just wind up today's panel discussion by summing it up. The book is in your mind, in your heart, in your dream. The manuscript is within you. Most of us who are sitting here have already probably decided to pen down a few lines. Go home, think about it. Today's panel discussion has actually brought forward to you all that we are there for you. We are ready to publish your written dreams. And do not hesitate to even go beyond the ordinary. We all have authors inside us which are just waiting to be tapped. There is a story which begins right from the time when we are born, and it ends with us. So follow your heart, follow your dreams, and do pen down your thoughts and publish them with all of us. We are there for you. Thank you so much, and thank you to our panelists. Thank you for sparing your time.
For such an informative discussion. It definitely answered a lot of questions. Can I please request the panelists to now step down and accept a token of gratitude from President AWWA, Mrs. Naravne. Also, can I please request Mrs. Savi to come forward as well. Thank you, Mrs. Naravne, and once again, thank you to all the panelists. Nelson Mandela ने कहा था, history will judge us by the difference we make in the everyday lives of children. Taking a note from that, it is now time for a very relevant, however unfortunately rarely discussed topic, literature for children who have gone through trauma by Mrs. Shailja Nair. Mrs. Nair is a financial journalist and an award-winning author rolled in one. Please welcome her on the stage.
Mic check.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, because it's now past 12. So I'd rather not sit. I'd rather talk to you. And as you can see, I'm not going to be using notes or anything. I'm just going to speak to you. And you're welcome to interrupt me anytime. We are not going to wait for a question answer session. Feel free to raise your hand and ask me anything you want anytime it rises in your mind, okay? So I'm Shailja Nair. I'm a journalist for about 40 years now, 36 years actually. I've been an author for as long, except for a almost 10-year break in between, but due to circumstances. But otherwise, I've been writing for children for as long. I do write for adults too, but it's children's writing that I really enjoy. And so as I said, I've been a journalist for 40 years. I've been through everything. You know, seen the Khalistan movement, seen all the terrorism that's happened. For 20 years, I was abroad. So I was a financial journalist. I've seen the markets collapse. I've seen the markets come back. I've seen oil prices hit $145 a barrel, seen it plummet to $15 a barrel. So seen all this. Now, everything that we go through, is traumatic at some time or the other. But then what happens is, as adults, we probably have more resilience. It is not easy, but we do have more resilience just because of the fact that we have experienced life. When it comes to children, it is a different ball game altogether. What happens is children also go through trauma, and especially in the current scenario where we are going through a pandemic, it is very relevant because children are suffering in various ways. It is not only the grief of losing people, losing grandparents, parents, siblings, all this has happened during the pandemic. But apart from that, children also go through trauma because of, say, bullying or losing a peer member. And just now what's happening is there is no security net because they are not going to school. They're not meeting their friends. So as a result, what happens is that literature is something that can help children deal with what they are going through. And also literature becomes another way for adults to help children cope, because we have to deal with all these children. Oh, okay. I hope you guys didn't miss all the golden words that I was speaking just now. Anyway, literature becomes really relevant. So when it comes to writing for children and writing stories that will help them cope with trauma, there are certain things that we keep in mind as authors. One of the things is that children, as I said, they live in an immediate world. Even otherwise, I mean, when the child asks you for a biscuit, and you say you'll get a biscuit after dinner, they are not very happy, they don't care. They don't even see a period after dinner. For them, today and this minute is the most important and most relevant part of their lives. If they want a biscuit, they want it now. When it comes to trauma, it is the same thing. What they are going through is immediate. But they don't think about, okay, this will become better 6 months from now. That is not a period that even rises in a child's mind. And you can see this in literature. Like this, we have been seeing this dealt with authors on various levels, right from Dickens, Shakespeare, everybody, they do deal with trauma for children too. But just now what has happened is that we are more aware. And because we are more aware, there are studies that have been done. There are psychoanalysts who give their viewpoints. There is data. As a result, we know what works and what doesn't work. And because of this, there has become a whole genre of literature that is now coming out, where authors are actually writing books that will help children cope with whatever trauma they are going through. And in some books, and this is, like I said, think of Great Expectations. Think about David Copperfield. Think about Harry Potter. It has gone through all these various things that we've seen. Now, when it comes to things that are absolutely apparent, mostly it is grief that we know, we accept, and we talk about it, we write about it. But as I said, the other things, like for a child, you think about your own childhood. When you went to school, what was the most traumatic thing that you could go through? It is, one, that you might not get good marks in your test, and that in the class, when the teacher reads out the marks, that you probably have failed. It's a trauma. Bullying. How many times you feel that you don't want to go to school because of what is happening. That is a trauma. And when we write about literature for children who have gone through all this, then the relevant things we put in place is, one, bring in whatever the thing, like if suppose I am writing a story, first of all, I have to think about a concept. The concept can come from anywhere. For instance, one of the stories I wrote came from the concept that my son used to play Xbox games. And he used to keep playing this game called Halo, which I think the latest version has just come out and it's a huge hit, etc. So this game had a most irritating voiceover that said, you won the lead, you lost the lead, you won the lead, you lost the lead, and this goes on. So I would listen to this all through the day while he was playing the game. So using that, I wrote a story which was about this boy who is only 14 years old, and he's lost his father in an accident, and in a car accident, and in the same accident his sister has got hurt and she is now confined to a wheelchair, though it is supposed to be temporary, but she's still confined to a wheelchair, and he has to go for an Xbox competition. But he can't go and practice because his mom has asked him to stay home and be there while the doctor comes to check up on his sister. So he's raging against the world. And using this, I created the story where the brother and sister ultimately come together over a Xbox game, and they together learn to deal with the loss of their father. So what I mean is that you can take any event as an author, take any event, but then see how it can be used to write a story that a child can relate to, going through a trauma that the child might be going through, or there is a tendency or there is a likelihood that it can happen. And use that and then create. But always remember, there has to be a conclusion that is upbeat. It has to look forward, because that is what the children are looking for. And that is what will build the resilience in them. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, I must be incredibly clear. But okay, to go on with that. Now, some of the things that we do keep in mind as an author is also that if we are writing suppose it's a book. The book will have various sections, and you do have, now a book progresses because of events that will happen. The events can be something that can be traumatic as well. So if you are going to bring them in, of course you knit it well with what you are writing, with the entire story. But at the same time, when it comes to a trauma event that you deal with, see that it works well not only in the story, but also as a standalone, where it can help any child who has gone through a similar event or a circumstance. And this is where I'll again bring back Dickens, because when Dickens used David Copperfield's trauma as a child, all of us remember it. And I remember I myself as a child couldn't go beyond the place where he loses his mother. You know, I'd be so consumed at the thought that if my mother was not there, what would happen to me, that I couldn't go beyond the book till ultimately my mom took the book and read that whole section and moved on so that I could continue to read the book. So that is how traumatic an event in a book can be, even if a child has not gone through it. So keep that in mind, but at the same time, the closer the emotions are to what you have gone through, the better it comes out in your writing. So as an author, you'll be able to bring out all those emotions in the reader. And in a child reader, in a young reader, that is even more relevant. Another thing that happens is, like for instance, when it comes to really, really young children, that is children who are actually in the picture book stage, they do go through trauma too. And in current world, what we look at is, we also talk about, say, sexual encounters that might happen, you know, anything that can happen to a child. So there are picture books now that deal with what the child may go through. Like, for instance, there is the book that's called The Bad Touch. And that is a picture book. It is for below 5-year-olds. But the thing is that when it helps the child not only be aware of the fact that there are certain things you tell your mother, certain things you don't. I mean, that actually there's nothing that a small child will not tell his or her mother. So, but what the child should tell. But more than that is, a child who has gone through it, this becomes an avenue for the child to communicate. Small children cannot communicate everything. So literature becomes a medium through which the children can communicate with adults. For instance, International Board on Books for the Young, which is the global body that looks at children's literature, they actually now have a competition for books that only use illustrations, no words at all, because they become universal. And many of these books also deal with topics that are traumatic for children. And this becomes very helpful, because when it comes to, you think of it, you know, when you, as a child, when you look at a picture book, what are the things that you look at? You look at whatever emotions that go through your mind. I remember that my son, when he was very, very small, he was barely 2 years old, and we had gone for a holiday, and just he and I had gone to my friend's place, and he didn't realize that we are not going back home. We had gone from Delhi to Pune. So he didn't realize that we are not going back home in the evening. And suddenly he came in tears and he said, you know, Mama, Isha says that we are not going home. He thought we had moved lock, stock and barrel from Delhi to Pune, that we were never going to go back, so he is never going to see his grandmother again. So I tried to explain to him, showed him the ticket, the return ticket, etc. But what I noticed was, the 2 weeks that we were there, he clutched to himself the fairy tale, which was The Little Matchmaker, which is a Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale. The thing was, the big picture on the cover of that book was of the grandmother. And he just clutched it, he slept with it, he kept it next to him during meal times, everything. He kept holding, that was like his comfort blanket, till we left Pune. Once we were back in Delhi and he saw his grandmother again, he never looked at that book again. So these are the sort of things that actually affect the children. There's another book that I know that has become very, very, it's like not just popular, it's a favorite with children, and it's called Lalu or Pilu. Now, Lalu or Pilu is a picture book which has just one sentence on each page. it's about a hen and 2 chickens. Says एक का नाम लालू था, उसको लाल चीज़ें पसंद थी, एक का नाम पीलू था, उसको पीली चीज़ें पसंद थी. लालू ने मिर्च देखा, उसने मिर्च खा लिया, वो रोने लगा. पीलू भाग के गया, एक पीस पीली गुड़ का ले आया और लालू को दे दी. And that's all. But children love this. Now this is not, if you look at it, it's not really a trauma. But think of it in the from the point of view of that little chicken who is like hopping with pain because he's eaten a red chili. And I think that is why it is a popular book with children, because they can relate to the fact that if there is some discomfort that happens, you need someone else to give you comfort. And that is probably why that particular book, which was brought out, I think, by Ratna Sagar, it's gone into umpteen editions. It's a book about 10 pages, that's it. And it's not even a big picture book, it's only about this big. I have given it to almost every child I know, and I don't know even one child who does not like it. And in fact, it becomes such a thing that at once it was, again, my son's birthday party, and I used this book as a going-away gift. It was his second or third birthday party. And he was very worried. He thought I was giving away his book. So I had to show him that, no, your book is safe. These are new books that I have got to be given to the other children. Otherwise, he was busy taking back every book from every guest that he had. So they become very possessive about these books. Now, this is another thing that becomes relevant when it comes to children who are going through trauma or who have undergone trauma. One of the things is when it comes to children who are sick, for instance. So when I was in Germany on a fellowship, so we had gone to this hospital, and this is a long time ago, around 93, 94. And what the German hospitals used to do was that in the children's wards, they would have a trolley, a person. There was a librarian who would go with a trolley with books. And she would actually go from bed to bed. And these books were all hardbound because they had to be disinfected, etc. So they were all hardbound copies. And she said that one of the things that they had noticed was children always choose books which are actually written for an age group that is younger. When it comes to children who are ill, especially children who are terminally ill, who have cancer, etc. So an 8-year-old will pick up a book that's written for a 6-year-old. A 10-year-old will pick up a book that's written for an 8-year-old. And when they looked at it, so one of the things that a psychoanalyst told me when I brought this up in an interview was that it was probably because they are looking back at a stage when they were not ill, when they were happy. If you look at yourself, think about yourself. How many of us read the books that we loved as children? I do. I can see quite a few hands, right? And we enjoy them still. They are not written for our age group. I mean, I'm 60. I'm certainly not reading a Chalet School written for a 60-year-old. I'm reading a Chalet School book that is meant for a 10 or 11 or at the most a 12-year-old. And I enjoy it because it takes me back to a stage when I had nothing to worry about. Who cared whether the world had a pandemic? Who cared whether you got a job? Who cared whether you had, I mean, you didn't even know about financial troubles. So it takes me back to a stage. Doesn't mean that there were no troubles. You still remember children. So when you deal with children, don't think that they have no problems. They do have problems, but they are not the problems that we look at as important. But that does not make it unimportant. And that is where, when writing for children, these things you keep in mind. Another thing that I would like to bring about is, especially in the current scenario, which is the COVID pandemic, is one of the things I brought out was that children have lost that security net, right? Another thing that I have noticed, especially with the small children, you know, children who were about 4 or 5 when the pandemic began, so now they are 6 or 7, I mean they're 7 or 8, because 2 years we've been almost under lockdown, right? So they're 7 or 8 and they haven't gone to school. they are incredibly clingy as a result. They don't want whoever the caregiver is, usually the mother, they don't want their mother to move out of their line of vision even for 5 minutes. I know a neighbor of mine, her son is going through this. He was 5, he is now 7, and she can't even come to my balcony. Immediately he say the dog is barking, the dog is pooping, or somebody has come, or I am hungry, I need to study, I have homework. All this comes as soon as his mother is out of his line of vision. And it's not even that she's gone for very long, it's this line of vision. This is something that we need to again deal with when we write for children in the future. Like if you're writing in the next couple of years for children, these are some of the things that we have to deal with. Because it is going to take time for these children to again become independent and become children the way we saw children. That is somebody who goes out with their friends, but 7-year-olds usually do not want their parents around all the time. But that is not what is happening nowadays. So we have to change the sort of stories we write for children, keeping this in mind. This also means that there are a lot of opportunities for you as authors, because we need a whole plethora of literature to be written to deal with the pandemic. The last pandemic that the world saw was the Spanish flu. There weren't all that many books written dealing with, actually written for children, though there are children's books that deal with it. If you look back, think of the books that you read, whether it was Chalet School, Enid Blyton's and all. Do you remember how many people died of the flu? Like in those books. If there was a flu, then the child did not go to school. The child stayed home. By the time we were in school, etc., the flu, unless you were ill because you had fever, you didn't stay home. A common cold, you went to school. But Spanish flu, at that time, if you look at the books that were written around the 1940s, even till the 1950s, you do see that flu is an important thing. That's so-and-so died of the flu. And you can see this even in the adult literature of that period. So we have to bring out a whole plethora of literature, as I said, that deals with the pandemic. So which means that all publishers will run into readers. The only thing is that you have to write for that audience, the ones who are used to that action, etc. So rather than write the way Dickens wrote, which was more words, you probably need to bring in more action. And you will get your reader. One thing about writing for children is that they are extremely honest. They will tell you immediately if they don't like your book. They don't care. Like an adult will tell you, oh, it's not bad, it's sweet, it's nice, there are nice things about it. A child will not do that. He'll say, I don't like it. Mujhe nahi padhna. And they are very immediate. And I love that, because they are the best critics. They tell you exactly what you need to do, not what you want to hear. So when you are writing, even when you're writing for children who have gone through trauma, the same thing happens. If the children don't want, if it doesn't relate to them, they will not look at it. And you will know exactly what you need to bring out in your next writing. Okay, I think I've got about 5 minutes left, so why don't I open the forum out for questions? Yeah. I think you should use that. I don't think anybody else will be able to hear.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning. Yeah. I do not know if this is directly related to what you're talking about, but my query is, when you mentioned about picture books, it came to my mind, how much of variety do we have with regard to books that are written for or meant for children who are differently abled, children or people?
Absolutely relevant. And yes, you know, this is another one that is again a genre that has come up in the last 30, 40 years. And there are now many, many books. It's not just one or two. In fact, there are publishers who bring out exclusively books that are aimed at the differently abled. And as a result, you even have books that are for children who will communicate by touch. So there are books that are very tactile, and they will have pop-ups that can be touched, etc. So, and then there are books that, apart from written books, which talk, even in the, one of the things I wanted to bring out, I wanted to show you this book. This is a book, so there's an association of writers and illustrators for children that was started by Shankar, who started Children's Book Trust. And this volume was brought out by the Association of Writers and Illustrators in 2012. It was released during the World Book Fair. And this is a collection of stories written for children who have gone through trauma. And this is available in English and Hindi. And so one of the things that we have been seeing is that, you know, even there are collections of stories written for children who are, say, autistic. And they are relevant also for children who have siblings who are autistic, because that is something that children have to deal with. So there are books that are exclusively dealing with this. There are books written that deal with people who can't see, because that becomes a problem, but those who have reduced vision. So as a result, there are, apart from the large print, you have books that actually talk about hearing and something that is like sounds, etc., which is more relevant to them. And this is where actually the modern publishing is very useful, because the audible books are extremely helpful, and you have children's books, like one of my latest books that was brought out by Vitasta Publishing, and that was When the Clock Struck 12. And this is a book that is set in the first few days after India gained independence. And it is about these friends, two of them who are Hindu and two of them who are Muslim, and how they help each other because they're trying to save them from all the riots that was happening in Delhi, etc. So what they have done is they have made that into an audible book as well as an e-book. And this becomes relevant, e-book especially, because I'm short-sighted, and I know that iPad and the Kindle have been a boon to me, because I can make it as big as I want so that it is comfortable for me to read. And this becomes very relevant for children who, as I said, not for the blind, but the blind, of course, the audible is, but those who have reduced vision, this becomes comfortable way to read. So there is now a whole plethora of books that are being published by publishers, and there are exclusive publishers who cater to the differently abled.
I don't have any question, but I just wanted to tell you that enjoyed every bit. Could see a child in you, so exuberant, with energy. And I think each word what you said is not only for children. I think books become a catharsis for every soul. A takeaway from your talk was that since you said that you gave away a gift, to children, and how it could, so we also indirectly as adults can rekindle, continue this passion of book reading, because I feel today's world is a loner's world. It's so unfortunate, and they become your best friends. But so many times you're out of ideas as to which book will work, will give a kind of a kick, or is good for that particular segment, whether it is a child, whether it's an adolescence, whether it's your friend, or whether it could be you, because there's so many options, you get missed out. So maybe we need to be little bit more informed, and it was a great insight.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and it is absolutely relevant because, I have gone through trauma myself. As I said, I took a 10-year I didn't take a 10-year break, but there was a 10-year break in my writing, and that was because I lost my son. And I found after that I would start stories, but I couldn't finish them because he was my first reader. Yes, he was 22 when he died, and I wasn't writing for his age group. I was writing for 9 to 11-year-olds. But the thing is that that was a trauma that I realized. And then 3 years later, I lost my husband. So it did, I know that the way I would trawl the internet, looking for books, looking for articles, looking for blogs, so that people who had gone through similar experiences, what they were saying, because I didn't know everything that you're going through when you're undergoing trauma is new. So you need somebody else to validate what you are undergoing. So you're absolutely right. It is extremely relevant for adults as well as children. Thank you so much.
I think just one last question from me.
Where is me?
Me is here.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking backwards, so that's what happens.
So, coming back to our army environment, the trauma that we very often see is when we lose people, soldiers, and then the families, the bereaved families, go through a very untold trauma. So are there any books which are written for the children of soldiers when they, go through a trauma of losing their father?
I think exclusively for the army, no. And I think that is something that we should be filling up, because that is extremely needed.
So I hope the writers here and the children's writers who are here in this venue here are listening to this. I think we could really explore the possibility of writing books for the children of the bereaved army families.
I think it's very, very much needed. And I think publishers will take these books, because it is not that they don't want to publish, it is that they've not been written. And the thing is that, yes, there are books that talk about a child who has lost a parent or something. But the thing is that when it comes to the army, it's a unique environment. Okay, the child lives, whether you're aware of it or not, the child lives just the way you do, through the possibility that the father might not be there. So that is a unique environment, and writing literature for that child is absolutely essential, because you need to build that resilience in the child. There's nothing, it's like the Gita says, right? You can do everything, but don't look at the result, because that is not within your control. The same way, every time that the father or the husband goes away, it is absolutely not in your control whether he comes back. So you have to build that resilience within the child, just as you have to do it within yourself, to be prepared for that all the time, but without taking away the joy of childhood. So it is absolutely a genre of literature that I think should be paid attention to, and more stories should be consciously written for those children.
I would like to add a point here.
Yeah.
As we are talking about death right now, and you said that children have become clingy post this thing. I'm a practicing doctor, so what has happened is the parental neurosis and paranoia regarding death, and also germophobia, has rubbed off on children, and that's why they've become so clingy, so scared of life per se. Yes. And when we come to this, I want to add this thing also, as potential authors and authoresses, you have to remove the cultural paranoia surrounding death. There are many cultures in the world where death and disease are celebrated and born, they just bear it. So we have to take away the negative connotations of disease and death from our society, so that children grow up accepting the fact that death is the final consequence of life. That has to be accepted. Thank you so much.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And it's something, this acceptance has to come on our behalf as well, and help the children accept it too. And the thing is, there should be conversations about death. It should not be a taboo topic. I remember that when my son died, and I had colleagues who would say that, I don't want to make you cry, so I'm not going to mention him. And I quoted this particular sentence that is written by an anonymous, and I'm sure a bereaved parent, who said, you talk about my child and I might cry. You don't talk about my child and you break my heart. We have to bring up that, and the same thing happens, and I love it that his friends and my friends talk about him extremely normally, and even my husband, because they might not be there, but they are still my family. When I talk about my family, it is them. It is just that they are on another plane. So I don't want them to be forgotten or anything. So we should bring this, and death should not be a taboo topic. It should be something that we all talk about naturally.
Okay, mine is not a question.
Yeah.
It is more like, I am talking from the other side of the fence. I'm a mother and I'm a psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
Are we creating, trauma and magnifying it and writing about it and maybe pushing the children towards their trauma, feeling that trauma in a magnified manner and not giving it a closure? At times when we write, we tend to magnify the pain, the other emotions, the anxiety associated with it. And we don't give it an appropriate, the ending to it so that the child would understand the trauma's end.
Absolutely true. This is why I said when you talk about it and bring it out in literature, whether it's literature that is general or whether it is literature that is aimed at children who have undergone trauma, it always has to have a conclusion that is upbeat. It might not be true in real life, and it might not be true in your ethos, but no, when you write for children, you have to bring that in. It is absolutely necessary. If you don't bring that in, that story will not work in building resilience in the child. It will just, as you said, exacerbate the trauma. You get, it always, like I said, if you're always going to be afraid of the fact that whether your parents are going to be there or not, how are you going to even enjoy normal childhood? So it has to be a fine balance, and that's where your talent as an author comes through.
So because what I feel is that right now a lot of children come to us when pandemic has been a trauma, a lot of anxiety has grown, a lot of separation anxiety, like you said, the parents are feeling, and the books, because we look for affiliation. We do Google, we do a lot of online things, and then these children are getting more into post-traumatic stress because they're not able to correlate with it.
Yeah. Completely. So as parents, you have to select the right books. It's absolutely necessary. So the same thing when it comes to, like when we were talking about self-publishing, when it comes to children's literature, I don't know whether self-publishing is a route that I would suggest and whether it is a route that I would choose as a mother. Because I want that layers of supervision that goes through in traditional publishing when it comes to books for children. So because, for instance, I've only published traditionally. I've never had a problem finding a publisher, so I did not go the self-publishing route. Not that it's not a good route, especially with Amazon, who have changed the face of publishing. It is very easy now to publish your own thing, and it's absolutely relevant and needed. But when it comes to children's literature, and especially literature like these, which are going to deal with trauma or other events that can lead to either or sort of reactions from the child, I think I would want all those other sort of barriers that come through before the book hits the market. And as parents, you have to go through the book before you get it for the child. I would say that's relevant for every book that the child reads. Like the parents should know what is there in the book before you give it to the child. Yeah?
Thank you. Is there any sort of ranking or rating that is available for published books for children, especially when we are trying to get a child to read a book to overcome some trauma? Because like you mentioned, there are a lot of self-published books, and even some comic books that we pick up for kids, they may not actually be relevant for that specific idea or that age group? Is there any such ranking? Like movies have ranking, you know, 12 plus or 12 under or 7 plus or universal. Is there any sort of ranking for children's books?
Unfortunately, no. But I think it's very relevant and there should be one. So anybody who comes up with this will be relevant and publishers, I'm sure, will like it. But just now it's only an age group. They'll say it's 5 to 8 or even that is, you know, every publisher who says 5 to 8 is not 5 to 1. It could be 5 to 7 or it could be 5 to 9. And 5 to 9 is, for instance, an age group that does not really work because a 5-year-old and a 9-year-old has undergone a sea change in his or her life. So there really is no ranking, but it's absolutely needed.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We will continue the questions during lunch break with Mrs. Nair now. And if I can please request, ma'am, thank you so much. This was a really eye-opening session. And
Thank you.
Personally too, ma'am. Very cathartic, in fact, just listening to you also. And can I please request you to step down and accept a token of gratitude by Mrs. Naravani? Thank you, ma'am. I don't know about all of you, but my stomach is definitely growling. तो आई थिंक अभी टाइम है, हम लोग लंच के लिए प्रोसीड कर सकते हैं सामने वाले लॉन में. एंड वी विल कम बैक एट 1:15 फॉर द नेक्स्ट सेशन in this lawn, venue number 1, which will be a session on storytelling. हम वापस असेंबल करेंगे वेन्यू 1 में.
Ladies, as you are moving to the lawns across the road, where the food stalls are positioned, also check out the book stalls. बुक स्टॉल्स पर बहुत बढ़िया किताबें हैं. हमारे ऑथर्स की भी हैं, जो हमारी फ्रेटर्निटी के पब्लिश्ड ऑथर्स हैं, उनकी बुक्स भी हैं. एंड दे आर गुड, दे आर एक्चुअली गुड. एंड यस, इफ यू पिक देम अप, इट विल बी अ ग्रेट एनकरेजमेंट फॉर देम एज वेल. अनुराधा सिंह की किताबें हैं, सैवी कार्नल की किताबें हैं, और आप उनसे साइन भी करवा सकते हैं. वेस्टलैंड पब्लिशर्स, सैवी कार्नल की किताब है वहाँ पे. लाल सलाम भी आज अवेलेबल होगी. स्मृति ईरानी जी आई थी परसों, उनकी किताब भी आज अवेलेबल होगी. बहुत सारी किताबें हैं, बहुत सारे पब्लिशिंग हाउसेस ने स्टॉल लगाए हुए हैं. प्लीज टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. पिक अप बुक्स. Someone is listening, from 8th to 16th of January, there's an international book fair coming up. A huge opportunity. जो चीज़ हमने आज यहाँ शुरू करी है, उसको आगे तक ले जाने के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है. और हमारे जो पब्लिश्ड ऑथर्स हैं, हमारे अपने भी पब्लिशर्स हैं, और जो बुक्स पढ़ने की चाह रखते हैं, वो सब भी वहाँ आएंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. 8 से 16 जनवरी तक प्रगति मैदान में इंटरनेशनल बुक फेयर है. वी विल टॉक अबाउट इट लेटर, एंड यू प्लीज चेक about the AWWA website as well. इसके बारे में और भी बताएंगे. This is organized by the National Book Trust.
it? Okay, all right. Okay, so voice
Hello.
here. Okay, the young people at the back. We just tested from here. Okay, girls. उस टाइम पे भी ऐसा कर देना है. Don't forget. ना कहानियां ऐसे दिल के तार यहीं से जुड़ने अब हमारे. God bless you. All right, I think we're good to go. पूनम यहाँ से करो.
Hello, mic testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. I think the last girl that can hear me. Audible enough? Great. Hello, once again, mic testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Should I come closer or go far? How close? Is this good? I just love the expressions. Thank you. You are our official cheerleaders.
Hello girls, I don't want to miss out this opportunity. Hi.
Hello, 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 check.
इसका
Hello, 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 hello,
Hello, hello, hello.
उठा के कहीं और भी ले जा सकते हैं. करेगा ना बस it should be कोई बात नहीं. अब हमें उठाना पड़ेगा. हम बहुत जगह सुनेंगे तो हम इसको फिर आप सेंटर में hello. Yeah, I think we'll take mic testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. The cheer girls are not listening to my voice. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, what chick?
hello, hello.
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 Hello, 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 one chick, one. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 one.
come back to the venue, please?
Can I have you all back in venue number 1 for the workshop on storytelling? हम 2 मिनट में शुरू करने वाले हैं. हम लोग अब अपना स्टोरी टेलिंग वर्कशॉप शुरू करने वाले हैं। आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग वेन्यू नंबर 1 वाली लॉन में वापस आ जाइए। वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट विद द नेक्स्ट सेगमेंट प्लीज। Can I please have everyone back in lawn number 1? Lunch time is over. Or you can sit in the chairs and finish your lunches, just like my sister is doing. Can we please have everyone back in venue number 1 for the next segment? We are going to start in 2 minutes. हम 2 मिनट में शुरू करने वाले हैं अपना स्टोरी टेलिंग सेगमेंट। You don't want to miss this. Ladies, can I please request you to get back to venue number 1? हम अपना नेक्स्ट सेगमेंट बहुत ही फन फिल्ड सेगमेंट है, उसे शुरू करने वाले हैं। अगर आप लोगों के लंचेस हो गए हैं तो प्लीज़ वापस आ जाइए। Ladies, can I please have you back in venue number 1 for the next session? We are gearing up now. मेरी आवाज़ पीछे आ रही है? अगला सेशन हमारा बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन है। हम लोग उसमें स्टोरी टेलिंग के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं, जो कहानियाँ कैसे कही जाती हैं। तो वैसे तो हमें लगता है कि कहानियाँ कहने का सिर्फ एक ही तरीका है कि हम बस बोलें और सामने वाला कहानी सुने, या हम लिखें और वो पढ़े। लेकिन वास्तव में कहानियाँ सुनाने का और दर्शाने के बहुत तरीके हैं। तो अभी जो हमारा वर्कशॉप होने जा रहा है उसमें सम वेरी टैलेंटेड लेडीज़ जो हमारे को दिखाएंगी कि किस किस तरीके से हम कहानियाँ बता सकते हैं. So I would request all of you to come back to venue number 1 so that we can start with the storytelling session. It will help you understand the flavors of storytelling. In the words of Rudyard Kipling, if history were taught in the form of stories, it would never be forgotten. अगर हम कहानियों के माध्यम से अपनी हिस्ट्री के बारे में बताते तो वो कभी भूली नहीं जाती. आई थिंक हम लोग सब ये बात मानते हैं, लेकिन हम में से कितने लोग हैं जिन्हें ये बात पता है कि किस तरीके से, कितने तरीक़ों से हम कहानियाँ बता सकते हैं. अगर नहीं पता तो कोई बात नहीं, क्योंकि हमारी ये वाली वर्कशॉप वही बताने जा रही है. For which, in the beginning, we have Mrs. Pratima Chauhan ji. She's a storyteller who works as a librarian in Ankur Library, Kabul Lines. So please put your hands together for Mrs. Pratima Chauhan, who will be telling us a story now.
नमस्कार, मैं हूँ प्रतिमा चौहान और मैं अंकुर लाइब्रेरी में और एनजीओ में जाके बच्चों को कहानियाँ सुनाती हूँ. और आज मैं आप लोगों के बीच में आई हूँ एक कहानी लेकर. ये कहानी है, जो इस कहानी का शीर्षक है वो है स्कूल का पहला दिन. वैसे तो मुझे लगता है कि बच्चों के लिए ख्वाब ही बन गया है स्कूल जाना, लेकिन फिर भी इस कहानी के माध्यम से मैं आप लोगों को कुछ बताना चाहती हूँ. ये कहानी है विशाल की. विशाल नाम का एक लड़का होता है, उसकी कहानी है. और ये अपने माता पिता के साथ इसी शहर में रहता है. आज उसका स्कूल का पहला दिन है. वो नाश्ता कर रहा होता है कि तभी स्कूल वैन आती है और हॉर्न बजाती है और विशाल अपना बैग लेकर पीठ पर टांग कर स्कूल बस में चढ़ जाता है. स्कूल बस में चढ़ते ही वो देखता है कि आगे की सीट खाली पड़ी हुई है. वो उस पर बैठ जाता है. पीछे से एक राहुल नाम का बच्चा आवाज़ देता है, अरे ठहरो, उधर नहीं, पीछे आ जाओ. विशाल उठता है और सोचता हुआ पीछे वाली सीट पर जाकर बैठ जाता है. राहुल बोलता है कि आज पहले दिन आए हो, पहले तो कभी इस बस में तुम्हें देखा नहीं. हाँ, आज मेरा स्कूल का पहला दिन है ना, इसीलिए. अच्छा ये बताओ कि तुमने मुझे आगे वाली सीट पर बैठने के लिए क्यों मना किया? बोले जल्दी क्या है, अभी खुद ही देख लेना. विशाल सोच ही रहा था कि बस अगले स्टॉप पर रुकी और वहाँ से हार्दिक नाम का एक लड़का चढ़ा. हार्दिक उसी सीट पर बैठ गया जिस पर विशाल बैठा था, आगे वाली जो सीट खाली पड़ी हुई थी. उसको देखकर बच्चे सहमे से, डरे से, घबराए से लग रहे थे. विशाल ये सब देख रहा था कि आखिर हार्दिक को देखकर बच्चे इतना क्यों डर रहे हैं. तभी साइड वाली सीट पर दो बच्चे बैठे थे. हार्दिक ने उनसे कहा, क्यों रे, कैसे हो? बच्चे घबरा कर बोलते हैं, ठीक है भाई, आप बताइए, आप कैसे हैं? उसने गाल खींचकर बच्चे का बोला, ठीक हूँ रे. ये सब विशाल पीछे से देख रहा था, उसे बड़ा गुस्सा आ रहा था. धीरे से राहुल ने बोला, विशाल मैंने इसीलिए तुमको आगे बैठने के लिए मना किया था. अच्छा, तो तुम लोग इसकी शिकायत नहीं करते हो कभी टीचर से, इतना परेशान करता है? राहुल बोलता है कि शिकायत तो की थी, लेकिन इस पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, इस पर कोई असर ही नहीं होता है. और जिस लड़के ने शिकायत की थी वो ही स्कूल छोड़कर चला गया. विशाल अपने आप से बोलता है, बड़ा बिगड़ा हुआ लगता है. स्कूल पहुंच जाता है. स्कूल में पढ़ाई शुरू हो जाती है और दोपहर में वो वापस अपने घर के लिए आता है. मम्मी उसे विशाल से कहती है, आ गए बेटे तुम? हाँ, कैसा रहा स्कूल का पहला दिन? बहुत अच्छा। अच्छा, तुम कपड़े बदलो, मैं तुम्हारे लिए खाना लगाती हूँ। विशाल कपड़े बदल कर आता है, मम्मी खाना टेबल पर लगाती है और विशाल सोच में डूबा हुआ है हार्दिक की बातों को लेकर। तभी मम्मी पूछती है, क्या हुआ बेटा, कोई दोस्त वोस्त नहीं बने स्कूल में? विशाल कहता है, हाँ बने मम्मी, पर एक नहीं बना। क्यों? वो बड़ा टेंशन में था। मम्मी बोली कि अच्छा ये बताओ, मैं भी तो तुम्हारी दोस्त हूँ, माँ बच्चों की दोस्त ही होती है। उसने बड़े प्यार से पूछा, मैं भी तो तुम्हारी दोस्त हूँ, तुम मुझे बचा सकते हो। विशाल ने सारी बातें जो भी बस में हुई थी वो सब मम्मी को बता दी। मम्मी विशाल के पास आई और प्यार से बोली कि बेटा, तुमने मुझे एक दोस्त समझकर सब कुछ बताया है, मैं भी तुम्हें एक दोस्त की तरह ही सुझाव दूंगी। मम्मी बाहर गई, बाहर से 2 छड़ियाँ लेकर आई। एक छड़ी तोड़ी, टूट गई, दूसरी तोड़ी, टूट गई। विशाल को कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था, बड़े ध्यान से देख रहा था आखिर मम्मी क्या बता रही है। लेकिन मम्मी ने चारों छड़ियों को एक साथ लिया और तोड़ने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो नहीं टूटी। मम्मी ने फिर से कोशिश की, वो नहीं टूटी। विशाल समझ गया और बड़ा खुश हुआ और जाकर मम्मी के गले लग गया। मम्मी मैं सब समझ गया। अगले दिन विशाल फिर स्कूल गया। स्कूल बस में सारे बच्चों के साथ बैठा था, तभी स्कूल बस रुकती है, हार्दिक फिर से चढ़ता है और जैसे ही वो बस में चढ़ता है तो आगे वाली सीट पर राहुल बैठा होता है। उसे बहुत गुस्सा आता है, क्यों रे, ये मेरी सीट है, तुम कैसे बैठे इस पर? राहुल बोला कि मैं तो आज यहीं बैठूंगा। तो हार्दिक को बहुत गुस्सा आया। उसने 1-2 बार उसको बोला उठ जा, वो नहीं उठा, तो उसने उसको मारना पीटना शुरू कर दिया। पीछे से विशाल चिल्लाया, खबरदार, जो राहुल को कुछ कहा। हार्दिक एकदम मुड़कर पीछे देखता है और कहता, तेरी इतनी हिम्मत कि तू मुझे रोकेगा? विशाल कहता है कि हाँ मैं रोकूंगा। तभी स्कूल के जितने भी बच्चे स्कूल बस में बैठे थे सब खड़े हो गए और आगे आके बोले, नहीं मैं रोकूंगा, नहीं मैं रोकूंगा, नहीं मैं रोकूंगा। हार्दिक डर जाता है और बोलता है, नहीं राहुल तुम यहीं बैठो, मैं पीछे वाली सीट पर बैठ जाता हूँ। हार्दिक को डरा हुआ देखकर सारे बच्चे बहुत खुश होते हैं और अपनी एकता पर उनको इतनी खुशी होती है। तो इस कहानी से हमें यही शिक्षा मिलती है कि एकता में शक्ति है। लेकिन मैं यहाँ पर इसलिए मैंने आपको ये कहानी नहीं सुनाई है कि भाई एकता में शक्ति होती है, ये मैं नहीं बताना चाहती। मैं एक संदेश देना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे आसपास स्कूल में, स्कूल बस में, पार्क में, बस स्टैंड पर इस तरह की हमेशा वाक़या होता रहता है। दादागिरी करते हैं बच्चे, जो कमज़ोर बच्चे होते हैं, दबंग टाइप के बच्चे, उनको डराते हैं। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि हम सब मिलकर, आओ हम सब मिलकर इस तरह की घटना को रोकें। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आपको मेरी ये कहानी पसंद आई होगी। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
बहुत अच्छी कहानी सुनाई आपने प्रतिमा चौहान जी। Next we have Mrs. Mrinmay Apte. She works in the field of experimental scripts and theatre plays with a message for the audience. Today for you all she has a short script which has a dialogue and is based on the impact of Mother Earth named Happy Hours, Unhappy Hours.
मम्मा मैं मेरे एरियल क्लास के लिए जा रही हूँ, 1 घंटे में घर पहुँचूंगी।
हाँ बेटा, पर टाइम से घर पहुँचना, भैया की मैथ्स ट्यूशन है ना आज, उसको ऑक्सीजन किट लगेगी।
यस मॉम।
डियर सर्वाइवर्स, जी हाँ सर्वाइवर्स इसलिए क्योंकि वी ऑल आर सर्वाइविंग टुडे एंड नॉट लिविंग। जैसे कि आपने सुना, एलेक्सा ने कहा वेलकम टू 2030। So in this year 2030 today, we are unable to step out of the houses without an oxygen kit. We are unable to breathe the fresh air which we were till now, and all responsible are us and our acts. Well, I felt I should share this with you क्योंकि आज जो मेरे साथ हुआ है शायद कल वो आपके साथ हो सकता है। हाल ही में ऐसे हुआ कि because we are stepping in 2030 and we are unable to breathe outside in the normal conditions, government has imposed many rules on us. उसमें से 60+ लोगों को बोला है that sit at home. If you have an emergency, then only get outside. So emergency is to the hospitals. 45+ are told that you have to either retire, voluntarily retirement services, or then you can work from home. रही बात मेरी तो I fall in this category of 45+. अचानक से मेरा एक रूटीन था जो डिस्टर्ब हो चुका है. I have no schedule left for myself. We are trying to be together with our daughters, our sons, so that अगर कुछ इमरजेंसी हो, कुछ एक्सेस हो, एक दूसरे के लिए हम मदद कुछ मांग सके. But today something happened which I felt I should share so that tomorrow if you face it, you know what has to be done. बस जैसे मैं शाम को घर पे पहुंची and I knocked the door. कितनी देर से आए हो आप? You are so late. हम आज वो हाइब्रिड कार लॉन्च देखने जा रहे थे ना. God, and you don't even inform me you're coming late. उसके बाद अभी मुझे घर से बाहर निकलना है, मुझे ऑक्सीजन किट की ज़रूरत है. You could have told me. मैंने कितने कॉल किए. अरे बेटा रुको, मुझे घर तो आने दो. ओके टेल मी, क्या हुआ? तुम्हें लेट हो रहा है क्या? जाना है घर पे? आई हैड टोल्ड यू बिफोर, बट ठीक है, नाउ जस्ट कम इन. क्यों लेट हुआ है आपको? अरे क्या हुआ बेटी? तृष्णा आंटी पता है आपको? तृष्णा आंटी मिली थी मुझे, मैं निकल ही रही थी, बट वी मेट आफ्टर सच अ लॉन्ग टाइम. याद है ना वो आपको क्रिसमस के लिए वो फ्रूट केक बना के खिलाती थी, हमारे घर नहीं आती थी, हम साथ में वो कैंपस जाते थे एक ही साथ, जो हमारा कैबिन पड़ता था. मॉम रियली I don't even remember the last meal I've eaten and you want me to remember what? The Christmas cake. Sorry, मुझे नहीं याद आ रहा है. कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, एक काम कर लो, नेक्स्ट वीकेंड पे हम फिर से मिलने वाले हैं. सो यू कम, यू ड्रॉप मी. तृष्णा आंटी विल बी सो हैप्पी. शी वुड बी लाइक कि ओ गॉड इतनी बड़ी हो गई बच्ची, चलो तुम भी मिल लेना उससे, फिर याद कर लेना. नेक्स्ट वीक साउंड्स डिफिकल्ट. क्यों, कुछ वर्क कमिटमेंट है क्या आपको? Difficult for you, mom. I am as it is not coming. अच्छा, क्यों, क्या हुआ है आपको? कुछ काम है? Well, let me come to the facts now. ये जो हम दिन रात मेहनत करके काम कर रहे हैं ना, we hardly afford 7 cylinders per month. उसमें से बच्चों की ट्यूशन्स, क्लासेस, हॉबी क्लासेस, वी हैव आवर कॉन्फ्रेंस, कुछ सोशलाइजिंग के लिए भी तो हमें जाना पड़ता है ना. सो उसमें यू हैव टू गो अगेन ऑन एन आउटिंग दिस वीकेंड. इट्स जस्ट नॉट पॉसिबल. बेटी एक काम कर सकते, मेरी जो पेंशन फंड्स है बस उसमें से मेरे लिए एक सिलेंडर खरीद लेना, मे बी द स्मॉलर वन, एंड आई विल मैनेज माई ट्रिप्स इन दैट. कहाँ से? पेंशन फंड से. सीरियसली मॉम, वेट, लेट मी कैलकुलेट एवरीथिंग टू यू. ये देखो, ये जो फंड्स है ना आपके पेंशन फंड्स, उसमें से आपके मंथली मेडिसिन्स और योगा थेरेपीज हो सकते हैं. एंड इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द किटी पार्टीज एंड क्लब्स विच यू गो सो दैट यू रिमेन ऑक्यूपाइड, तो उसके लिए वी पिच इन मनी फॉर यू. And now I think you have already had your share of happiness, of your freedom. So कुछ तो spare out करो हमारे लिए, मेरे बच्चों के लिए. And come on, you have online, you can do anything. आप अपने friends से online बात कर लेना. That won't be sufficient or what? And I think from this month we need to cut down on one of your kitties or clubs, okay? Because अभी तो थोड़ा सा boarding school का भी extended hours हो रहा है. So and my daughter, she wants to go for aerial class as well. So you look after that. Let's decide कि कौन कहाँ पे crunch करेगा, and then we'll move on. Anyways, okay, now I'm already running late. तो मैं जा रही हूँ. आप आराम से relax करना, have your lunch, and we'll think about it later. See you. Well, this was my daughter. Today, I am sharing this with you because I cannot tell you what all we can do. We all have the sound knowledge about how we impact our Mother Earth and how our daily routine has that carbon footprint. So planting trees or maybe just walking towards near distances would be one solution. But I feel if we take out 5 to 10 minutes of our quality time deciding on how we can spend this routine so that we can crunch into such things which will later affect us and can help sustain us for a better living. So you please give a thought on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Apte, for that wonderful act. Next, we have 4 very talented ladies giving us a glimpse into theatre with Char Yaar Bar Bar. It is Mrs. Monica Kakkar, an educator for 2 decades. She wears multiple hats, a pan-India trainer and storyteller involved in many outreach programs. Mrs. Sonia Relia, an author with Oxford University Press India. She has authored the first stand-alone activity-based series called My Learning Train, amongst other things. Mrs. Jyoti Pandey, a psychologist and a trained counselor, happiness and mindfulness coach, and a transformational and healing storyteller. Ms. Poonam Joshi, a dreamer. She grew up telling stories, and sometimes she herself becomes a story by challenging herself and completing the Ironman triathlon at the age of 53. Let's put our hands together for them, ladies.
कहानियाँ वक्त की मोहताज नहीं होती, इनकी खुद की कोई आवाज़ नहीं होती। सदियों का सफ़र तय कर लेती हैं पलों में, बेबाक, बेआवाज़, बेफिक्र, बिन हदों में इनकी परवाज़। जहाँ ज़रूरत हो इनकी दबे पाँव पहुँच ही जाती हैं, जहाँ ज़रूरत हो इनकी दबे पाँव पहुँच ही जाती हैं। ठहरती नहीं कहीं, ठहरती नहीं कहीं कभी भी, पर रुक जाती हैं मन में बनकर एक एहसास। कहानियाँ जो वक्त की मोहताज नहीं होती, उनकी खुद की कोई आवाज़ नहीं होती। मैं पूनम जोशी, ख्वाबों ख्यालों की एक दोहर बुनकर, कभी रंगों से कभी शब्दों को चुनकर।
Hello everybody, I am Monica Kakkar, educationist, trainer and storyteller. And now, stories are my GPS. They take me to unknown destinations.
मैं सोनिया रेलिया प्रारंभिक शिक्षा के साथ बहुत सालों से काम कर रही हूँ। लेखिका हूँ, ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी प्रेस के लिए लिखती हूँ, छोटे बच्चों के लिए कहानियाँ बुनती हूँ। पाठ्यक्रम को कहानियाँ बुनकर उसके साथ ताल, लय और भारत के समृद्ध लोक कला को बच्चों, अभिभावकों और शिक्षकों तक पहुँचाती हूँ।
मैं ज्योति पांडे, कहने को तो साइकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, काउंसलर हूँ, पर अपने आप को संपूर्ण तभी पाती हूँ जब कहानियाँ आप सभी को सुनाती हूँ। कुछ चीज़ें आपको मेरे बारे में पता हैं। पानी पूरी और आलू पराठे का लुत्फ़ उठाती हूँ और अपने 2 एडॉप्टेड डॉग्स के साथ ढेरों चीज़ें शेयर कर जाती हूँ। कहानियाँ क्या हैं? कहानियाँ एक दूसरे से जुड़ने का ज़रिया है। I feel stories are heart-to-heart connection. They are not head-to-head connection. They are not head-to-heart connection. they are heart-to-heart connection. Stories make us laugh, they make us cry, they transform, and they heal us. You know, I dream of a world where doctors prescribe stories along with the medicine. आज ये ना इमोशनल वाली स्टोरी सुन लेना, अच्छा लगेगा. आज जॉय वाली स्टोरी सुनने जाओ, खुश हो जाओगे. तो आज मैं आपको जो कहानी सुनाने जा रही हूँ, वो कहानी और सच की है. जी हाँ, कहानी और सच की. धरती का अभी सृजन हुआ ही था और पहाड़, नदियाँ, घाटियाँ और हवाएं, सच एक देश से दूसरे देश, एक शहर से दूसरे शहर, एक गांव से दूसरे गांव इधर उधर भटक रहा था. गरीबों के झोपड़ों से लेकर बड़े बड़े सुनहरे महलों के दरवाजों पर किसी ने उसके लिए दरवाजे नहीं खोले. हर कोई उसके मुंह पर दरवाजे बंद कर देता था. सच थक चुका था, उसके पैरों में छाले पड़ चुके थे, घुटने सूखे हो गए थे. भूखा प्यासा सच फटे हुए कपड़ों में एक शहर पहुंचा. शहर के बीचों बीच चल कर गया तो एक सुंदर सी प्रतिमा खड़ी थी. वह देखता ही रह गया. उस प्रतिमा में सारे रंग थे, लाल, पीले, नीले, हरे, गुलाबी, बैंगनी, सुनहरे और चमकीले. इतनी सुंदर प्रतिमा और उसके चारों तरफ लोग इकट्ठा खड़े थे. वह हंस रहे थे, वो मुस्कुरा रहे थे, वो उसे छूना चाहते थे, वो उसे सूंघना भी चाहते थे. रात हो गई थी लेकिन कोई उसे छोड़ना ही नहीं चाहता था. हमारा सच एक कोने में खड़ा देखता रहा. जब सब चले गए तो धीरे से पहुंचा, धीरे से हंसी और कहा, मैं कहानी हूं. उसने कहा, लोग तुम्हें कितना प्यार करते हैं और मुझे देखो, मेरे मुंह पर दरवाजा बंद कर देते हैं. कहानी धीरे से हंसी, तुम सच हो, तुम सच हो, नंगा सच. कौन सुनना चाहता है नंगा सच. उसने धीरे से सच का हाथ पकड़ा, उसे एक सुनहरा चोंगा पकड़ाया, पंखों वाली टोपी और अपने सारे रंग, लाल, पीले, नीले, हरे, गुलाबी, सुनहरे, बैंगनी, सब रंगों से सजा दिया और हाथ पकड़कर चल दी. कहते हैं हर कहानी में सच होता है. सच और कहानियाँ साथ साथ चलते हैं. अब सच और कहानी हाथ पकड़े एक गांव की तरफ जा रहे थे. उन्हें रास्ते में एक हंसता मुस्कुराता बच्चा मिला. अपना गीत, तो कहानी, सच और गीत चल दिए उस गांव की तरफ. उस गांव के जमींदार की प्यारी सी बिटिया, जो गांव भर की लाडली थी, वह मुंह खोले दादी से कहानी सुन रही थी. अब गीत, कहानी और सच को रहने की जगह चाहिए थी. उतर गए उसके दिल में. सच तो बुढ़ा था, उसने कहा, अब मैं यहीं रहूंगा. और गीत और कहानी जब मौका मिलता निकल आते. जब वो गाना गाती, ताना ना 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 ना, ताना ना 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 ना, और गांव भर को जब कहानी सुनाती. बहुत समय पहले की बात है. तो कहानियों और गीतों को बाहर निकलने का मौका आ जाता. बिटिया बड़ी हो गई थी, पूरे 16 साल की. दादी ने कहा, लड़का देखना शुरू करो. भाई, ये उस जमाने की बात है, बहुत पुरानी. सुंदर थी, जमींदार की बिटिया थी. रिश्ते आने शुरू हो गए. पड़ोस के गांव का एक व्यापारी का बेटा चुना गया उसका पति बनने के लिए. हमारी छोटी सी बिटिया शादी होकर दूसरे गांव चली गई और घर पहुंचते ही सासू माँ ने चाबियों का गुच्छा उसकी कमर में लटका दिया। 16 साल की छोटी सी लड़की कभी रसोईया रसद मांगने आ जाता, कभी ससुर कहते बहू तिजोरी से कुछ पैसे निकाल देना, छोटा देवर आके कहता भाभी आज कुछ खाने को बनाओ, और नंद कहती भाभी कितने दिनों से मेरे साथ खेली नहीं हूँ। थकी हारी छोटी सी बिटिया रात को ढेर होकर सो जाती। अब कहानी और गीत कितने दिनों से उसके मन में छुपे थे, निकलने का मौका ही नहीं मिलता था। एक दिन इतना थकी थी कि खर्राटे लेकर सो रही थी और गीत और कहानियों को मौका मिल गया। एक चप्पल बनकर उसके कमरे के बाहर और एक कोट बनकर खूंटी में। देर रात पति दूसरे शहर से आए तो देखा एक चप्पल और एक कोट, मर्द जात शक्की मिजाज। उन्होंने कहा कौन आया था? आंखें मलती हुई उठी, कौन? सो रही थी मैं तो। खूब लड़ाइयाँ हुई, ताने मारे गए, मेरे पीठ पीछे कौन आता है? और पति महाशय ने अपना कंबल लपेटा और घर के बाहर सोने चल दिए। अच्छा एक बात बताऊं, उस गांव में जब सब सो जाते थे तो जो दिए की लौ हैं वो सारी गप्पे मारने के लिए मंदिर में मिला करती थी। अब उस दिन देर हो गई थी, भाई लड़ाई जो चल रही थी। जैसे ही लड़ाई खत्म हुई पति महाशय ने लौ बुझाई और कंबल समेट कर गए। लौ दौड़ती भागती मंदिर में पहुंची। सबने कहा कहाँ रह गई थी, कितनी देर, हमने कितनी गप्पे मारनी थी। उसने कहा रुको एक राज की बात बताती हूँ। आज पता बेवकूफ पति ने पत्नी पर लांछन लगाया। कहानी और गीत तो वहां टंगे हुए थे कोट और चप्पल बनकर। और आश्चर्य की बात देखिए, पति उसी मंदिर में सो रहा था। उसने कहा अच्छा मेरे घर की बात हो रही है। वो गया और पत्नी को झंझकोड़ा, गीत सुनाओ, कहानी सुनाओ। पत्नी मुस्कुराई, ताना ना 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 ना, ताना ना 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 ना। और उस दिन से हर रात सोने से पहले पत्नी पति को गीत सुनाती। उनके संबंध इतने अच्छे हो गए थे। तो दिल में कोई बात है तो रखिए नहीं, कोई छोटी सी कहानी है तो उसे निकाल डालिए। और एक दिन पत्नी ने पति को एक पेड़ की कहानी सुनाई।
पेड़? मेरे पास आओ मेरे दोस्तों एक किस्सा सुनाओ। मेरे पास आओ मेरे दोस्तों एक किस्सा सुनाओ। पर ना अंधेरी सी रात थी ना अपनों का साथ था, वो तो अकेला ही खड़ा था, वो तो अकेला ही खड़ा था वो लाल पेड़। In the forest stood a red tree. Red? You know why? Because he was laden with red juicy apples. He had lush green leaves. He was a strong apple tree. Apple tree? But he stood all alone. And he wished and he dreamt that how I wish somebody would just come and hug me once. Just once. And if dreams could come true, there came a little boy running and he hugged him. And he said, will you be my friend? Will you be my friend, please? Oh yes, I love to be your friend. And the little boy and the apple tree became the best pals. Every day the little boy would come to the apple tree and he would play around him and he would say, would you give me the best apple that you have, the most juiciest one? and the most juiciest apple would come down for the little boy. He took a bite into it and he felt the best ever, juiciest fruit that he's ever eaten. Little boy grew up. Green color shirt, that pair of jeans, those shoes, I want them all. Look at the people around me, how beautifully they dress up. He went to his best friend, the apple tree. He said, "Will you give me some money?" Money? I don't have any money. But yes, you know what you could do? You could take my apples and take them to the market and sell them and make some money. Many juicy apples came down. Quickly, that lad put the apples in a basket and went to the market and said, "Apple le lo, apple. Juicy, juicy apple. 1 kg, 2 kg, 3 kg, 4 kg." And they sold like hot cakes. And he made money. Money? Yes, a lot of money. He went to the market, bought himself a nice check shirt, a pair of jeans and very smart shoes. He looked really good. And you know what happens when you look good? Lot of girlfriends. So there came lot of girls in his life and he could say, this is the one that I like. And he grew up, and for many, many, many months, he did not go back to his best friend, that is the apple tree. Apple tree stood all alone, looking for his best friend, the little boy, now a lad. All he needed was that one warm hug. But the lad was too busy with his girlfriend, and now he was a young adult. He wanted to settle down, and then he suddenly thought of his friend. "You, apple tree, you call me to be your friend? I want to settle down, I want to make a house. Tell me, what can you do for me now?" House? House? I really don't know, but yes. Why don't you cut off my branches? Just take them and use it for your house. He didn't even think twice and chopped off the branches of his best friend and took it. And for many, 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 many years did not even come back. The apple tree, without his branches, he felt as if he was without his clothes, but he was still somewhere in his heart wanting, craving for that one warm hug from his old friend. He kept waiting for years together that he will come. One day my friend is going to come. And he came. He came as a middle-aged man and he came to him. "Are you my friend, apple tree? What can you do for me? My wife doesn't care for me anymore. My children are grown up. They have no time for me anymore. I want to travel the world and I want a boat. Can you give me a boat?" "A boat? A boat? Oh yeah. Why don't you chop me through and through? Why don't you take my trunk and carve a boat out of it? Make a boat out of it." Before even you could spell Jack Robinson, he cut him through and through. He made a boat out of him and went away, leaving his best pal, his bestie that he called as a lifeless stump lying there, waiting for one warm hug. And the apple tree, lifeless stump, waiting for one warm hug from the friend that he loved the most. He waited and he waited and he waited until he saw this old man, sickly looking old man walking with a stick. "Are you my friend, the apple tree? But I can't give you anything anymore because I hardly have anything to give you." No. I don't want anything from you. I'm sick, old, miserable. All I needed is a place to rest. The stump straightened up. Yeah, you could rest on me. A stump makes a very nice place to rest on. Why don't you rest on me? And the sickly old man and stump, the bestest pals that they were, became one. And as the old man sat, he found something rough, small, tiny. Seeds? Seeds.
Seeds. Beej. दो बीज.
दो थे बीज, बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। ऊपर से हवा धूप मिलती थी, नीचे से मिलती खाद नमी। एवरीबॉडी। दो थे बीज, बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। ऊपर से हवा धूप मिलती थी, नीचे से मिलती खाद नमी। दो थे बीज, बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। जोर से। दो थे बीज, बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। तो धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। तो एक दिन पहले बीज ने एक दिन सोचा, मैं तो बाहर जाऊंगा, दुनिया देख के आऊंगा। दूसरे दोस्त ने किया इनकार, मैं करूंगा यहीं इंतजार। दो थे बीज, बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। पीछे भी दो थे बीज, इधर भी। धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। आपस में बातें करते थे, कभी नहीं झगड़ते थे। दोस्ती उनकी थी गहरी, एक दूजे के थे प्रहरी। दो थे बीज थे दो, धरती के नीचे रहते थे वो। दोस्त को उसने बड़ा समझाया, पर उसकी कुछ समझ न आया। शायद वो डरता था, इसीलिए मुकरता था। दो। अब एक था बीज, बीज था एक, धरती के नीचे रहता था वो। चलिए, तो फिर क्या हुआ? एक दिन पहले बीज ने सोचा, मैं तो बाहर जाऊंगा। फिर उसने कुछ हिम्मत जुटाई, ऊपर से थोड़ी मिट्टी हटाई, सर फिर उसने बाहर निकाला। बाहर तो था बहुत उजाला, सूरज की किरणें थी बिखरी, हर चीज थी निखरी निखरी। एक था बीज, बीज था एक, बाहर निकला दुनिया देख। एक था बीज, बीज था एक, बाहर निकला दुनिया देख। अब उसने ये ठाना था, आसमान तक जाना था। अब उसने ये ठाना था, आसमान को छूना था। एक था बीज, बीज था एक, बाहर निकला दुनिया देख। फिर क्या हुआ? बहुत सी चिड़ियाँ आती थी, मीठे गीत सुनाती थी। मोनू सोनू खेलते थे, खूब धूम मचाते थे। दादा नानी चाचा चाची सब छाँव में आते थे। एक था पेड़, पेड़ था एक, खिला खिला था दुनिया देख। एक था पेड़, पेड़ था एक, खिला खिला था दुनिया देख। बीते अब तो साल कई भाई साल कई। दोस्त की याद तो आती थी, मिलने को सताती थी। फिर उसने एक जुगत लगाई, सारे बीजों से बढ़ाया, अपने दोस्त को ऊपर उठाया। अब दोनों संग रहते हैं, खिलते और खिलाते हैं। दो थे पेड़, पेड़ थे दो, खुशी खुशी वो रहते हैं। और फिर उन्हीं दो पेड़ों के बीजों ने एक जंगल उगा डाला। अब सब बीज नीचे गिरते हैं और
कभी नहीं सोचते कि ऊपर दुनिया कैसी होगी। खुशी खुशी एक दूसरे को साथ लिए बढ़ते हैं। और अब उस जंगल में कौन कौन रहता है?
तो इस जंगल में रहते थे कुछ मोर, ठुमक ठुमक कर नाचते, नाचते चारों ओर। इस जंगल में रहते थे कुछ मोर, ठुमक ठुमक कर नाचते, नाचते चारों ओर। बारिश का जब मौसम आता, हर मोर अपने पंख फैलाता, पंख फैला के खूब इतराता और तालियां सुनकर खूब मजा आता। तो चल तालियां बजाते जाइए उसको। तो इस जंगल में रहते थे कुछ मोर, ठुमक ठुमक कर नाचते, नाचते चारों ओर। बारिश का जब मौसम आता, हर मोर अपने पंख फैलाता, पंख फैला के खूब इतराता। अब सर्दी गई, बसंत आई, फिर गर्मी आई और फिर वर्षा की ऋतु आई। मोरों ने देखा सूख गए जंगल सारे, कहीं नहीं था पानी भैया, कहीं नहीं था पानी। अब मोर ने देखा, उन्होंने इधर उधर देखा। कैसे देखा? ऊपर नीचे दाएं बाएं, ऊपर नीचे दाएं बाएं, ऊपर नीचे। बादल फिर भी नजर ना आए। फिर उसने ढूंढा, कहाँ से ढूंढा? नीचे ऊपर बाएं दाएं। कहाँ से ढूंढा? नीचे ऊपर नीचे ऊपर। वंडरफुल। तो इस जंगल में रहते थे कुछ मोर, ठुमक ठुमक कर नाचते, नाचते चारों ओर। बारिश का जब मौसम आता, हर मोर अपने पंख फैलाता। फिर वहाँ पे कौन आया? बड़ा सा देखो हाथी आया, लंबा लंबा जिराफ आया, पतला सा हिरन भी आया, मोटा मोटा भालू आया, छोटा छोटा बंदर आया, छोटी छोटी चिड़िया आई, प्यारी सी तितली को लाई। लाल तितली देखो आई, नीली तितली देखो आई, हरी तितली भी साथ लेकर आई। सबने मोर को समझाया कि एक लक्कड़हारा आया था, जोर जोर से उसने कुल्हाड़ा चलाया था और सारे पेड़ों को गिराया था। अब बादल आते, पेड़ नहीं देखते तो वर्षा कहाँ से बरसाते। सबको बात समझ में आई, मिलके उन्होंने फिर से बीज उगाए। देखो कैसे जंगल उगाए। अब कहाँ पे आते हैं? जब बादल आते हैं तो जोर जोर से बारिश लेकर आते हैं। तो मोर क्या करते हैं? जरा सब उठ के हमें दिखाइए। चलिए, वर्षा देखो जोर से आई, वर्षा देखो जोर से आई, वर्षा देखो जोर से आई। और कौन उठ के इटलाता है? चलिए जरा मोर बनिए। कम ऑन, 1 2 3। एक जंगल में रहते थे कुछ मोर, ठुमक ठुमक के नाचते, नाचते चारों ओर। बारिश का जब मौसम आता, हर मोर अपने पंख फैलाता, जंगल में रहता, नाचते चारों ओर। खूब इटलाता मोर वर्षा लाते लाइए।
और इस जंगल को ऐसे ही हरा भरा रखिए। अब कहानियां।
Stories. So you saw stories are for adults, stories are for children, stories are for men, stories are for women, stories are for everybody. Stories have sound, stories have rhythm, so stories have music.
Stories have expression, stories have soul, stories have beauty, stories have joy, stories have sorrow, stories have connection, and stories connect us. So we all are connected.
And stories sometimes are not true. जब कल्पना हो तो कहानी बोल डालिए, अपनी मन की कह डालिए. So it's a beautiful journey.
हम हैं आज, कल ना होंगे हम. ये थी, ये हैं, ये रहेंगी सदा. ये थी,
ये हैं, ये रहेंगी सदा। खोज लो तो मोती हैं ये, और अगर लुटा दो तो खजाना है ये। कहानियाँ जो वक्त की मोहताज नहीं होती, इनकी खुद की कोई आवाज़ नहीं होती।
कहानियाँ जो वक्त की मोहताज नहीं होती, इनकी कोई आवाज नहीं होती।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
आई थिंक आई स्पीक फॉर एवरीबडी। 4 यार बार बार ने काफ़ी मज़ा ही करा दिया। आई थिंक इट वॉज ग्रेट, mesmerizing. Thank you so much, ladies, for that beautiful glimpse into theatre for us. Next we have a very well-known artist, Mrs. Monica Saroj. She's an artist who's also written a book, so we'll now have her on stage to tell us about her books in her own words.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Naravne, for giving me this opportunity to talk about my book. As an artist, I must tell everybody that I am a self-taught artist, so my journey was quite challenging, and especially when your husband is in a transferable job. So when I wrote this book, I basically covered how, as a self-taught artist, you can work and create a profession of yourself. Also, a lot of people do not realize the importance of art in their lives. So I have covered that aspect in the book to help you understand that there has to be a piece of art in your life. And another thing which I feel is that gap between the sellers of art and the buyers, because they sometimes hesitate to talk to the artist and how to go about buying art. So I have covered that aspect as well. So if there is anybody in the crowd who wants to start something of her own and they hesitate that it's not very easy to do, my book will definitely help in starting your own profession and how to go about it. Thank you so much. The name of my book is 50 Shades of Art, and it's not just for the artist. Anybody who wants to be an entrepreneur can get a help out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Saroj. Now it's time for me to hand the mic over to Mrs. Meenakshi Ramesh. She's a talented spoken word artist and writer herself, and she will be conducting the much awaited Rubaru.
मैं हूँ डॉक्टर सुदर्शन वर्मा, वीरांगना ऑफ ए एंड very proud Virangana of late Major Manmohan Verma, who was a surgeon doctor in the AMC. At the very young age, he became the lieutenant in the Indian Army as a doctor. कौन कहता है कि वो नहीं है? कौन कहता है वो नहीं है? अरे वो तो ऊपर देखो, आसमान से तुम सबको झांक रहे हैं, आशीर्वाद दे रहे हैं। एक चमकता सितारा है जो वो मेरे पति का सहारा है।
जिंदगी सीधे सीधे चलना ठीक नहीं, जिंदगी सीधे सीधे चलना ठीक नहीं, उबड़ खाबड़ पड़ाव भी ज़रूरी है। तैरते तैरते बाजू थक जाएंगे, तैरते तैरते बाजू थक जाएंगे, एक पल के लिए एक नाव भी ज़रूरी है। बदलाव भी ज़रूरी है, ये घाव भी ज़रूरी है, इतनी धूप अच्छी नहीं, थोड़ी थोड़ी छाँव भी ज़रूरी है। नमस्कार, आज मैं रूबरू में आप सबका स्वागत करती हूँ और आज हमारे साथ हैं बहुत ही एग्जेम्पलरी डॉक्टर सुदर्शन वर्मा। ज़ोरदार तालियों से इनका अभिनंदन किया जाए।
सबसे पहले मैं बहुत गर्व करती हूँ आप सबके बीच में आके। आप सबको मेरा नमन, नमस्कार, शत शत बार नमस्कार है। और मैं बहुत दिले से मिसेस वीना नरवानी की बहुत इज़्ज़त से उनको सलाम करती हूँ, आदाब करती हूँ। और मिसेस मिश्रा, मिसेस मोनिका खक्कड़, आप सबकी मैं आभारी हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे इस काबिल समझा, नाचीज़ को अपने सामने रखा।
ये डॉक्टर होने के साथ साथ एक बहुत ही मोटिवेटेड पर्सन है जो कि आपको देख रहा है और ये बहुत खूबसूरत कविताएं लिखती हैं। चलिए मैं इनसे कुछ प्रश्न पूछती हूँ और ये मुझे और हम सबको अपनी ज़िंदगी के बारे में कुछ और बताएंगी। डॉक्टर साहब, आप हमें बताइए, आपको ये किताब लिखने की प्रेरणा कहाँ से मिली?
जब मैं मेडिकल स्टूडेंट थी 3rd ईयर में, तो मैं अपने हस्बैंड को मिली, मुलाकात हुई, हमारा प्यार बढ़ा, इश्क में जज्बात में आके मैंने 64 से लिखना शुरू किया। छोटा मोटा अपना आशिकी तराने लिख जाया करती थी तरुन्नम में। एक दिन क्या हुआ कि मेरे फ्रेंड्स कहते हैं कि तू कहाँ कैसे लिखती है। मैंने कहा पता नहीं, जब भी मैं लिखती हूँ तो अपने याददाश्त में मस्त हो जाती हूँ, अपने प्यार में मस्त हो जाती हूँ, खो जाती हूँ तो मैं लिखती हूँ। ऐसे धीरे धीरे लिखते लिखते मैं शादी के बंधन में बूंद गई। मैं शादी के बंधन में बन गई और मेरा भाग्य देखो, एक जिस दिन हमने शादी करनी थी मेरे हस्बैंड को बुलावा आ गया इंडो पाकिस्तान वार का, जून 65 में। मैंने बोला मैं तो अभी शादी करूंगी। मेरी माँ कहती है नहीं, अगर वापस नहीं आए तो। मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, ही वॉज ओनली 23 ईयर्स दैट टाइम। मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं, अगर मैं चलते चलते ट्रक के नीचे आ गई तो मैं तो करूँगी। जीत पे अड़ गई। मैं कहा तुम नहीं करोगे मेरा साथ। मेरी सास थी, बस मेरी मदर थी। वो आए जल्दी से अम्बाला कैंट में। ही वॉज देयर, द फर्स्ट न्यू पोस्टेड ऑफिसर देयर। अभी कुछ ही चंद ही महीने हुए थे उनको यहाँ आए अम्बाला में। फटाफट हमने आर्या समाज मंदिर में गए, शादी करी और सुबह सुबह मेरे पति देव रवाना हो गए कश्मीर में। तो ये थी मेरी जिंदगानी की शुरुआत। 3 साल वो रहे और नहीं मानेंगे आप कि एट द एज ऑफ 23 he started his career in the army as a junior doctor there, MBBS only. He was posted here and there, Leh, Ladakh, Kargil, Kanjalwan, Patan, बांदीपुर, कहाँ नहीं वो बेचारों को भेजा गया। और बीच में मुझे मिलने का कब मौका मिलता था? बिल्कुल नहीं। फिर एक दिन मैं गुस्से में आई, मैंने उनको किसी के थ्रू मैसेज भेजा कि मैं अकेली अम्बाला में तड़प रही हूँ, आप वहाँ पे वादियों में घूम रहे हो। कहते तेरे को पता है कितनी प्रॉब्लम है। खैर उनका सीओ बहुत अच्छा था, उन्होंने मुझे बुला लिया। मैं श्रीनगर गई, मेरे लिए अरेंज किया गया। उसके बाद मेरे को बंकर्स में मैंने रही, ट्रेंचेस में रही, टैंक्स में रही, एज ए डॉक्टर वहाँ हेल्प भी करती रही मैं। इतने में हमारी पोस्टिंग 3 इयर्स के अंदर वहाँ पे मतलब भटकते भटकते मैं अकेली रहती थी। वो महीने में एक बार वीकेंड पे आते थे। दैट वाज माय लाइफ एंड आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी टू सी हिम ओनली वंस इन ए मंथ। हमारी पोस्टिंग पटियाला हो गई। वहाँ से उन्होंने MS मास्टर ऑफ सर्जरी करी। Within 2 years he became full-fledged surgeon at the age of 26. Then immediately posted to Command Hospital, Calcutta. हमारा मुकद्दर देखिए, पहले तो 65 की इंडो पाक लड़ाई उन्होंने अटेंड करी, उसके बाद बांग्लादेश की लड़ाई शुरू हो गई। बांग्लादेश में ही वाज सेंट टू द कैप्टन्स लिली बॉर्डर। वहाँ से फिर कमांड हॉस्पिटल अपने वहीं आए, बिकॉज सर्जन थे, तो जितने भी कटे फटे मरीज आएंगे सबके उनको जान देते थे वो। बस मेरा भाग्य कि जैसे सीज फायर हुई उसके बाद भी पेशेंट तो आते ही हैं, नाम होता है सीज फायर का, लड़ाइयाँ तो होती रहती हैं, फिर भी आते रहे और सर्जरी करते रहे फॉर 3 days, 24 hours, 72 hours. He never came out from the OT. He was operating day and night. He was very, very devotional to his job. तो 12-1 बजे के करीब मैं टर्फव्यू में रहती थी, जो टर्फ क्लब के सामने हमारी आर्मी अकोमोडेशन है, टर्फ्यू नंबर 100। मैसेज आता है कि जल्दी चलिए जल्दी चलिए। मैं क्यों? मेजर वर्मा जल्दी चलिए, उनको आपकी ज़रूरत है। मैं जाती हूँ, 2 मिनट बात करती हूँ, ही स्माइल्स एट मी एंड ही गोज़ अप। दैट इज़ द एंड ऑफ माई स्टोरी। एंड मेरा भाग्य देखिए, मेरे जब व्हेन आई लॉस्ट माई हस्बैंड, माई एल्डर सन who was only 2.5 years old, he is now today, he is Dr. Anil Verma international cardiologist in USA. He did his surgery. He did his cardio specialty interventional from Harvard University, USA. And he took his MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College. And younger son, who was only 7 weeks in my tummy, only 7 weeks. People said, life बहुत बड़ी, even General Malik Shah ने बोला कि life बहुत बड़ी है, 7 weeks ही तो हैं. मैंने कहा नहीं, अभी 11 weeks हैं, 4 महीने. कलकत्ता में मैं रही थी कमांड हॉस्पिटल में, accommodation I could retain. Anyway, today my younger son, my husband name was Mohan Verma, उसको मैंने मोहन वर्मा कह दिया, मन हटा के मोहन रख दिया नाम. Now Mohan Verma is engineer from IMT, Delhi College of Engineering, and he did MBA in communication and accounts from IMT Ghaziabad.
अब आप हमें अपनी एक खूबसूरत सी कविता जरूर
अब मैं अपने बारे में भी थोड़ा सा बताऊंगी.
हाँ जी जरूर.
कि when I was only 10 years in class 5th, I lost my father who was a police officer. उस वक्त वो इंस्पेक्टर थे. Then I'm self-made from that age of 10 years. Then I did medicine at my own, got scholarship and all. But in 63, I was runner-up. मैं शुरू से थोड़ा शौकीन तबीयत, आशिकाना तबीयत की थी. तो in 63, I was the runner-up of Miss Femina contest. ये ही मेरी लाइफ हिस्ट्री. और सबसे बड़ी जो अचीवमेंट मैंने करी अपने हस्बैंड के नाम से, कि मैंने आप लोगों का संग पाया, आप लोगों का साथ पाया. और आज मैं जो भी हूँ सिर्फ डिफेंस के कारण हूँ. When I lost my husband, General Manik Shah ne, he was a godfather for me, and today I pray and I really, still I feel he is with me, General Manik Shah also. मेरे लिए 2 ऑर्डली भेजे वहाँ लेने, क्योंकि मेरे फादर नहीं थे, मेरी मदर बेचारी सिंपल सी थी. मेरे को कलकत्ता से 2 जवान आए, जो सिपाही उन्होंने भेजे, और 1 सूबेदार भेजा. वहाँ से मुझे लेकर आए दिल्ली में, IBM में मेरे को 6 महीने रखा. फिर जहाँ हमारे जो DG थे आर्म फोर्सेस के, मेडिकल आर्म फोर्सेस के, उन्होंने जनरल दैट टाइम ही वाज ब्रिगेडियर खुराना, उनको बुलाया और बोला जनरल मानिक शाह ने और हमारे DG को, ये हमारी पूरे आर्मी की वीरांगना नहीं, ये हमारी बेटी है, तो टेक केयर ऑफ हर. मेरे को हैंड ओवर किया जनरल कपूर को. मुझे बेस हॉस्पिटल में 2 बेडरूम ड्राइंग डाइनिंग का पूरा फर्निश घर दिया गया, अलॉन्ग विद द ऑर्डली. तो बताओ मेरे दिल से आर्मी कैसे निकलेगी. और तब से मैं आर्मी की दीवानी हूँ. मैं 72 से सिंगल हुई हूँ, सिंगल नहीं, आत्मा तो साथ चलती है. और तब से मैं आर्मी के साथ जुड़ी हुई हूँ, और डिफेंस क्लब की मैं मेंबर हूँ सिंस 73, independent. Although I am member of Gymkhana club, but still I use my defense club only. I like it. Every labor to चौकीदार टू वेटर, दे ऑल रिस्पेक्ट मी, दे लव मी बिकॉज आई लव देम. सो ये मेरी कहानी है. और उसके बाद भी मुझे शांति नहीं मिली, क्योंकि मेरे को डिफेंस ने इतनी मदद की. फ्रॉम डॉक्टर छोड़ के मैंने बिजनेस में अडॉप्ट किया. आप सोचेंगे कि बिजनेस, डॉक्टर होते बिजनेस में क्यों किया. मैं तो खाली MBBS थी, मैंने एक दिन भी प्रैक्टिस नहीं करी, एक दिन भी नौकरी नहीं करी थी. ज्वाइन करी मैंने डिफेंस अपनी आर्मी ज्वाइन करी, पर वहाँ मैं हस्बैंड के साथ रही. उसके बाद तो मैंने छोड़ दिया ना. तो उसके बाद जब मैंने छोड़ दिया 4-5 साल के बाद, तो इस इतने बड़े दुख के साथ मैं कहाँ डॉक्टरी करती या कोई पेशेंट मेरे से मर जाता. मेरे को मैं बहुत परेशान थी ना, मेरे समझ नहीं आती थी, मैं बस रोती रहती थी और कुछ नहीं आता था. मुझे नहीं कुछ आता, मुझे नहीं आता लाइक दैट.
पर आप कविताएं इतनी खूबसूरत लिखती हैं.
ये उनकी, ये थोड़ा जब मैं उनके इश्क में थी तब लिखती थी. फिर जब हम अलग हुए, श्रीनगर में हुए, पटना बारामूल में फील्ड एरिया में थे, तब मैं उनकी याद में लिखती थी. और उसके बाद व्हेन आई बिकेम सिंगल, फिर थोड़ा उनकी याद में खो जाती थी तो लिखना शुरू कर देती थी. एनीवे, फिर मेरे को डिफेंस की मदद से और प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया की मदद से मुझे इंडियन ऑयल गैस की डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरशिप मिली साउथ दिल्ली में, ऑफ माय चॉइस. मैंने कहा साउथ दिल्ली जाना है मुझे, वहाँ पे मुझे मिली. So today I am a very successful business lady.
Please a huge round of applause for Dr. साहब. Dr. साहब, हमारे पास समय कम है, आप जल्दी से हमें एक कविता सुना दीजिए.
आपको बहुत प्राउड फील होगा इस पे कि मेरी एक इच्छा थी कि मैं अपने हस्बैंड के नाम की एक सड़क बनाऊं. So today on my at the back when I kept few about 30-40 books, anybody likes can take it. डॉक्टर मेजर मनमोहन वर्मा मार्ग एट हाउस का सप्तन डेवलपमेंट एरिया, पूरी कॉलोनी मेरे हस्बैंड के नाम पे since 5 years है. since 5 I was struggling with the लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर कि मेरे हस्बैंड के नाम की सड़क होगी तो मैं यहाँ से उठूंगी, नहीं तो नहीं उठूंगी. So I achieved it.
आप कविता सुनाइए. मिसेज नारावने बहुत उत्सुक हैं आपकी खूबसूरत कविता सुनने के लिए.
मैं आपको सिर्फ दो छोट I'll take now 2 minutes more. एक छोटी सी कविता है जो मैंने देशभक्ति के नाम पे लिखी है एंड थोड़ा मिलका हल्का फुल्का सुर में गाऊंगी या मैं ऐसे बोल देती हूँ
जैसे आपको अच्छा लगे.
हम हिंद के सेवक हैं, ये है हिंद हमारा देश प्यारा, ये देश प्यारा, मेरा हिंदुस्तान प्यारा. बहती है इसमें यमुना, बहती है इसमें गंगा, बहती है इसमें यमुना, बहती है इसमें गंगा. लहरा रहा है ऊंचा इस देश का तिरंगा, लहरा रहा है ऊंचा इस देश का तिरंगा. कैसा कैसा ये शीतल यमुना का किनारा, देश प्यारा. हिंदू है भाई भाई, मुस्लिम व सिख ईसाई, हिंदू है भाई भाई, मुस्लिम या सिख ईसाई. इस देश के डिफेंस मेरे गवर्नर, इस देश के हैं जनरल मेरे ही है सहाय. देखो देखो आकाश में चमकता हुआ मेरे शहीदों का सितारा, देश प्यारा. भगवान हमें दो शक्ति, हम देश को बढ़ाएं. भगवान हमें दो शक्ति, हम देश को बढ़ाएं. बेमौत ना मरे हम, मर कर भी नाम पाए. बेमौत ना मरे हम, मर कर भी नाम पाए. हे भारत, हे भारत की माँ, हमें तेरा सहारा, देश प्यारा, हम देश के से.
जोरदार तालियां. This spirit is very rare to be found. A huge round of applause for Dr. Verma.
Can I take?
थोड़ी देर बाद.
1 minute more.
I think we are running short of time, Dr. Sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I will request.
Yeah, I will. We will meet Mrs. Naravne later. After finishing the program, we'll definitely meet her. उनको नीचे ले जाओ. क्यों डरें कि जिंदगी में क्या होगा, क्यों डरें कि जिंदगी में क्या होगा, हर वक्त क्यों सोचें कि क्या सब ठीक ठाक होगा. बढ़ते रहें बस मंजिल की ओर, हमें कुछ मिले या ना मिले, वह नया होगा. जिंदगी का सामना बहुत बहादुरी से किया है हमारी अगली लेखिका से. द यंग डायनामिक दीक्षा द्विवेदी इज द फाउंडर एंड डायरेक्टर ऑफ योसो मीडिया एंड द ऑथर ऑफ लेटर्स फ्रॉम कारगिल. वेलकम दीक्षा टू रूबरू. Huge round of applause, ladies.
This is working. Okay, great.
हाय आई थिंक सबकी आवाज़ सुन के एंड कहानियाँ सुन के मैं तो बहुत छोटा फील कर रही हूँ इधर पर आई वॉन्ट टू थैंक यू मिसेस कक्कर, मिसेस जोशी, मिसेस सोनिया एंड मिसेस पांडे. आई थिंक उन्होंने एकदम मेरे दिल की बात बोली कि कहानियाँ कितनी सारी होती हैं इस दुनिया में. 7.9 billion stories in this world, and just a few of us who get a chance to tell those stories. I think storytelling and we have a love affair. 2014 में मैंने पहली बार एक प्लेटफॉर्म लॉन्च किया था अक्कर बक्कर के नाम से, जहाँ पे लोग कहानियाँ भेजते थे और भेजते हैं और हम एडिट और पब्लिश करते हैं. वहाँ से मेरे को पता चला कि एक जो कहानी है, रियल लाइफ स्टोरी, टचेस मिलियंस ऑफ हार्ट्स इंस्टेंटली. हमारी एक पहली कहानी जब वायरल गई तो मुझे ये समझ आया कि जब कहानी दिल से निकलती है तो एंड रियल लाइफ स्टोरी दिल से निकलती है तो वो चेंजेस करती है माइंडसेट्स को, राइट. एंड आई थिंक दैट इज़ व्हाट पुश्ड मी माय ओन प्लेटफॉर्म टू टेल माय ओन स्टोरी अबाउट माय फादर, मेजर CB द्विवेदी, सेना मेडल. ही इज़ अ कारगिल वॉर मार्टियर एंड आई थिंक मैंने 16 साल वेट किया एंड फाइनली एक मोमेंट में जब मेरी माँ और मेरे बीच में एक कॉन्वर्सेशन हो रही थी, that made me write his story after 16 years. And that I wrote as a story on the internet, which reached many people, which led to many interviews, which led to many people talking about my father. And that's how my book happened. That is why I always keep telling everyone कि अगर आपको कहानी बतानी है तो सबसे पहली कहानी होनी चाहिए वो आपकी खुद की कहानी होनी चाहिए. Because आपकी खुद की रियल लाइफ स्टोरी टचेस हार्ट्स, टचेस माइंडसेट्स, inspires people to share their own stories with the world, and that's the only way change happens, I think. तो मैं अब और टाइम नहीं लूँगी और मैं कुछ पंक्तियाँ पढ़ूँगी अपनी बुक से, because who am I without my own story? So here it goes. I hope you like it. The next few days passed in a blur. We were flown to Patna from Delhi, and my mother's brother, also an army man, traveled with us in uniform. At the airport, we waited for Daddy, who was flying with us one last time, his body wrapped in the tricolored flag. For the first time in our lives, he was our responsibility, instead of the other way around. We had to take him to his birthplace, Chandiya village, where his whole family would be waiting for him. Lieutenant Sanjeev Haryal, a young officer from his regiment, assisted us, as did some reporters. In Patna, we were greeted by the press and the Chief Minister, Lalu Prasad Yadav, and his wife, Rabri Devi. The next day, we were again flown in a helicopter. This was the last leg of the journey for Daddy and us as a family of 4 together. We soon reached his village. I had never seen so many people at one place in my life. My father's 5'11" long body was placed carefully in the gallery in front of his father's room. This was the last time we were going to be able to feel his skin, see his face. I couldn't go close to him. As soon as the plastic sheet around him was unwrapped, I glimpsed his face from afar. It was covered in white powder, which made him look ghostly. Terrified, I ran to another room. That's the last memory I have, seeing my valiant father, my hero. I didn't salute him. I didn't try to stop him from being taken away from us. I simply found an escape. This 8-year-old coward was a soldier's daughter. I've never forgiven myself for that day. While my 12-year-old sister was giving interviews wearing a brave face, I had run away from saying goodbye to the most important person in my life. Soon, it was time for his cremation. In the village, women were not allowed to attend it. And so we didn't. That's another thing I'll never get over. We didn't get a chance to light his pyre because we were not given a choice. I know if my sister were asked, she would have grabbed the opportunity. The news of his death, the media hype, Daddy's cremation, all of it happened in a span of 3 to 4 days before we were left to ourselves to figure things out. And then it began, the rest of our lonely lives. My mother was 33 and clueless about many matters, but nothing could stop her from working towards the best future for her daughters, just as she and her loving husband had planned. In his letters, we would often write to her about how she could help their older daughter Neha feel secure after I was born. He would say, after all, she's our first daughter. He made sure he personally took part in our upbringing, even if it meant distant learning. 16th July 1998. My dear Neha and Diksha, I'm fine here and hope the same with you all. I have not received any letters till date from you, but I know it is due to postal strike. Very soon, I will get all your letters and you will get mine. You know how I pass my time? I pass my time thinking about you. Your days when you were small kids, hardly able to walk or speak, then slowly growing and reaching where you two are today. It is nice to think about it all. If you want to revise your memory, go through the album. You will remember a lot. How are your studies going? And also the fights. Take care and do well. Rest in the next letter. With love, your daddy. Through his letters, he held our hand every step of the way. He taught us to create memories and hold on to them while he was away. Now Mummy had to make both Nihadi and me feel safe, all on her own. In those days, you'd often find her awake at night, sitting in the drawing room, holding Daddy's framed picture close to her heart, whimpering as if she were talking to him to make a mindful decision. This has been difficult. I just read this book after a long time, so a bit difficult. But thank you so much. I hope you get a copy of Letters from Kargil. Read about my father. Quickly want to check if I have not missed anything from my really long speech. Before I leave the stage, I apologize. I went overboard. But really, just a real talk, this really long talk, I could summarize in this one sentence, which is, share your story with the world. Chances are, it will change your life. It changed mine. Thank you so much.
This was so beautiful and it really touched our hearts. Must have been really tough for you. We have our next author, Sonia Relia.
In love with the olive green. I've never fallen out of love with it. Also, I think it's a deep honor to stand and put your head down and say thank you to life for, you know, being wedded to the olive green. It's been a beautiful journey. I had a full speech ready till this young girl has taken me off guard. So I will just put my head down and say that the journey has been beautiful. There were a lot of times that I was handpicked to do things I didn't know I was capable of. Very much in Delhi area, I remember the first time when I was told, you know, you're supposed to be introducing so-and-so. I walked up to the GOC's wife and said, I don't want to do it. She said, young lady, you don't have a choice. Just get there and do it. And today when I stand on platforms, I actually look at it and say, my God, thank God somebody saw my skills before I saw them. And I think that what is the system that has brought us. I say this in every platform that I go. Everything that the system gives you. Somebody told me something beautiful a couple of years back, you know. She said कि ऊपर जाते हुए इतना मत लेना कि ऊपर जाके नीचे के लिए कुछ ना छोड़ो. तो ऊपर जाते हुए छोड़ते हुए जाना. I come back today very humbled because when I started working with the Shaurya schools, I was called by Mrs. Nagal and said, Sonia, get here. We need to get the curriculum in place. I said, Mrs. Nagal, संजीव कर्नल है, सब लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल और मेजर जनरल की वाइफ्स हैं, मैं डील नहीं कर पाऊंगी. She said, हम सब रैंक निकाल के बैठेंगे. It was amazing. And for 6 months, every single day we were in Mrs. Nagal's house, and every single day General Nagal हमें रोटी में गुड़ डाल के लंच में खिलाते थे. That has been the journey of education and dreams for the early years. हमें मालूम नहीं था कि what will pan out, you know, we didn't know. But मैं ख्वाब देखती थी. हम लोग करिकुलम लिखते थे, सोचते थे डिजिटल होना चाहिए, पैसे नहीं होते थे, इलस्ट्रेशन होने चाहिए, कौन लेके आता था. But somewhere in some corner of the country, somebody would get this for us. तो ऐसा the preschools grew with this dream. कितने लोगों ने दीवारें पेंट करी हैं स्कूल्स की? Yes or no? है ना, बड़ा खूबसूरत जर्नी रहा है. एंड इवन देन आई यूज्ड टू टेल देम कि अगर इस जर्नी को हमने सक्सेसफुल करना है तो हम अपने ख्वाब किसी प्रोफेशनल के साथ वीव क्यों नहीं करते, हम क्यों इतनी मेहनत करते हैं जब एक पूरा प्रोफेशनल दुनिया है हमारे लिए. एंड देन आई created something called Kino Learn and Kinophonics 31 years back. It was research and activity based learning, and somebody spotted me in Loreto Convent, and it was the marketing head of the Oxford University Press. They said, Sonia ji, come to the office. Preschool teacher, कभी ज़िंदगी में corporate office नहीं गई थी. I picked up my bags and I walked to the corporate office. खोल के सब कुछ दिखाया. उन्होंने कहा हमें join कर लीजिए. I came back and told संजीव, वो एक marketing head थे कोई. He said कुछ stupid तो नहीं करके आया. I said नहीं, उनको सब puppets दिखा दिए मैंने. I work with a 10 by 10 centimeter card. 10 by 10 centimeter का card. 10 by this stationery I have never changed. चाहे पुंछ हो, चाहे सिलीगुड़ी हो, चाहे कुछ हो, वो कागज़ मेरा 10 बाय 10 मेरे साथ चलता है. माँ कहती थी कि अगर कुछ ना चले तो अपने में जिन बना लो, अपने जिन से ही अपना रास्ता बना लो, क्योंकि कभी कभी रास्ते तो खुलते नहीं हैं. तो आपको अपना जिन बन जाना चाहिए. हुनर हो तो बहुत है. पंजाबी लेडी थी कहती थी हुनर होंदा है तो काफ़ी है गए. नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम. सो दैट इज़ हाउ आई ग्रू. अपने में जिन ढूंढा, एक 10 बाय 10 का कागज़ लिया, आगे बढ़ गए. जो वर्क करता था मैं लिख लेती थी उसको. मैं कहती थी कि ये काम कर रहा है, ये कहानी चल रही है, ये बच्चा सुन पा रहा है, ये बच्चा रिएक्शन दे पा रहा है, तो मैं उसको रिकॉर्ड कर लेती थी. फिर एक छोटी सी कविता में मैं समा देती हूँ कि जब मेरे तिनके जैसा था आकार, जब नई नई शादी करके आई थी, तब मैं समझती थी इतना सा ही है संसार. अपने शिफॉन की साड़ी निकालती थी, बड़ी खुश हो जाती थी. अपना 1 नंबर का ट्रंक सजाती थी, बहुत प्यार से उसको रख के उसके ऊपर कुछ बिछाती थी. तो जब मेरे तिनके जैसा था आकार, मैं तब समझती थी इतना सा ही है संसार. फिर मेरा घर बना घोंसला, सूखे तिनकों से तैयार. तब हम थोड़े थोड़े आगे बढ़े, थोड़े थोड़े खूबसूरत आप जैसे लोगों को मिले. कोई ऐसे बड़े सीनियर लोग मिलते थे, बड़ी सुंदर सी साड़ी पहनते थे. हम कहते थे हम ऐसा बनना चाहते हैं. पर एक बड़ी खूबसूरत जर्नी रही. तब भी मैं समझती थी इतना सा ही है संसार. आज उड़ी हूँ दूर गगन में अपने पंख पसार. आज मेरी समझ में आया इतना बड़ा है ये संसार, कितना बड़ा है ये संसार. सो इट्स अ ब्यूटिफुल वर्ल्ड. एंड ऐसे कहते हैं कि जिस पल में तुम जिंदा हो वो पल तुम में जिंदा है. तो जो करना है सो कर जाओ, जो होना है सो हो जाएगा. और जब हम आसमान की ओर जाते हैं तो आसमान के परिंदे कहते हैं बंदे यहाँ पर नहीं आना, यहाँ पे बंदों का नहीं ठिकाना. हर ज़मीन का बाशिंदा कहता है ऊपर क्यों है जाना, यहीं ज़मीन पर है ठिकाना. टुडे आई हैव ट्रैवल्ड. आई एम द ऑथर ऑफ द फर्स्ट early years series of the Oxford University Press in India. All the early years firsts have a single author, and I'm blessed to be that name. The first atlas, the first phonics, the first entire course. But at the end of the day, कभी कभी कायनात से बातें कर लीजिए. मैंने आपको कहा था मिस इंदरवा ने, मेरे बड़े कायनात से बातें करी थी कि एक दिन तो रूबरू होंगी आपके. तो कायनात तो सुन लेती है. So dream and talk to the universe, because the universe has a way to listen to you. और वो सब परिंदे जो मुझसे कहते थे आसमान में क्यों है आना, आज अपने आसमान को यहीं ज़मीं पर पाते हैं. और वो सब बाशिंदे जो मुझसे कहते थे आसमान है क्यों में जाना, तो मुझसे ही साइड में ले जाके अब आसमान का रास्ता पूछ जाते हैं. तो रास्ता बनाइए, क्लाइंब, गो एंड रीच इट. दुनिया रास्ता बना लेती है. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
That was fabulous, Sonia. Now we are inviting the self-proclaimed eavesdropper who gathered the humor in her life, writing by listening and talking to the people after seeking approval from her dogs. Over to the very savvy Colonel. A huge round of applause.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. Well, before coming here, I was sitting behind and thinking that, I have something ready. Maybe I can, writers are storytellers. So I created a sequence of what I'm going to say. But then there were much more powerful stories here from Dr. Sudarshan, from Deeksha, and an inspiring Mrs. Sonia. Well, I have nothing much to say. But yeah, Ms. Sonia ended by saying that, the universe listens to you. And I do believe in providence and universe. Well, on 17th, the Lit Fest began and I started working for my workshop. And I had this notebook from which I wrote my story, also scribbled. And I saw the first page. First page, hum generally dekhte nahi hai. We forget about it. And the date on the first page was 17 December 2018. That's a providence. And I had written a quote from Rumi. It was Rumi's 745th, I think, birth anniversary in 2018. Well, I always wanted to be a writer. I come from a very small town in coastal Karnataka called Karwar, which many of you may know, after the naval base there. Well, and still now there is no bookshop there. And my parents, they would go for these NBT fairs and they introduced me to libraries. And children's books weren't really a thing. I read everything that I could lay my hands on. Maybe I was 8, 9, I read Edgar Allan Poe, I read the Sahitya Academy published books, everything. Well, and I actually read the first children's book maybe when I was 14. And I was mesmerized. And from then on, I fell in love with children's books. And I wanted to write for children. Well, I grew up and I became a journalist because you need a writing job that pays. Well, that also doesn't pay very well, but well, it pays. Well, okay, and then, well, I got married, and like most of us, army wives, we leave our jobs. But then I had to answer people. I had to answer, why are you, there was an IAS officer whom I went to give my wedding card, and he said, are you marrying an army officer? Matlab, kya ho gaya hai tumhe? I was like, okay, fine, I mean, he was quite senior, so I shook my head, I came back. Well, and I told everyone that I'm going to be a writer now. I'm going to get time to write. And I wrote my first book 13 years ago, which is still not published. Well, it was rejected. And after that, in 2015, I wrote this book, The Nameless God. Well, it was 2015, but again, everyone rejected it. And, well, and what happened after that, I just stopped writing. I had a baby too, but I think mainly the rejections are very hard. I stopped writing, and in 2019, we were in Yol, Mrs. Vivedi was there. I slipped and I fell, and I hurt my head. My head was bleeding, everything was dark, I had concussions, I was in bed for a month. And I thought, what if I die without fulfilling my dream? And I once again sent the manuscript to all. I just Googled and found all the traditional publishers. I sent it to them. And I didn't expect a reply. And thankfully, during Holi, somebody replied. I remember it's Holi because a mail had come sometime back, and I checked after many days, since I was not expecting. Well, and from then on, this journey began. And then there was silence, totally silence. They asked me to work on it again. I worked, and from 12,000 words, it grew to 30,000 words. I wrote this book, and for the next 7-8 months, nothing, total silence. And then, if you ask me last December, maybe December, if you ask, I was totally clueless as to whether I will ever be a published author. And in January 20, this year, January 21, this book came out on January 25th. And I spoke to the marketing director, and I was expecting that my book aa rahi, there'll be a book launch and something grand. Nothing. It just quietly was available on Amazon at 12 o'clock midnight. I myself ordered my copy and I got it. And then I had to say, "Meri author copies so bhejo." You get only 10 author copies, by the way. I got just 10 author copies, and I had to buy my own books. Okay, and it just came, and I told the marketing director kuch. So she also said very nonchalantly, "Dekhiye, aapke book mein na, you'll get awards. That's for sure. You will get awards for this book. Commercially, I don't know whether it'll do well." And I was like, "Okay, fine." But my husband took it upon himself, and he messaged all his course mates. Okay, and I tell you, that's the power of the army. Within the first day of the launch, it was #1 on Amazon. And the same marketing director, she messaged me, ki, "How did this happen?" Okay. I was like, it just happened. And from then on, there has been no looking back. The book has been doing very well. It's got rave reviews. It's gone into a reprint in April, which everybody was surprised, because in the pandemic, the book business was at its all-time low. But this was the only children's book which went into a second edition within 2 months. Well, and now, this is December, this book was shortlisted for the Bangalore Literature Festival Book Prize 2021 in the children's category. And it's the Amazon's top 5 popular books for the year. And there's a voting process, and I'll ask you for votes. Because this book is competing with Ruskin Bond, Sudha Murthy, Rick Riordan, and popularity-wise, I know I cannot beat them, but again, that's the power of the army. You can. Well, I'll tell you the first recognition what I got. I was very happy this morning to see Mrs. Dwivedi here, because my husband was very, protocol-wise, he didn't want to give the copy, so he gave the copy to General Dwivedi, and they did have a felicitation program for me in Pathankot, and I was really touched. And from then on, he got the courage to send it to Mrs. Naravane, and I remember, I'm a dreamer. कि I remember, लोग बोलते हैं कि जब Nobel Prize मिलता है, you get a call suddenly. Okay. And that was April, I was in Bangalore. Pandemic में, it was lockdown, and there was a call from a Delhi number. I would have ignored. मुझे लगा कि ये तो, that's a call center number. Landline से Delhi से कौन call करता है? And he said, "Mrs. Naravane wants to talk to you." And I was just quiet. And I was really touched by her, modesty, humility, her warmth, basically, how warm she was. And I kept on laughing throughout the conversation. I don't think she remembers it, but I was just yapping and laughing. And I said, Mrs. Narvane, I think it's the wrong pronunciation. And after that, I came back and I told Mrs. Luthra, the BGS's wife, कि ऐसे आया था. You are pronouncing her name wrong. Anyway, thank you so much. I've taken too much of time. And I would thank the Army fraternity for making this book a success. And thank you, Mrs. Naravane, of getting us all here together and giving us an opportunity to learn from each other. And hats off to your vision. Thank you very much. And one last thing, I'm so sorry I'm plugging my book, because there's a shopkeeper guy who's sitting there since 2 days. Please, the book is available at the stalls. And I'll be happy to sign it for you. Thank you very much. And thanks to the entire team, Mrs. Kant, Mrs. Kakkar, and the entire team here.
Savi, we are sure to vote for you, and we'll ensure that you win the voting. So our next topic is Khurana. A huge round of applause for Reenu Khurana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And it's surprising to see the gentlemen in minority. Firstly, what a lovely afternoon to be here amongst all such an esteemed audience. And in fact, all these stories around have shaken mine, you know. So, could I know how many of us have been to Ladakh, the land of Lars and Soz? Yes. I expected those many hands to go up. But how many of us have been to that place before the year 1996? Just a couple of hands. Okay. So June 1995 was when I got an opportunity to be part of a trans-Himalayan trekking expedition from Khardungla to Pithoragarh. A distance of 1700 kilometers traversed over 72 days. As a young second lieutenant of the Indian Army, a rank that no longer even exists as part of the organization. The experience, and I'm deliberately not using any adjective out here, because it just cannot do justice to what I carried back with me after that trek. All that I had was a pen and a small notepad, my blue diary, apart from a Kodak phone, or a Kodak camera. As an army officer and thereafter an army spouse, we all have a relationship with our black trunk or the black box. And this little blue diary found a place somewhere out there, and which would resurface during every posting. I would turn over the pages of that notepad, relive and recall the experience, and repack it because I lacked the clarity and commitment of what to do with it. A corporate stint in HR for over 10 years, and thereafter as a mind fitness and life coach through my own enterprise, Indus Inspires, kept me busy till March 2020. That's when COVID struck. And once again, as we were repacking our bags for another move, this blue diary resurfaced. And then it struck me as to why not self-coach my own self. I was doing so well in the coaching business, but why not self-coach myself to put a story or to weave a story around this trek? April, May, June, 3 months, and I had my manuscript ready. The reason to go in for an author-published copy was to have complete freedom on my Abhivyakti. And what a title this event has, because expression, the freedom of expression, and the timeline in which I wanted this book to be out was a key factor to go in for a self-publishing mode. And on the 17th of October 2020 was when Love Fair Ladakh hit the stands. For me, it was a culmination of that little blue diary which I was able to put to rest. And as all my other participants out here have mentioned, the magic of storytelling it just rewires you and fills you with exuberance, with josh, and the painting is on the wall for people to read and interpret it in your own way. So I'm not going to take more time because I do understand we have the paucity of time out here, but I'll quickly read the blurb of the book to give you a sense of what it is all about. After 25 years, Miraya is back in the mystic and magnificent mountains of Ladakh to spearhead her class of 88 school reunion trek. On her maiden visit to the land of flowers and sows, as a young lieutenant of the Indian Army, Miraya was part of a trans-Himalayan trekking expedition. Traversing 1,700 kilometers on foot for over 2 months, braving exhaustion and a near life-threatening avalanche, Miraya had also bared her soul and cried her heart out for her unrequited first love. The mighty mountains, meandering rivers, and mesmerizing meadows instead gifted her a renewed joy for life. Decades later, in the same landscape, all her deep entrenched emotions, longing, and memories surged to the surface. Who was the person her heart cried out for 25 years back? Who was she to meet him for the very first time in Ladakh? Was the universe conspiring to bring them together in its veritable vistas? Or does the land she considers to be the Mecca of life offer a new insight? Ladies and gentlemen, I have this book with me, and anybody who's interested in finding the answers can reach out to me. Otherwise, the book is also available on all the publishing medias. That is, it's available on Amazon, Kindle, Kobo, so on and so forth. Thank you so much for your time, and may God bless each one of us to chase our dreams and achieve it. Thank you.
मैंने लिखा है रोज़मर्रा की बातों को, मैंने लिखा है रोज़मर्रा की बातों को, कुछ जज्बातों को जो उपजे हैं उन किस्सों को, मैंने चुराया है कुछ जीवंत पलों को, कुछ किरदारों को, कुछ भूली हुई कहानियों को। ये शब्द मृदुला पाठक की एक कविता के हैं। ये जितना सुंदर लिखती हैं उतना ही सुंदर बोलती हैं। हाल ही में इनकी एक काव्य कृति प्रकाशित हुई है, मौन कोलाहल की अनुगूंज। आइए रूबरू होते हैं मृदुला पाठक से।
Thank you so much, Mrs. Balan, for the kind words and encouragement. It means a lot when it comes from someone whom you deeply admire. Thank you, Mrs. Balan. कितना अच्छा बोलती हूँ मुझे पता नहीं है, ये मेरी पहली शुरुआत है। तो एक कविता पाठ से शुरू करती हूँ, और ये एक कलम की आत्मकथा इस कविता का शीर्षक है, लेकिन वो कलम आप मृदुला वहाँ रख सकते हैं। शुरू करती हूँ। पूछे एक कलम, कहो कहो क्या लिखूं या ना लिखूं लिखूं मैं अपनी कथा, अपनी तरक्की, सिफात और अपनी खुशबू को, या कहो कहूँ अपनी व्यथा, उन ख्वाबों और ख्यालों को, या अनचाहे अनजाने खो रहे अस्तित्व को। लिखूं मैं ज्ञानी के ज्ञान को, या लिखूं उसकी अनभिज्ञता को, लिखूं कुछ ऐसा कि क्रांति ला दे, या कहो भूत वर्तमान और भविष्य के मूल को लिखूं। लिखूं मैं जिंदगी के लम्हात को, कुछ दर्द पुराने लिखूं, या कहो हर उस लम्हे के कुछ नक्श छोड़ जाऊं तख्ती पर, या हर उस लम्हे के कुछ नक्श छोड़ जाऊं तख्ती पर, उसकी नीयत को लिखूं या नियति के नियत को। नमस्कार, मैं मृदुला पाठक, मिसेस नारावने, और आप सभी उपस्थित आदरणीयों को मेरा कोटि कोटि प्रणाम और अभिवादन। पावन मंच को मेरा नमन। मैं सदैव आभारी रहूंगी कि मुझे इस मंच पर प्रस्तुत होने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। धन्यवाद। एक ही है जीवन और समय भी मिला है सीमित, जो भी है लिखा, जो भी है लिखा और सीखा, बस है एक चुटकी, अभी धरा भर है बाकी। तो सीमित समय में सीमित शब्दों का समर्पण लेकर हाजिर हूँ। सीमित शब्द और शब्दों का समर्पण, क्योंकि कलम के सिपाहियों, कलमकारों और लेखनी के उपासकों के पास शब्दों के अलावा कुछ होता भी नहीं है। मैंने लिखा है एक अधूरी पहचान को, हृदय की सहजता और दुर्बलता को। मैंने लिखा है एक अधूरी पहचान को, हृदय की सहजता और दुर्बलता को, अपने सामर्थ्य और सीमा को, और लिखा है अपने सीमित एकांत में एक मौन कोलाहल की अनुगूंज को। मौन कोलाहल की अनुगूंज मेरी प्रथम काव्य कृति है। इसका बुक कवर और इंटीरियर दोनों मैंने खुद डिज़ाइन किया है। इस सरल सीधे काव्य संग्रह में कि हर रचना में छुपी है एक लहर विचारों, संस्कारों और भावनाओं की। कुछ सुबकती उम्मीदें, सहमी सकुचाती ख्वाहिशें, कुछ उन्मुक्त झिझकती कल्पनाएं दबी हैं। कुछ सुबकती उम्मीदें, सहमी सकुचाती ख्वाहिशें, कुछ उन्मुक्त झिझकती कल्पनाएं दबी हैं मेरी कविताओं में बेखौफ बेलौस बचपना, इंसानियत की बढ़ती अवहेलना, मानवता की सभ्य समाज में असामाजिकता का कीड़ा, मानवता की पीड़ा, मन का गर्द और नारी का दर्द। अगर मेरी किसी रचना का कोई भी रंग आपके मन मस्तिष्क को रंग जाए, तो मेरा भी रंग निखर जाएगा, थोड़ा और खिल जाएगा। 4 पंक्तियों से आरंभ करती हूँ और आपका साथ और आशीर्वाद दोनों चाहूँगी। पंक्तियाँ समर्पित हैं उन माँओं को जिन्होंने खोया है वतन परस्ती की खातिर अपने आँखों के तारे को। सुनिएगा। अश्क तो ज़रूर तुम्हारी भी आँखों से बहा होगा, अश्क तो ज़रूर तुम्हारी भी आँखों से बहा होगा, श्रद्धांजलि धुन जब जब तुमने सुना होगा। यादों के मलबे तले फिर से तन मन किसी का दबा होगा, खोया होगा जिन्होंने अपने सूत को जंग में रणभूमि पर, खोया होगा जिन्होंने अपने सूत को जंग में रणभूमि पर, आंखें पथरा गई उनकी जिन्होंने अपने आंखों के तारे को खोया होगा। अगली कुछ पंक्तियां निवेदित हैं उन वीर नारियों को, उनके बच्चों को जिनके जीवन से एक खास रौनक गुमशुदा है। कि 16 श्रृंगार में वह जो वैदेही सी दिखती थी, 16 श्रृंगार में वह जो वैदेही सी दिखती थी, बनकर नई दुल्हन जब वह आई थी, खूब सजती संवरती चहकती खिलखिलाती। बनकर नई दुल्हन जब वह आई थी, खूब सजती संवरती चहकती खिलखिलाती, आंगन में यूं ही फिरती थी। जाने कैसे आप ही अपना सिंदूर धोया होगा, सहमी सी अब दिखती है, सहमी सी अब दिखती है, अपने ही दायरे में सिमटी रहती। बीते लम्हों को सहलाती स्वरहीन रुदन किया होगा, बीते लम्हों को सहलाती स्वरहीन रुदन किया होगा, उसके दश्ते तन्हाई को क्या कभी कोई समझा होगा। और गला तो रुंध आया होगा तुम्हारा भी, दौड़ गई होगी एक लहर ज़रूर, जब बेरौनक सा उनका बचपन देखा होगा, जब बेरौनक सा उनका बचपन देखा होगा, उनके आँखों के सूनेपन को तुमसे ना देखा गया होगा। जो पूछते होंगे सवाल अंतहीन खुद से तुमसे और वतन से, जो पूछते होंगे सवाल अंतहीन खुद से तुमसे और वतन से, अश्क तो ज़रूर तुम्हारी भी आँखों से बहा होगा, श्रद्धांजलि धुन जब जब तुमने सुना होगा। अगली कुछ पंक्तियाँ उन सभी के लिए जो खुद को रोक देते हैं आगे बढ़ने से, जो गुम है अनजान राह में और विचारों की आवाजाही में। पंक्तियाँ निवेदित करती हूँ, आप तक पहुँचने और पहुँचाने की कोशिश करती हूँ। सुनिएगा। कि यूँ अपने हुनर की आहुति ना चढ़ा तू, यूँ भीड़ के पीछे ना भाग तू, यूँ अपने हुनर की आहुति ना चढ़ा तू, यूँ भीड़ के पीछे ना भाग तू, दूसरों से अपनी तुलना ना कर, अपने आप को कम आंका ना कर, दूसरों से अपनी तुलना न कर, अपने आप को कम आंका न कर, है छुपी एक अनोखी प्रतिभा तुझ में, आगे बढ़ उसको पहचान तू, नए सपनों की नींव रख, अपने हुनर को निखार तू। मेरे जैसी उन तमाम को समर्पित है ये पंक्तियाँ जो पीड़ित है अपने पतियों से और उनकी एक कर्कश ध्वनि से, जिनकी सालों से नींद हराम है, आपका ध्यान चाहूँगी कि सांझ की लालिमा छटते ही पसार दिए थे पाँव रात ने, सांझ की लालिमा छटते ही पसार दिए थे पाँव रात ने, और चादर इत्मीनान की ताने सब थे चित चारों खाने। तभी यकायक एक कर्कश ध्वनि पड़ी कानों में, तभी यकायक एक कर्कश ध्वनि पड़ी कानों में, जैसे किसी अबोध ने लगाई हो ताल तबले पर या छेड़ दिया हो ताल मृदंग, प्रखर और प्रचंड करते गहरी निंद्रा का सुख भंग। देखिए अदृश्य माँ और भाभी परेशान है, जैसे खुर्राट खर्राटों की हो प्रतियोगिता कोई, सीना चौड़ा नाक फुलाए मुंह बाए मार रहे खर्राटे फर्राटे से, साक्षात कुंभकर्ण के अवतार हो, कोई देता रेलगाड़ी को मात, तो कहीं जैसे निकली हो भिन भिनाती मधुमक्खियों की बारात। 2-4 और लाइनें हैं, जल्दी से मैं ख़त्म करती हूँ कि वर्तमान के भागदौड़ और आपाधापी भरी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी के मचलते सवाल मौन में कोलाहल मचा जाते हैं कि कितना ज़्यादा संपन्नता दिखाता है, कितना ज़्यादा संपन्नता दर्शाता है, कितना कम विपन्नता दिखाता है। कौन करता है ये हदें तय, ये हिसाब कौन लगाता है। और इसी कोलाहल और आपाधापी के बीच कहीं छुपी होती है ज़िंदगी और सुकून के वो कुछ पल। मुझे और यकीनन आप सभी चाय की चुस्की के साथ उन लम्हों को ज़रूर जीते होंगे कि याद आती है मुझे बहुत वो शाम 5 बजे की चाय और 2 बिस्किट के साथ ढेरों राय, माँ की फीकी वाली, पापा की एकदम कड़क और तुम्हारी खास अदरक वाली। कभी समोसे कभी पकोड़े के बहाने, तो कभी सर्दी बहुत है चाय पी लूँ तो जाऊँ नहाने। कह तुमने खूब चुस्की लगाई है, सारे शिकवे शिकायत भी तुमने चाय पर ही फरमाई है, सारे शिकवे शिकायत तुमने चाय पर ही फरमाई है, और तुम्हारी हर फरमाइश पर एक प्याली और मैंने चाय बनाई है, तुम्हारे हर फरमाइश पर एक प्याली और मैंने चाय बनाई है। और देखो देखो कैसे तुमने मुझे चाय की लत लगवाई है। हम सैनिक पत्नियां कितनी सहजता से शहर बदल देते हैं, एक मकान को कैसे घर बनाते हैं। इस भाव को 4 पंक्तियों से आप तक पहुंचाने की कोशिश कर रही हूं कि एक शहर से दूसरे, दूसरे से तीसरे, जाने कितने शहर बदल देते, एक मकान को घर बनाते हैं और पीछे छोड़ जाते दरवाजे, खिड़कियां, मेज, कुर्सियां, छत पर पड़ी पीपल की सूनी टहनियाँ, किसी दराज में एक पुड़िया यादों की, एक टुकड़ा अपने पहचान की और एक झलक अपने उम्र की पीछे छोड़ जाते हैं। मैं अपने आप को अत्यंत भाग्यशाली मानती हूँ कि मुझे ऐसी महिलाओं का सानिध्य और स्नेह मिला जिन्होंने हर क्षण मुझे प्रेरित और प्रोत्साहित किया आगे बढ़ने, अपने हुनर को निखारने के लिए, जिन्होंने मेरे बिखरे शब्दों को एक काव्य संग्रह का रूप देने के लिए प्रेरित किया। आप सभी को कोटि कोटि प्रणाम और नमन। आप सभी श्रोताओं को जो इतनी आत्मीयता से सुन रहे हैं, आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम और खूब खूब आभार। पाठक के बिना बोलो कब है लेखक बना लेखक, श्रोता के बिना कहो है कोई अस्तित्व वक्ता का। आपके ही हैं शब्द, आपको ही है निवेदित सब। अंतिम 4 पंक्तियाँ आप सभी श्रोताओं को निवेदित कि निराशा की निर्जीवता में असमर्थता ने जब भी है जकड़ा मुझे, तू उज्जास की राह दिखाता रहा। जब भी रुकी कलम मेरी, तू बनकर शब्दकोश नित नए शब्द मुझे सुझाता रहा। उन्माद और तनाव में दिशा विहीन भटकती रही और थकान ने जब भी है जकड़ा मुझे, तू अड़चनों से लड़ना, तू बनकर स्रोत ऊर्जा का उल्लास प्रवाहित कराता रहा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Mridula. Thank you so much. And our next speaker is a writer and an obsessive reader. Her first book, Soldier and Spice, An Army Wife's Life, is a hilarious story of a Syrian girl married to an Indian Army officer. We're looking forward to hear something very interesting from you. A huge round of applause for Aditi.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ms. Narwane. Thank you for organizing this. Obviously, as you can see, I am not prepared at all. I don't even have a copy of my book to show you. But the good point is that my book is in its 4th reprint. It's always out of stock. So, yay, Army fraternity. I will start from the very start. My name is Aditi. I come from a civilian background. Very little connection to Army. I knew my knowledge of Army was border and later LOC. That is what I thought it was. And you know, singing songs and Sandesh Se Aate and everything. And obviously I was in awe of the man in the uniform, and I, like every one of us, we were, and when I say we, all of our friends, we were in awe of this. Then I got married to an army officer, and the life changed like 360 degree. From Aditi, I became Mrs. Kumar. And for the entire first, I think, a couple of weeks, I did not know how to react, because it did not occur to me that somebody's addressing me as Mrs. Kumar. So people would come and say, Mrs. Kumar, please sit down. I'd like, yeah, where is Mrs. Kumar? Because it didn't occur to me. Then I became a Mem Saab, and somebody was like, Mem Saab, ye chai lijiye. I was like, haan, kaun Mem Saab hai yahan pe? Matlab, I did not understand this. Then I realized that it is a different life, not just the funny parts, but also the other things that our community collectively goes through. And I thought, I need to read about it. I need to be more prepared to go into this life as an army wife, as the silent rank, and I need more info, I need ammo. And there wasn't much available. This is 2009 I'm talking about. Wasn't much available, and कुछ ज़्यादा एमो था नहीं. जो था हमारे पास Obedient to Olive Green, जो बहुत formal book है, वो थी, and obviously I learned a lot from it. But contemporary sense, there was nothing. So I thought, okay, maybe I should write it. And as I was speaking on the panel earlier in the day, I started with blogging. I was already blogging, and it was being well received. So that kind of gave me some confidence that शायद मैं लिख सकती हूँ. Then when I was pregnant, that was when I quit my job, and we were in Devlali. My husband is from the artillery. We were doing a course, and that is when I was free. I started writing the book. I finished the book, I think, in 2.5 months, and was lucky enough to sign on a publisher, which is Westland, like in 2 or 3 weeks. Because there were stories like me not realizing somebody is referring to me as not as my name but as my husband, and all this is important. And there were things like when me and my husband were walking, and I got married at 26, which I thought, I'm from the media advertising line, I thought it was pretty okay, right? Not too late, not too early, but certainly not auntie age. And I went, we were on a walk, and then there is somebody who was 2 years junior to me in the hostel, and we knew each other. And she just came, and I was like, hey, and she's like, good evening, auntie. And I just thought she's joking, but that is how life was. And I just thought that our stories need to be told. Of course, these are the funny parts, and that is how I wrote Soldier and Spice, an army wife's life. This is the story of a complete civilian like me, got married to an army officer, and how life changes, how your identity becomes much more than who just you are. And I hope it is also available on Kindle, and I hope you read it. And then I also wrote a couple of more books, but I will not talk about them right now. This is the most important. This is the first baby. And that's it. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks.
हृदय शहर से निकली तो गांव-गांव चली, हृदय शहर से निकली तो गांव-गांव चली, कुछ यादें मेरे संग पाँव-पाँव चली। सफ़र जो धूप का किया तो तजुर्बा होगा, सफ़र जो धूप का किया तो तजुर्बा होगा, वो ज़िंदगी ही क्या जो छाम-छाम चली। इन खुशनुमा पंक्तियों के साथ इन यादों को अपने दिल में संजोए आप सबका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूँ। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Mrs. Meenakshi. It is perhaps rightly said, books are the plane and the train and the road. They are the destination and the journey. They are home. I know मैंने आप लोगों को promise किया था शुरुआत में कि I will not bore you with my banter, but if I have still managed to do that, I'm going to make up for it now. By now inviting on stage the very talented and hilarious Harpriya to tickle your funny bone. Put your hands together for her, please.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you, Mrs. Naravne, and all wonderful ladies present here. Thank you for having me, and it's an honor to perform here. Before I begin, I'd just like to share that today morning, my husband called me from Dehradun. He's off to IMA for his 25 years batch reunion, course reunion. And like a typical Fauji, he called me to give me a briefing. Is it better now? So like a typical Fauji, he called me to give me a briefing. He said, listen, behave yourself, no dirty jokes, no Fauji jokes. I said, what about Sardar jokes? He said, wo to tu hai hi. So I said, I think basically he was getting very scared because he has no premature retirement plans yet. So Mrs. Naravne, pulchuk maaf. So I told him, I said, listen, तुम क्यों घबरा रहे हो? Relax, you have fun. I know कि तुम्हें मेरे पे कोई भरोसा नहीं है, मगर अपने आप पे भरोसा रखो. तुम बहुत talented हो, कोई ना कोई नौकरी मिल ही जाएगी बाहर. But I really, jokes apart, I really can't joke about the Fauj. I'm a true Fauji. I love the Fauj. I'm a third generation Fauji kid. And so I'm absolutely thoroughbred. And grown so tall on ration kanda bread. Humne ration ka namak khaya. I can say that proudly. I'm so happy to see a lot of my friends here today. And thank you for coming. And for all those who don't know me, a brief introduction about myself. My name is Harpriya Bains and I'm a mother of 4. 1 dog, 2 daughters and 1 husband. Because Indian hubbies are such babies, you know. Can't even wash their own chaddies. I have been working from home for the last 19 years without a salary or a break as CEO H&M. A cribbing, exhausted, overworked housewife and mother. मुझे अपने thankless और payless job से कोई problem नहीं है, but मुझे इस housewife word से थोड़ा problem है. I think it sounds as insignificant as a housefly, house lizard. No thought put in this word. ये तो women empowerment के चक्कर में, I think हमारी थोड़ी सी rebranding हो गई and we got a fancier name, you know, homemakers. At least now we sound like a mixie. Yeah, idli maker, roti maker, homemaker आगे चलो. So my prime job profile is to look after the other human species living in the house, all the living species. Mainly the Royal Indian male species called the Indian husband. जिसका favorite काम है sleeping, eating and mating. In no particular order, anytime, anywhere. The best a man can be. And as a result of this customary mating, we have 2 female offsprings, जिनका काम है to suck my blood. You know, whoever said बच्चे भगवान का रूप होते हैं must be obviously an atheist. With a vengeance. You know, kids these days are born with an attitude. The other day, I walked into my teenage daughter's room and she's like, Mama, you must knock before you enter because you should respect my privacy. I said, darling, you messed up my privacy the day you were born through my private space. So don't talk to me about privacy. So I was discussing this, but आजकल बच्चे इतने, you know, नाजुक हैं, उनको कुछ कह भी नहीं सकते. मतलब बड़े ही delicate से हैं. दिल ना हो गए, इनके बोरोसिल के ग्लास हो गए, टूटे ही रहते हैं. And I was telling this to my dad one day and he said 2 चपेड़ा लाया कर. I said पापा ऐसे नहीं होता आजकल. I said बच्चे बड़े sensitive होते हैं, उनको कुछ कह नहीं सकते. कहते बेटा sensitivity होती है दांतों के लिए और चपेड़ों के लिए होते हैं, चपेड़े होती है न्याणों के लिए. So get your parenting fundas right. But I'm not complaining. I'm a very happy CEO H&M. Besides, मेरा एक बच्चा मेरा personal therapist भी है, हमारा कुत्ता Tommy. So sanity maintained है. And also, I'm grateful to God कि मैं द्रौपदी की एरा में पैदा नहीं होगी, जहाँ ज़्यादा पाठ पूजा करने से मुझे एक के साथ 4 पति फ्री भी मिल सकते थे. मुझसे यहाँ एक नहीं संभाला जा रहा, उसने 5 संभाले एक साथ. And then the world blames her for महाभारत. अरे भाई महाभारत तो होनी थी, कोई आसान काम है कि 5 पतियों को पाल पोस कर बूढ़ा करना. अभी तो शुक्र है सास एक ही थी. नहीं तो महाभारत से बड़ा युद्ध होता सास वॉर्स. राइट. एक तो थैंक गॉड, मगर आफ्टर महाभारत गॉड learnt his lessons and immediately implemented demonetization of husbands. Only one to be granted. मैं कहनी है शुक्र है रब दा कि रब नू एनलाइटमेंट आई तो असी जनानियां बच गईयां. नहीं तो जनानियों का तो आपको पता है, मुफ्त में मिल रहा धनिया मिर्ची तो हमसे छोड़ा नहीं जाता. पति कहां से छोड़ना था? हमने कहना तो रख लेते हैं, कहीं तो काम आ जाएगा. एक आधे को ड्राइवर ही बना लेंगे। मगर लेडीज सोचो कि हमारा फिर लॉकडाउन में क्या हाल होता, क्योंकि लॉकडाउन में तो मैंने 2 ही बातें सीखी हैं। एक कि पति जो है ना वो आते जाते ही अच्छे लगते हैं। This 24/7 availability of patis can be quite a pain in the... Sorry, I can't complete this sentence. My husband told me to behave myself. क्योंकि दूसरी बात मैंने ये सीखी है कि घर बैठा पति 2 सांसों के बराबर होता है, बाय गॉड। उनके अंदर की माता जाग जाती है। और ये जो लॉकडाउन में वीडियोस घूम रहे थे ना इतने सारे, पति झाड़ू पोछा कर रहे हैं, बर्तन कर रहे हैं, ये तो उतना ही सच था जितना तालियां बजाने से कोरोना चला गया। कौन से ब्रीड के पति हैं भाई, कहाँ मिलते हैं? सर्टनली नॉट मेड इन इंडिया, क्योंकि मेड इन इंडिया सिर्फ एक ही टाइप का पति मिलता है, माँ का लाडला। So I'm also a single mother. Like most of us Fauji mothers, aren't we single mothers? Because half the time our husbands are anyway out, you know, all field postings, deputations, या फिर इतने प्यार करने वाले CEOs मिल जाते हैं जो उनको अडॉप्ट ही कर लेते हैं, ऑफिस से घर ही नहीं जाने देते। Right? We all have faced that. लेकिन पति घर भी हों, तब भी practically speaking, or rather patriarchally speaking, most Indian mothers are single mothers, aren't we? Because हमारी जो Royal Indian male species है, इनको लगता है they've already made the most important contribution to bring the child into this world. So after the birth of the child, they become very spiritual. वो सारे वो जो उनकी spiritual parenting आ जाती है बाहर। वो कहते हैं ना, your child doesn't belong to you, set them free, let them be. So fathers become like that, they set them free. पार्ले जी खा के जीनियस बन जाएंगे, कॉम्प्लान खा के लंबे हो जाएंगे, बाकी सबके लिए माँ हूं ना, पल गए बच्चे। So my husband belongs to the same species, हाँ। अभी तो बच्चे बड़े हो गए, when they were little babies, you know. So मैं मदर डेयरी की ड्यूटी देकर बच्चे को आप सुलाते हो, बच्चे बिल्कुल भी क्यूट नहीं होते, बार बार जागते रहते हैं। So my baby would wake up and then I would, you know, wake up my husband. I said, listen, थोड़ी देर अब तुम उसको देख लो यार, I'm really exhausted. He would do the classic act of play dead. Play dead पता है ना, you teach dogs this trick, कुत्ता फिर मरने की एक्टिंग करता है। No, ladies, don't get senti about this joke. It's just a joke, okay? I don't mean to offend your dogs. I love dogs. So he would do that classic act, huh? So I would tell him, listen, थोड़ा तो यार, I mean, I'm exhausted. Can you just look after the baby for some time? उसके खरांटे बंद हो जाते हैं। And I'm like, listen, you're disgusting. तुम्हें मेरे पे बिल्कुल तरस नहीं आता? फिर वो सांस लेना भी छोड़ देता है। बट ऐसी बात नहीं है। वैसे मैंने सुना है आजकल जो लेटेस्ट मॉडल्स के पति आ रहे हैं काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होते हैं। मैंने सुना है काफ़ी लोगों से हेल्प कर देते हैं, काम करते हैं, जैसे पानी का ग्लास खुद उठा लेते हैं। मैंने सुना है टीवी का रिमोट भी ढूंढ देते हैं, काम करते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं। बट ये जो हमारी पैट्रियार्की है ना, इट कैन नेवर डाइजेस्ट दिस, so the first time my husband actually changed my daughter's diaper successfully, he almost got a standing ovation. My mother-in-law got so emotional. She's like, बेटा आज तुमने वो कर दिखाया जो तुम्हारे पापा ने भी कभी नहीं किया. And while this whole play dead episode was happening, my own mother, she's here today, she said, she walked into the room and she's like, की गल होगी, बेबी बड़ा रो रहे हैं. मैं क्या, हाँ इसको देखो, ये तो उठा भी नहीं. तो she कोई गल नहीं, जवाई है बेचारा, सो लेंदे हैं, थक गया होना. मैं क्या थक गया होना, पैटर्निटी लीव पे है, वो सारा दिन टीवी देखता है. तो she's like, फेक ही हो गया, सारा साल तक काम करता है ना, है सो लेंदे बेचारे नु, देख कितनी गहरी नींद सुता पे, थक गया होना. मैं क्या, मैं तो शाहरुख नाल पिक्चर देख के आई हूं. मैं शीला क्यों डिस्टर्ब कर रही है, उसकी कितनी गहरी नींद है देखा, वैसे सारे पड़ोसी जाग गए, कुत्ता भी जाग गया, एदी नींद नहीं खुली. इनू कहते ने ब्यूटी स्लीप. ब्यूटी स्लीप ना स्किन हेयर के लिए अच्छी होती है. मैं क्या, हाँ बिल्कुल नेक्स्ट मिस इंडिया नहीं बनना है. सो चलिए बहुत हो गई ये सारी मजाक की बातें, कुछ सीरियस बात कर लेते हैं. लिटरेरी फेस्ट है, वी शुड टॉक अबाउट समथिंग मोर सीरियस लाइक मैरिज, which I think is seriously the biggest joke. Because I'm so sorry. So marriage से बड़ा joke है जब आपको anniversary पे लोग पूछते हैं, what is the secret of your happy marriage? I'm like, is that a trick question? Because you can either be happy or be married. ये तो यू नो बोर्ड्स के MCQs की तरह हो गया. आई चूज ऑप्शन डी, जस्ट मैरिड. ये तो जो नई नई शादी होती है ना लोगों की, उनके पीछे गाड़ियों के पीछे लिखा होता है ना जस्ट मैरिड, ये उल्टा होना चाहिए. तब लिखना चाहिए हैप्पीली मैरिड, क्योंकि शादी तो सब हैप्पीली करते हैं. ये तो गाड़ी चलते चलते हैप्पी के रास्ते में गिर जाता है. एंड आफ्टर मेनी इयर्स देन यू जस्ट रिमेन जस्ट मैरिड एक्चुअली. तो मुझे किसी ने पूछा, मैडम आपकी शादी कैसे हुई थी? टिंडर से. मैं कहा नहीं भैया, टेंडर से. मैं क्या, हमारे ज़माने में टेंडर नहीं होता था ना, मेरे पापा ने पेपर में ऐड निकाला था, जस्ट लाइक टेंडर, जिसे हम मैट्रिमोनियल ऐड भी कहते हैं, है ना. उससे पहले के ज़माने में शायद और भी आसान था. लड़के वाले देखने आ रहे हो, लड़की अच्छे से टिंडे बना के खिलाते, शादी पक्की हो जाती थी. तो चलिए किसी और से बातें करते हैं. लेट मी आस्क यू मिसेस नरावने, इफ यू डोंट माइंड, आपकी शादी कैसी हुई? टिंडर, टेंडर या टिंडे? आई मीन लव मैरिज या अरेंज मैरिज? लव मैरिज. वाओ, वंडरफुल वंडरफुल वंडरफुल. कौन से लड्डू मिल गए आपको? या आपके पति में नमक है? पति तो सारे फीके होते हैं. So, others with an, people who've had an arranged marriage, anybody give me a cheer? कोई नहीं है. Don't tell me सारे लव मैरिज वाले हैं, बहुत सारे अरेंज मैरिज वाले. वेरी नाइस, वेरी नाइस. आप सब मेरी तरह हैं. I'll tell you why we are the happier lot. क्योंकि हमें कहते हैं गेस्ट वर्क मैरिज. हमारी सारी शादी इसी गेस्ट वर्क में निकल जाती. क्या यही प्यार है? हाँ, यही प्यार है. हमें पता नहीं होता लव कब आया गया, हुआ नहीं हुआ. बच्चे तो हो गए, लव हो ही गया होगा, कुछ तो हुआ ही होगा. हमारी कोई एक्सपेक्टेशंस ही नहीं होती. शादी के बाद ना खाना, हस्बैंड खाना खा रहा होता है, वो बर्प भी मारता है, हम कहते हैं हाय आज ना इसे मेरे लहसुन की चटनी बड़ी पसंद आई. क्या यही प्यार है? एंड पीपल विद अ लव मैरिज, गिव मी अ चीयर. वेरी नाइस. इनको मिलता है धोखा, तभी अभी ज्यादा चिल्ला रहे हैं बेचारे. क्योंकि जो लव मैरिज वाले होते हैं, क्योंकि लव तो आपने पहले कर लिया. आपकी शादी होती है चिप्स पैकेट की तरह, बाहर से सब तड़कता भड़कता, अंदर से निकलती हवा. राइट, देखो तालियां बज रही है इस पे. सो आपको भी कोई लड्डू नहीं मिल गया. शादी के बाद सारे पति सेम है, माँ के लाडले. बट एनीवेज, शादी लव हो या अरेंज्ड, अल्टीमेटली इट्स ऑल एन एक्सपेक्टेशंस की गेम. वो जैसे लव मैरिज वाले, इनकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस बड़ी हाई होती हैं. इनको होता है ना कैंडल लाइट डिनर्स एंड ड्राइव्स. शादी के बाद ड्राइव के नाम पे सिर्फ सब्जी लेने जा रहे होते हैं, और हस्बैंड, ये पता चलता है कि हस्बैंड को तो लाइटर भी जलाना नहीं आता. अच्छा, लेकिन फिर भी पहले शादियां फिर भी काफ़ी लास्ट करती थी. लास्ट इसलिए करती थी बिकॉज एक्सपेक्टेशंस बड़ी सिंपल होती थी. वाइफ की होती थी कि चलो कभी कभी मैं हम पिक्चर देखने जाएंगे, चाट खाने जाएंगे, हस्बैंड की तनख्वाह आएगी, मैं एक साड़ी ले लूँगी. और हस्बैंड की भी जो एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है सिंपल होती थी. शाम को मैं घर आऊँगा, टेबल पे गरम खाना विल बी लेड, एंड रात को आई विल गेट लेड. और लेकिन अब क्या है, ज़माना सब बदल गया. इट्स एज ऑफ विमेन एम्पावरमेंट. विमेन डोंट वांट हस्बैंड की तनख्वाह एनी मोर. वी वांट कंपेनियनशिप एंड कंपैटिबिलिटी एंड इंटेलेक्चुअल कॉन्वर्सेशंस, एंड सोलमेट्स. एंड ऑल ऑफ दिस इज आउट ऑफ सिलेबस फॉर द हस्बैंड. उनका सिलेबस किसी ने अपडेट ही नहीं करा. वो अभी भी उसी सिलेबस के साथ जी रहे हैं. शाम को ईटिंग, रात को मेटिंग. My mother always says, women have come a long way, but men are still prehistoric. But फिर भी men will always blame us. They'll say, यार, you guys you have unreasonable expectations. ऐसी तुम लोगों की expectations ज़्यादा ही सिर पे चढ़ी होती हैं. तुम लोग adjust नहीं करते, adapt नहीं करते. I said, of course we adjust. Of course we adapt. You guys don't appreciate. I'll tell you why. Because see, we expected a honeymoon in Paris. We settled for Kullu Manali. We wanted a 2-carat diamond. We settled for zircons. We wanted George Clooney. We settled for you. To this, a lot of husbands यहाँ बैठे हैं, कुछ पति सोच रहे होंगे, we also expected Katrina Kaif, okay? I want to tell them that Katrina Kaif also expected Salman Khan. She settled for Vicky Kaushal. तो जाते जाते एक छोटा सा किस्सा बताऊंगी. One of my aunts and me, we were discussing a cousin who got divorced twice. So my aunt was feeling very upset. She's like, "हाय बेचारी था, बनती नहीं है थी, क्यों 2 बारी divorce हो गया?" तो मैंने कहा होंगे कोई issues यार, maybe they were not compatible. So this aunt of mine, who has been happily married for more than 50 years, sits on very seriously and looks at me. She's like, पता कैसे चलता है कि compatibility नहीं है? क्या symptoms होते हैं? She साठ नू तो इतने साल पता नहीं चल गया compatibility वगैरह ऐसी ऐवी गड्डी चलाई गया. So my dear friends, marriage is like driving your dad's old Fiat. कब कहाँ रुक जाए कुछ नहीं पता. इसलिए फिर एक जने को उतर के धक्का तो मारना ही पड़ता है. And being happily married is the biggest illusion. Yet शादी पे ही दुनिया कायम है और शादी इसी भ्रम पे कायम है कि एक दिन हमारे भी अच्छे दिन आएंगे. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed, ladies. Thank you very much. Just one more thing I want to add today. First time my mother, my aunt, and my daughter are here for the show, and they're watching me perform live. तो मुझे आज बड़ी PTM वाली फीलिंग आ रही थी. मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि पता नहीं की जाके बोल दिए जाके देख के आने. But your laughter has been my biggest report card. So thank you very much for this for this appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harpriya. I'm very sure we really enjoyed a lot. You left all the women laughing their hearts out loud. You left all the men saving their faces. And the poor unmarried women in the crowd, best of luck. Now can I please invite Mrs. Naravne to come up and give the token of gratitude to all the participants of the last segment, please. Can we have the participants of the storytelling workshop up front? Now can we have the participants of the Rubaru come up front, please? Diksha, please walk up.
यू सो मच मिसेस नारायण। बिल्कुल सही कहा है किसी ने कि परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, परिंदों को मंजिल मिलेगी यकीनन, ये फैले हुए उनके पर बोलते हैं और वही रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर ज़माने में जिनके हुनर बोलते हैं। ये बात बिल्कुल सही है और आवा का जो हमारा मकसद है वो यही रहा है कि हमारी ये जो इतनी टैलेंटेड फ्रेटर्निटी है उसके हुनर को एक आवाज़ मिले, एक पहचान मिले और हम सभी को जो यहाँ बैठे हैं उनको देखकर उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर हमारे सपनों को भी जान मिले। विद दिस we come to the end of Abhivyakti Literary Festival 2021. This 3-day pan-India gathering of writers, poets, storytellers, scribes and book lovers. It has been a literary bonanza of ideas, conversations, dialogues and performances. We have had stimulating panel discussions, very interesting, enriching conversations with celebrity authors, very engaging workshops, mesmerizing Dastan Goi performances, and enriching, enlightening interactions with the published authors from our very own fraternity. Well, we have seen it all, savored it all, and it has left us wanting more. And Abhivyakti is just the beginning of a quest, AWWA's quest for innovative paths to nurture the literary talent of its very talented members, to fashion conditions to help its members blossom and bloom, learn and grow, and realize their true potential, be empowered and be inspired. कहते हैं स्वप्न को कह दो साकार हो जाए, स्वप्न को कह दो साकार हो जाए, तार से कह दो झनकार हो जाए और सुलगा लो मेरी लौ से लौ कि सीने में दबी चाह अंगार हो जाए. So be inspired, take flight. और अब अभिव्यक्ति के इस आखिरी पड़ाव पर हम आपसे यही साझा करेंगे कि गुफ्तगू अच्छी लगी, ज़ोके नज़र अच्छा लगा. गुफ्तगू अच्छी लगी, ज़ोके नज़र अच्छा लगा, आप आए तो हमें अपना घर अच्छा लगा. और मंजिलों की बात छोड़िए, किसने पाई मंजिलें, आप थे हम सफ़र तो ये सफ़र अच्छा लगा. अभिव्यक्ति का ये जो सफ़र हम सब ने मिलकर तय किया है, हम आशा करते हैं कि आपको बहुत अच्छा लगा होगा, बहुत सीखा होगा और आपके लिए यादगार रहा होगा. Thank you so much. And now I request Vice President, Army Vice Welfare Association, Mrs. Mohanty, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Naravne, President AWWA, General Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the inaugural AWWA Literary Festival Abhivyakti, I, on behalf of President AWWA, convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to each one of you for making this lit festival a grand success. It's okay. This type of events cannot just happen overnight. The wheels started moving a few weeks back. It required a lot of planning and eagle's eye for details. I wish to highlight the untiring contribution of the team comprising of Mrs. Shibakant, Gitanjali Burke, Seema Mishra, Monica Kakkad, and Minakshi Ramesh. We have been fortunate to be supported by a versatile team of very active and dedicated AWWA members who made this dream possible. I'm short of words for their energetic participation and their ever willingness to complete tasks beyond their comfort zones with clockwork precision. I would like to thank our participants, to include the interviewers, workshop coordinators, panelists, moderators, authors, writers, without whom the fragrance of this lit festival would not have spread beyond the confines of this venue. It has been a pleasure to see our anchor persons who have taken this festival to a higher level. Ladies, keep it up. You are the pillars of this lit festival. I sincerely thank Srimati Smriti Zubain Irani, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Mr. Gaurav Sawant, the Senior Executive Editor, India Today TV, and Srimati Susmita Mukherjee, our celebrities, for their magical presence and sparing their valuable time to grace the occasion. A special mention for Ms. Fauzia and Mr. Firoz Khan for their mesmerizing delivery of Dastan-e-Mahabharat. They have been the special flavor of Abhivekti. I also want to thank the people who worked behind the scene to prepare for this event. We have been witness to the efforts to transform the venue with innovative ideas which can eclipse the ideas of the best professionals in this business across the country. How can I forget to thank the exuberant audience who have been with us for the past 3 days, including our AWWA members who have been watching the Lit Fest unfolding each day online. I also extend my thanks to our publishers, Roli Books, Niyogi, Griffin, Aditi Mathur, National Book Trust, and partners 24/7, Calabar, Cafe Coffee Day, IndusInd Bank, Prahari, 2 Mickey Tapas, and Purple Sheen Silversmiths for their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. A special thanks to Avan and Vishwas. The gifts so beautifully prepared by you will be treasured by the participants and celebrities. I would like to specially mention Mrs. Veena Naravne, President AWWA, for being the catalyst in conceptualizing the first ever AWWA Lit Festival. Had it not been for her, we would not have been here today. This event is special and a pathbreaker from the traditional AWWA activities. Thank you for making this event a possibility and a success. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you all very, very much.